We are all Amits from Africa. We must beware of revenue Brahmins. Our statues must eat ice cream. Our cities must be designed by cardiovascular surgeons. Our women must migrate to rice-eating cultures. We must all go to the fifth temple. We must all drink pani puri water, gallons and gallons of it to wash away our sins. What am I talking about? Keep listening.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. A couple of weeks ago, I had to go to Chennai for a couple of back-to-back conferences, and I suddenly remembered that Ashok lives there. I messaged Ashok to ask if he'd record an episode with me to add to the one we've already done, and he agreed. I then mentioned to my friend Narayan here in Mumbai that I was going to record with Ashok in Chennai, and I said, how nice would it be if Narayan was also there? I will fly down, said Narayan, and so he did. And so we have this great three-way episode. Please note that I've already got epic episodes with these two gents, which will be linked from the show notes. For this episode, there was no agenda. Just meet up and shoot the breeze. Still, there was no more breeze left. We had a blast. You will love it. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Ashok and Narayan, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Yeah, great to be here. Unbelievable, actually.
Absolute pleasure.
Yeah,
Been a while.
I have, of course, recorded with both of you before. With Narayan, we have discussed your entire life, so there is nothing left. We can't talk about your life. Why are you even here? And with Ashok, we've spoken a lot about, not food, but food science, which is your wonderful book, Masala Lab, was about, and etc., etc. And what happened today was, I've been at this conference where I've been really busy, and we fixed this time, and I thought, ठीक है, मैं सुबह 5 बजे उठ के research कर लूँगा. Sorry for the Hindi, I'll avoid it for the rest of this episode.
Yeah, it's okay. It's legal to speak Hindi once you cross the 13 degrees south.
It is legal, but is it ethical? These are important.
It is inappropriate.
It is inappropriate. So I will simply avoid it. And yeah, so I woke up at 5 in the morning and then I realized that my video show with Ajay Shah, episode 7 of that is being edited today. And I have to send a list of inserts, which were like about 70 inserts or something. The morning went. I haven't prepared. I have no idea what to talk to you guys about. My Rome research today feels like a little bit of a waste of money. But we will freewheel our way across it because we are all kind of good talkers. And in fact, when I asked you guys to suggest subjects we could talk to each other about, Ashok's suggestion for Narayan, dear listeners, was turn the mic on and he will be magic. But let me start by asking you about an observation you made on WhatsApp, Narayan, which is you spoke about how city planning and city planners and cardiovascular surgeons should receive the same training in Chennai. Kindly explain.
Yeah. So I'm not a frequent visitor to Chennai. So this morning when I stayed at a friend's place and I took a cab and it showed I should have reached this place by about 9:15 or 9:30. I eventually reached at 10. And that was because it had the most insane traffic situation. And I come from Bombay, which has pretty bad traffic.
Yes.
And there was one place where everything was absolutely jammed and there was a trickle, and when our car finally made it through the trickle, it was wide open. And so this reminded me of my when my dad had a stent put in. I was there and you could see the heart surgeon was telling me how this thing, it was a little trickle and I had no reference point, so I didn't know. And then he puts the stent and it becomes like the Amazon River. Right. So then I thought that an interesting cross-disciplinary course would be town planner and cardiovascular surgeon, because then you can put stents and bypasses and whatever for Chennai.
Yeah, I would still think that I don't want a town planner to do my surgery though.
Yeah, it goes the other way around.
Although I would be okay with cardiovascular surgeons doing town planning. Given the current state of town planning, I don't really think they could do any worse. To be
but
honest.
you will have a lot of nice shops and whatever inside your aorta.
Inside your aorta.
Yes. Yeah, I'd love to have a main road that says, Anna Veena Kava or something like that. Yeah.
But there would be like zones in your heart then, that there'd be zoning, right? So one zone can provide blood only to the liver, another only to the kidney, nothing else allowed, and you're going to get jammed. Actually, a good question that arises from this, and a perfect question for someone like Ashok, you would agree with that, Narayan, is that our basic insights, what word would be appropriate? Universalizable. So, and you are so cross-disciplinary and go to first principles for everything. And in fact, my show with Ajay, Everything is kind of, this is one of the reasons for the name, that, you can apply certain frameworks to kind of everything, as long as that's not the only framework you're applying. So, is this a case that a basic insight about any subject at its core will also give you a lot of gyan on other subjects?
Oh, absolutely. So it is, for me personally, just to take a personal example, for me, I think the basic principles of software engineering probably for me has been the single most universalizable skill. And let me maybe generalize it and say computational thinking, right? The idea that any set of decisions, any workflows, any processes, you can break them down into a set of smaller, easily computable parts. And some of those computation steps are best done with a computer or a calculator, and some best done in the brain, right? And you'll know it once you break things down. So I kind of realized that the same thing applies to music, for example, right? A lot of my music, often the people will ask me when I did that Sanskrit heavy metal album, and basically I'm singing, I'm playing the guitar, the violin, the bass, the keyboard, and doing the mixing and mastering. How did you learn to do all of that? I said, no, I didn't, right? If you really ask me individually, am I a master at any of those instruments? Probably not. Violin probably gets closest in terms of competency, but all the others, I know just enough to play that part. And so in some sense, the meta model there is more to do with thinking about learning to learn. So in meaning that you don't just jump into learning the bass guitar, right? So I first would say, for this song, this is the part that I need to play. And then I then find out what is the absolute bare minimum skills I need to play that part, right? And the second thing I'm also thinking is that if I make the following mistakes, what software tools can I use to correct them? And improve them, because software is continuously improving, right? And there's auto-tune, you can fix mistakes, you can fix timing errors, and so on. So I think for the most part, for me, computational thinking is constantly thinking about being strategically lazy, meaning that what is it that I'm best placed to do, but what are things that I can outsource to tools, to AI, to other people, and so on. And so in that sense, that skill has actually helped tremendously, even when you think about food, right? A dal, for instance, is a series of steps, right? So there is a dal, and there's like 20 or 30 varieties of dal, and they all need to be soaked for different periods of time based on their size and density and nutritional content, and then they need to be cooked for different periods of time. And then you need to layer flavors. And you could make a Middle Eastern one, a Moroccan one, an Indian style. It doesn't really matter. So in that sense, I think, for example, you could also think about generative recipe ideas. Like, for example, a chutney is basically a combination of nutty ingredients, sour ingredients, hot ingredients, salty ingredients, and sweet. And so if you take like 7 or 8 of these things, you can combine them, whatever you have in your fridge, it's a chutney, right? So I think computational thinking is I really think is at least for me, it's been a deeply fundamental skill that you can apply to anything, right? So the music making process therefore devolves to me sometimes recording literally a 2-second loop, which is about as much as I can sustain on an instrument I'm new to, but then use looping using software modification to extend it into something that sounds like it's like 3 or 4 minutes, and that's what goes behind in the song. So it's also like in that sense, I think computational thinking is really also about learning to learn in this new world. And I really now think that with GPT and all of these AI assistants, this skill I think is now democratized, right? It's now going to be available to everyone, right? Everybody can now pick up any skill they want. You can understand anything from first principles, right? I mean, like, for example, I would use GPT to regularly understand the basic biophysics and the bio sort of chemistry of what happens once food goes in, right? And you can really dig as deep as you want and go down to as first principles as you want with an assistant. Of course, you have to cross-verify if it's like making stuff up. But 90% of the time, it's actually pretty useful, and it's a fantastic thinking tool. So so I really think computational X, right? I really think everyone in the future can be a computational historian, a computational whatever. What that means is that now all the tools of computation and analytics are now democratized, and you don't have to become a statistician to be good at it.
I love this answer at multiple levels. Like at one level, I remember I did an episode with a guest back in the day, and he said that, and this is a standard leftist worry about any new technology, that it will create new inequalities. And I'm like, are you kidding me? What it will do is it will actually make the playing field much more even, because now everyone has access to these great tools. Anybody can use these incredible tools. I want to sort of double click on a couple of things there, and one is that it's also become fashionable recently to make fun of code, and of course some companies talk about it in ways of teaching children to code. If your son can't code, he's finished, which is wrong, and which puts too much pressure on parents. But I do think that coding is a fundamental skill purely because it aids you in that kind of logical, rational, computational thinking, which is why I'm planning to kind of teach myself programming also, not because I want to program anything, but it's just it sharpens your thinking about the world. And what I'd like you to do, either of you to do, is you spoke about a meta model.
Yes.
I want you to make it concrete to help me understand that, for example, like by meta model, do you mean just learning to learn? And I'm guessing not. There are other ways, other things that are involved. I want you to make it concrete by taking an example of something that you learned from the first principles of one field, which you managed to apply to something else.
Yeah. Now, so for example, I think your first point about people worrying about technology creating inequalities. For the entirety of mankind's history, every new disruptive technology has always created temporary inequalities. That's just the nature of technological disruption. The printing press did. I mean, it put scribes out of work. Clearly the steam engine and things put a ton of manual labor out of work. The conveyor belt essentially converted what was artisanal skill into a composable skill where an individual worker with no training could just come and turn a knob, but at the end of the entire conveyor belt, you actually get a car. And the amazing thing is that, the funny thing is, on a side tangent, that people think, Henry Ford pioneered it. No, Venetians pioneered this idea of conveyor belt manufacturing in when they were the reason they dominated the seas when there were so many other places in the Mediterranean was because they figured out this idea that a ship is best built not in a single place where I have tons of guys building the hull, guys building the painting, all of them clashing with each other. No. If I do it, because a ship can float and move, if I do it in a way by which it starts here, the basic stuff is built, it moves to the next stage, and a bunch of other guys come and they do their stuff. But the only difference is that they didn't have the mechanization to essentially maybe start the Industrial Revolution. But the whole idea of conveyor belt actually goes back to the Venetians, right? So in that sense, I think every technology has always done that, right? I mean, I'm sure in your podcast, you've spoken about, I think, all the artists in the 20th century complaining to the US Congress that the radio was destroying live music, and it did not, right? I mean, yes, it did destroy some live musicians' jobs, but in a generation, people figured out other ways to do it, right? And I have a photo of myself. My mother used to work for Canara Bank, and this is a photo from 1984. It's a very ironic photo, given that where I work and what I do. It's a photo of me standing in front of a protest poster that says, "Ban computers. Computers will destroy jobs in banks." This is in 1984. And this was a real thing. People were genuinely worried. Now, nobody is worried that you should be banning computers, right? So it's just a natural progression. But clearly, it is evident that AI and this current generation of technology has a non-linear effect on individual productivity. It will democratize access to knowledge. It will democratize access to tools. Like, for example, I mean, to produce a high-quality podcast, you needed a sound engineer, you needed people who could do all these things, and now software will do it for you, right? And there are AI tools that automatically edit. Like, for example, I use a tool that automatically takes all my takes, chooses the best ones, fixes all the gaps, and generates the reel that I want to post on Instagram.
My editor Gaurav is in his mind saying, "Shut up, Ashok, shut up," and he's very carry on.
So in
cannot
sense
replace him.
Look, honestly speaking, the general idea is that we live in times where you have to wake up every day with a continuous creative dissatisfaction with the status quo. You have to wake up assuming that your skills may not be relevant. I know it's hard. I mean, it is going to be hard for a lot of people. But that goes to a deeper issue about universal basic income and welfare and others, which is, entirely separate. But you can't stop the progress of technology.
Yeah.
And in the sense that the good it will do on the longer run is almost always going to outweigh the short-term harms, if you will, right? So to the point about, computational first principles thinking, let me give you one interesting example of how I applied it in the context of actually making a dal recipe generator, right? I'll take this one example, and maybe another example is actually how I make my Instagram reels itself and how my workflow has actually changed, right? So the meta model, let me start with the reel first. It's more interesting. So the meta model for me for a reel is essentially comes from years of being inspired and learning from people like my grandmother, who was a fantastic storyteller. And I've thought long and hard about what is it that makes people watch some reels and some YouTube content more than others, right? And so it really goes back to a skill that human beings have had for the longest amount of time, which is storytelling, right? And good storytelling, and you do a course on the art of clear writing, and good storytelling, I would actually think is a skill on top of that, right?
Exactly.
It's a slightly more creative skill, slightly harder to quantify. But again, for me, the moment people say it cannot be quantified, I'm always skeptical about that, right? So I can still say that, look, this is 230 words. It's not a 60,000 page book. I can still come up with a formula. And the formula for that is that it needs to start with a provocation, right? A provocation that basically means that the person is intrigued enough to want to listen to it. And the person is only committing 90 seconds. But in today's world, getting the person to commit to 90 seconds is hard. So your provocation has to be pretty strong, right? It has to be something non-intuitive. The person wants to wait, then find out whether he agrees or disagrees. Both of them want to find out what you're about to say, right? And then the idea is that you also, in storytelling, you cannot look down on your audience. Your audience has to be with you. You're taking them on a journey, right? So especially with science communication, most science communication is speaking down to people. Right? You should have paid attention when you were in school. This is basic science. How can you be so superstitious? That basically fails to understand that people are superstitious for good reasons. And if you can't appreciate that, then you're not a communicator, right? So this is again part of the problem. There's a difference between, say Neil deGrasse Tyson, who does not speak down to people. And there are other science communicators who just sound like they're lecturers, who sort of, a strict lecturer, teacher who's like, you don't even know this, right? So that tone is important, right? And then, so if you're explaining the science, you then have to come up with day-to-day metaphors and things that people can observe. You can't give lab examples, right? So if I say something like, by the way, you don't have to wash your rice and rinse all of that starch. People believe that they are actually losing calories when they actually do that. And then I just give a simple example that if you literally soak all of that rice, the amount of rice that is getting dissolved in that, the starch that is getting dissolved in that water in 100 gram is less than 0.5 grams. So think about how many calories you're actually saving, right? So that way you have to give practical examples in a way that they can actually identify. And then eventually you also need a closing punch, right? So that sort of makes it memorable. And this is where you have to think hard about the closing punch is what people will proximately remember, and that's what will make them share it to others. So it has to be something punchy, right? So in that sense, while it sort of seems, so it's possible to create a meta model for this. So for example, a sambar, people take a sambar very seriously, but a sambar is a dal, right? So in South India, they will say pulisheri and more kurumbu. It's all basically kadhi as a template. Like if I take a pan-India sort of term, it's a yogurt gravy, right? Likewise, this is a legume gravy, right? And so in that sense, if I then break it down to the fact that there is a fat plus spices, then I have your main ingredient, then I have other kinds of powdered spices, and then I have a tadka. That describes basically 90% of most categories of dishes. And then, so in that sense, that then allows you to be far more creative, right? So you don't like look at a recipe and then say, let me go and buy every single ingredient, right? I'm just going to use what I have in my house that fits that template. And going to the next level, like for example, people in the West who do not have access to curry leaves, which is a very central ingredient. Again, very hard to replace. But if you understand what flavor molecules curry leaf has, you know that you can find 80% of them by a combination of lime zest and basil, Italian basil, together. Not quite curry leaf, but you will get similar notes, right? So in that sense, I think, the application of many of these things essentially comes down to really focusing on what you want to get done and then figuring out what are all the basic Lego bricks. The problem is that either people assume that they want to build everything at atomic level, or the Lego bricks are too big, so they can't do very many sophisticated things. The entire key seems to be almost figuring out what's the right size Lego brick that makes my life easier, and which Lego bricks can I borrow from others. And surprisingly enough, you can borrow Lego bricks from software. Even when you're cooking, you can borrow Lego bricks from software when you're doing music. And so for me at least, that's how this whole thing is sort of worked out.
Just fascinating, right? It's this systems thinking. The one thing that I really liked, you mentioned a little earlier, it liberates you from having a grand strategical overview, which people would have to have before. If someone wanted to build a ship, but here you have all the building blocks. So it's a very bottom-up approach rather than a top-down.
And software innately is also, like, having been in software for 23 years now, it is very much let's build something first and then let's continuously improve it.
Yeah.
I understand. I mean, to be respectful to architects and doctors.
There used to be a poster in an office, I think Cadbury office, which says ready, fire, aim. So it's, that's pretty much what we are doing.
But to be fair, right, the iterative freedom to fail approach of software, again, doesn't work in, say, when somebody's building a dam.
Yeah.
Or a doctor and so on. Yes, I can appreciate that there are different ways of thinking about that, which is why I almost always I don't want to get into those areas where the stakes are that high and that where you genuinely do need institutional training and practice and years of honing before you put a scalpel to someone's body. On the other hand, there are millions of things that you can truly be interdisciplinary across areas where the stakes are a lot lower, right? So I think that is also a useful way to think about it. Yeah.
And as you said, a great in fact, you can count on your fingertips the way, like you couldn't make like Groucho Marx said, I'm an amateur brain surgeon. You can't be an amateur brain surgeon. Yes. But exactly. Many other things you can.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. And increasingly, I think the sheer number of things, because of all the AI assistance and knowledge that you now have access to, the number of things you can now be is like order of magnitude more.
So I have a couple of observations and then a question. And the observation is, what you said about storytelling is great, about the meta model, and there'll be screenplay books which will give a 3-act structure. Yeah. So in this conference I was actually at two conferences in a row, and in one of them Roshan Abbas and Prem Panikkar were there. Yeah. Excellent duo to have around to talk about storytelling. So Prem did a workshop on storytelling. Roshan did a workshop on storytelling on day one, then Prem did. And Roshan was kind of giving the same kind of structure that you did. That there's a hook and you have to get people on, and there's an excellent economist in the room called Aditi Dimri, who's working on women's health, and he asked everyone to write one line that would hook people onto their project, and her line was so memorable. Her line was that there is a 50% chance that I will get breast cancer. And powerful line. Yeah. And then, to give a sense of the concrete over the abstract, one woman gave this abstract line that as a woman entrepreneur, people often tell me that I can't succeed. And Prem and I felt that's too abstract, let's make it concrete. And Prem's line about himself was, when I was 8 years old, my father told me that one day I would be begging at the traffic signal outside the house, which is a mind-blowing example of concrete over abstract and also kind of heartbreaking. Now, my sort of question, and this is something that my writing students ask me about AI, that we are creative people, on the one, and they often hold these simultaneous positions that are contradictory. One is AI can never be creative like us, and the other is AI is going to take away our jobs, right? And both of them obviously can't be true. And I do believe that one day AI will write, monkeys will produce Shakespeare at will. I do believe that. To me, that is not a worry for a couple of reasons. Reason number one is that, look, even if it does that, your thin desire of getting validation is under threat, because AI will be churning out great books. How do you compete with that, right? But your thick desire, I want to tell a story, I want to write, no one can take that away from you. That is point one. But point two is more important than what you alluded to, is that AI can help you become a better storyteller. It will give you these structures within which you can express your creativity. Like often when people talk about, writing a novel, people talk about two kinds of approaches. There is the architect who is designing everything in advance, 40 rooms, each room has this many square feet, everything is immaculate, right? And people who are doing like plot-driven crime novels will have a post-it for every chapter, bullet points for each dot. And then there are gardeners. And gardeners don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just pottering around and hoping something happens. And the great novelist E.L. Doctorow once said that, it is okay to drive just by the light of the headlights. You can make the whole journey that way. So, Delhi fog in winter, all you can see is your headlights.
Yes.
And I am thinking that what AI can do, what technology can, or forget AI, what even computational thinking can do
Yes.
is do the default architecture within which you can do your gardening with great creativity and kind of still, get it right. Is that how you...
Exactly. I think you nailed it. I always see this as computational creativity is about architecting multiple small gardens.
Mm.
And every single one of those gardens, some of them, you're going to outsource that. You're going to ask somebody else to take care of it. Could be AI, could be something that you outsource, something that you use open source. You build on somebody else, right? I think, creative people sometimes very casually forget that nothing happens on a blank slate. Right, the inspiration for every song is somewhere. It's a novel. It's a life situation. It's a similar structure from somewhere. So people are forever inspired. It's just that they often don't implicitly recognize the fact that they were inspired. In the same way that I gave ChatGPT a really smart prompt, and then it gave me something, and I took that, I edited a bit. Somehow creative people think that seems like cheating, but no, not really. All it did is make that entire process that you were anyway doing more productive
and
right?
explicit.
Exactly. Earlier you had to spend time, you had to go to visit places. So somebody like a Wodehouse had to literally visit Lake District to get inspired by that flowers. Who knows? A poem can strap on an Oculus and visit that place virtually and get the same inspiration. Or for that matter, maybe ask ChatGPT to give descriptive or botanical information about flowers that he can then turn into a poem. Right. So the point is that there's now a million ways in which you can use AI into the workflow of creativity. That's not really cheating. It's just that being more productive than in the world where you have to be extraordinarily privileged to have access to all of the things that can inspire you. And then you never actually credit those inspirations. So that's really what's happening.
So here's
in this
this thing, okay? Where did the transition into art happen, right? So now there's this age-old argument about craft and art.
Yeah.
And a lot of artists have this withering contempt for craftsmen, right? So he's just a craftsman. But this is so evident in cooking. When I started cooking, much inspiration from you, I was a stumbling beginner, and then eventually once you mastered the craft of it, once you got the skill, you become audacious enough to apply your templates, modify your templates. Every once in a while, often by accident, you come up with something which is amazing. You've never eaten something like that.
Yeah.
We were, fiddling around the other day, and we did some pork thing, and it was out of this world. Yeah.
I have a story about this, but finish.
Yeah. So my thing is, do you think that AI will, really lead to a mushrooming of art rather than sort of dumbing it down as people?
Yeah, absolutely. It will also expand our definition of what art is, right? And in a weird way, I think there is also this, and I think definitely you did discuss this in your episode with TM Krishna, right? All too often, the distinction between art and craft may purely be down to class and completely subjective need for richer people or the richer, powerful people in society to wall off and create things that are exclusive to them, right? I mean, you can actually see this in across history. Right now, sourdough bread is like considered the posh hipster thing for you to eat. That was actually what the peasants ate back in the Middle Ages.
Yes.
Because only the rich could afford the flawless factory-made white bread. And today, white bread is considered the poorest of the poor, non-nutritious, poisonous sort of stuff, right? And that people have a problem with. So in that sense, almost always, even if you look at luxury goods now, right? Even if you look at the travel industry, this is very curious. So as wealth grows, people then start flocking to the places that you would consider to be premium tourist destinations. And the first thing that happens is that the millionaires and the billionaires stop considering those tourist destinations anymore. Right now, we've reached a point where billionaires basically now buy their own islands and go chill out there. They're not coming to the Monacos or the usual, the Switzerland and all that. The Switzerland is now largely just people with Shah Rukh Khan and Yash Chopra nostalgia.
Yeah.
Right? Who basically go to Switzerland. The millionaires are not going there, right? So in that, likewise, I think, as TM Krishna speaks about classical music itself, what is classical music? Classical music is a bunch of rich people saying this is classical. That's what it is. There is nothing more to it. right? There is nothing about a folk art form or a popular pop art form or Ilayaraja's music or Rahman's music that does not make it classical. There is no intrinsic value judgment. I would actually argue that there are Ilayaraja compositions that have 100 times more sophistication than the most advanced Carnatic compositions purely from a music theoretical standpoint. But what makes it classical is because a bunch of rich people say, yeah, this is classical, and I get to build a posh auditorium and I get to keep the plebs out.
Yeah.
That's when it is the moment it's weird, because what's happening now is that my generation was the first generation of people who learnt music, who were comfortable with Carnatic artists singing in films. So my parents' generation, the biggest scandal of their time was Yesudas going away from the Carnatic world and starting to sing in Hindi and Malayalam films. It was considered to be a betrayal of sorts, right?
Demeaning.
The but then my generation is like Unni Krishnan and you name everyone. Everybody's doing both. And now those people are on TV judging people singing film songs, right? And then telling them this raga is wrong and that raga. So it's just that I think at any generation, you're almost always going to see that art, for instance, almost always has a certain subjective class judgment. We say it's art because we say it is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we saw a very curious demonstration of it during the entire crypto, bubble, if you will, the Bored Ape and all those sorts of NFTs and so on. Why is that so valuable? It's because a bunch of internet people thought it was valuable. It's the same phenomenon at hand when somebody says that John Cage is 4 minutes 33 seconds, which is basically 4 minutes and 33 seconds of silence, as one of the great musical pieces. The point of that entire 4 minutes 33 seconds was essentially that the orchestra would come, sit, and not play. What the audience experiences is any other fidgeting sounds, people coughing, audience coughing. That's the symphony. That was his definition of the symphony. Now again, is this art? Right? So, or Sheldon Pollock, where basically looks like people took a bunch of buckets of paint and then splashed it on a large canvas worth millions of dollars, right? So in some sense, I think, I've always felt that craft is the more important thing, because there is no art without craft,
yes.
Right? Picasso had to learn to really do photorealistic stuff before he started doing the Guernica and the other things, the abstract stuff. And likewise, so I think, but most people then undervalue and disrespect crafts. And we use the term craftsman, I think we were briefly speaking about how the distinction between a mechanic and an engineer is basically a mechanic is the craftsman.
And the engineer is
right.
the
engineer.
artist.
Now, the problem now is that there are places in India where in an ideal world, an engineer would have been a mechanic at some point of time and then became an engineer with years of experience and the meta knowledge of understanding how these systems work. So he's able to visualize what the system will do without actually touching it. That's what an engineer was, right? But not anymore. Now we have basically people who've never touched or screwed a nut or a bolt in their lives, but they're the engineers earning like 10 times more, but the craftsman is not. And it's very, very curious, because I think Professor Andrew McAfee from MIT, he once asked a question about how which of these jobs do you think is more easily automatable by AI? And he asked this 10 years back. An investment banker in Wall Street or a plumber? We know the answer now.
Yeah.
The investment banker, what he does is basically data analytics, which machine learning algorithms are really, really good at.
Like, and much better than humans.
Most trades are now actually done by algorithms. That shouting on the stock floor exchange is an image that we all have in mind. Rarely happens, right?
But it was awesome. I have a good story about that.
Yeah. So this point is that what he says is that maybe now, because of the rise of this kinds of AI, we may, hopefully, again, it depends on a lot of other factors, get to the point where we are genuinely able to appreciate the genuine complexity of certain things. Like, for example, why is a nurse paid less than a doctor? Why is a kindergarten teacher paid less than a university professor? It is impossible to automate what they do, because they have tremendous human complexity where every scenario is unique. And you have to react uniquely. And those are classic examples of, sorry boss, can't build a better model. Every house plumbing works differently.
Yes.
The plumber deals, when he walks into a house, you're not going to see a plumbing robot anytime soon, because, well, every house will have a different species of dog, different species of cat and kids and other environments, other changes, different food, blocking the pipes and so on, that you literally have to rely on the classic human sense of, can I make sense of the world with minimal knowledge? Right? So people keep asking me, what is this whole, is going to replace, is this artificial general intelligence? Boss, it takes $10 billion and the entire contents of the internet to train that GPT chatbot, right? A human being basically gets a tiny infinitesimal fraction of that training, we seem to be good at simply just taking that, taking some risks, learning from that and moving on. And so that seems to be, that is where jobs like plumber, nurses, kindergarten teachers are all jobs that involve every day is different. Whereas an investment banker, like literally, software guys literally doing the same thing every day.
So
and getting paid more for it.
I have a story and a question. The story is about what young Narayan was talking about cooking, okay? Which is that one day, and I reversed my type 2 diabetes by, going on keto plus 1 meal a day. And at 1 meal a day, I'd cook between 6 and 8. And during that process of experimenting 3-course meals, I came up with an entirely new dish, which I will now christen Stranger in Prawns. It involved basically you marinate, jumbo prawns in olive oil, gochugaru, which is a Korean spice, and Stranger in Sun's gin. That specific gin, let me tell you, though in a blind taste I couldn't tell you otherwise, but that specific gin. And then eventually you cook it in bird's eye chili, olive oil and butter, and it is incredible. So it blew my mind when I first made it because I thought two things. One, I thought this is the best prawn I've ever had. And two, I thought fucking hell, I made it. Right? Complete accident. Yes. But then my good friend Narayan Shenoy came over, right? So I made it for him and he said he was blown by the same two things. That fucking hell, best prawn I've ever had, and fucking hell, Amit made it. And then he said, I will make this for Sheila, who, as everyone knows, the most loved wife in India.
Oh, yes.
So the next day he calls me. He says, I made your prawns gochugaru for Sheila. She loved it. I said, Acha, really? You made the same thing? He said, well, I went to the store. They didn't have gochugaru, so I used gochujang. Yeah. Now, gochujang is like completely fucking different from gochugaru. Completely. It's on the other end. Right? It's a sweet kind of pasty kind of thing. I don't like it very much. Yes. So I said, okay, so you made prawns gochujang. He said, well, actually there wasn't prawns, so I used chicken. So, everything kind of completely turned around. Correct. So that is our good friend. And the next time I met Sheila, she's like, Amit, thank you for teaching him that. And I didn't have the heart to say that I had nothing to do with teaching him whatever the fuck he made. Yes. Right. But my point about art and craft is actually one I keep coming back to. And while Krishna, of course, that's an extremely important insight. Yeah. I'll add something to that I'll make a different point I keep making about art and craft is that we call something art only when the process of making it is not explicit. Right? So if craft is something that you can replicate and teach someone to do, ye to craft hai. But if it seems mystical, you call it art. But actually it is craft only, except that you don't understand how the brain is doing what it is doing. But it is only craft and nothing else. Now, turning to LLMs, like my whole argument is the three of us sitting here have been trained on LLMs which are much smaller than what GPT is trained on.
What are you saying?
Our ability to process is far less than GPT, right? So these are like completely obviously going to do everything better than us. Yeah. And we make the mistake of thinking that, we are creative, they can't be, because we don't realize that there's, creativity is just something that we haven't understood, but it doesn't mean that it can't be grokked. And I want to ask you therefore a question about music. Yes. That music is always the example I use, that it's going to be super easy for AI to do the best music ever. Yeah, simply because it is ultimately a matter of computational thinking. Yep. Certain combinations of notes hit certain neurons in the brain and make you feel a certain way, whether it's melancholic or excited or horny or what. Can music make you feel horny? I guess
very much, yes.
Very much. Okay, I will ask you for concrete examples of what makes you feel horny. But so what do you kind of then think of that? Because I think all the great art can easily come from AI because we are showing extreme hubris when we behave as if there is something special about us. On the contrary, what we are doing is pretty routine for AI, but we are so fucking stupid we don't understand it and we call it creativity and art when it's just craft and computational thinking.
True. So I think, like, for example, so before we jump into music, let's maybe briefly talk about, say, Midjourney, right? Stable diffusion and so on, right? There it's fun. Like, if you basically take the net sum of all visual images that you have on the internet and then have this algorithm spending millions of dollars on GPU costs, really doing matrix multiplication at every pixel level, you're going to end up with something that can generate some stunning art. That's just going to be natural, right? Yes, of course, notwithstanding the finger problem and all that. That again is a training data problem, right? So the reason why these AI regularly distort fingers is because The problem is that finger is at different angles in all the photos we have. So the AI finds it hard to generalize the fact that if basically we had 10 million images of just people holding their hands like this, then it would actually do better. But even then, the problem is it has a hard time imagining what would this look like, because our hands are insanely flexible in that sense, right? So we kind of understand those limitations. Music is actually, in my experience, it's always been a very weird art in the first place, right? So we know that when you watch a movie, right? When you watch a movie, there are different parts of your brain being engaged, right? So you're listening to the voice. There's the visual cortex because you're seeing the colors, the images. So all of these things, and then you are interpreting that in that sense, right? So that's when you play a video game or a movie. That's what it is. And in a video game, there's one more layer because you are literally in it far more than you are in a movie, right? It's one more thing. And likewise, I think the spoken word is again different. It's pure because humans have been speaking for the longest amount of time. It's a very uniquely human skill, and there's a part of the brain especially evolved for that. Music is weird because one, there is music that has no words, and it still seems to work. A Mozart symphony or a Beethoven's symphony and so on. There is instrumental music. So it's a weird thing. So there is no specific part of the brain that clearly says, yeah, I'm going to understand these specific ratios of strings that then Pythagoras spoke about, saying that if you divide a string by 2, you get the octave, and then you divide it by...
And there is no evolutionary reason for it also, right?
Exactly,
it gives
right? It's just absolute freak of geometry and probably ear geometry for the most part, right? So it's saying that the way those sound frequencies resonate and the way they resonate inside your ear chamber and your cochlea, there seems to be some connection to, this is that note. And the weird thing is that every society has independently come up with the same 12 notes. Because these are all the same, based on the same physics, the same sort of ratio of when you pluck a string, right? So the same thing, right? And every time there would be a hole in a bamboo tree and wind would go through and they would hear the origin of the flute. And then you would recognize that, you know what, I can create different resonance frequencies by adding holes at specific distances. And it's just a classic thing. Every society independently has invented the flute and string instruments and the same set of notes, right? Because of the ratios involved. So therefore, compared to say films and others, music has been a remarkably fertile piece of creative output from a very small set of rules. So there are very, very limited set of phrases that you can actually make that work. There are limited set of harmonies that actually work, right? Atonal jazz apart, right?
John Cage apart.
John Cage apart. That's why when people criticize pop music as that the same four chords can describe literally 70% of songs. That's it. If you try another chord structure, that song, unfortunately, will not go viral. So I think the particular thing with music, the way I see it, is that like the Max, what's that Swedish guy? The guy who cracked the algorithm of virality of music, right? Who basically produced all of the top hits like in the last decade or something.
I've spoken about him, linked him from the show notes, but I'm an old man, I've forgotten the name.
Yeah, Max Martin.
That sounds like it.
So they've nailed down essentially what sort of sonic pattern, the choral styles, the right down to the frequencies, nailed down that formula, right? Now, what AI is going to be able to do pretty shortly is to basically do large-scale parallelized A/B testing. And it can generate 1,000 variations of a pop song. And then A/B test it and see which one actually works. And then learn from that. And then make more of that. So in the short term, what will happen is that musicians will start to use these tools as way of generating content faster. That can get us. Musicians used to famously do drugs, go to some random places. Yeah. 1 year, 2 years, Pink Floyd would take 5 years to come out with an album. That's not going to work, right? So people are going to be able to churn out stuff over a weekend. And then by AI itself, more people are going to be generating more music. So in that sense, in a weird way, it reminds me of how photography largely kind of disappeared as some fancy art the moment the smartphone camera became decent enough.
Yeah.
Right? There was a point of time, we all remember, pre-iPhone era, internet era, the guy lugging the SLR, right, and sitting around in weird angles and taking photos was a special person, right?
There's a Japanese saying from the 1980s, if you want to make a man a pauper, gift him a camera.
Yeah.
Because just all the film and all that, he's finished.
Film and then lenses, and it's an endless thing, right? And then all of a sudden now you can make movies on your iPhone or Android phone, right? So in that sense, I think music is particularly vulnerable to this because it is genuinely an art form built on an edifice of a very tiny set of rules. So all the rest of the thing that we consider art in music has to do with the personality of the artist and sometimes the words and the context and the context of blues coming from slavery. It's all of that. The underlying music of blues, every song is the same. Musically speaking, they're all the same, right? So then it becomes about the words, it becomes about the poetry and so on. And even there, when it comes to words, more people can now write decent poetry if they know how to use these tools, right? So the whole point is that, as you rightly said, a musician plus AI will make a better musician. A poet plus AI will make a better poet, a far, far better poet. And it will also obviously increase the number of mediocre poets and the mediocre musicians, obviously, right? There's just going to be more content out there. And that's good, right? I mean, it is now, for example, the industry has made it so hard. Like, for example, if I wanted to teach science and I just randomly felt like using a piece of music somewhere. Now I can't, right? Without paying expensive royalty to someone. I can't. There are many artists who I cannot make a cover version because they've simply denied the right to make a cover version and so on, right? So it's just that those kinds of things will largely disappear.
Yeah. So also fewer and fewer people now need to know the entirety of a body of craft in order to produce art. That eye pencil thing that you mentioned, nobody knows. Soon no one will really know how to make music, but everyone will be making music.
And in a weird way, I think every generation, they get worried about what basic skills people are losing, right? My parents' generation was Clark's tables. You don't know how to do logarithms. Boss, we have scientific calculator. I don't need to use that, right? And it was a tool designed for a time when we did not have scientific calculators. So you wanted to multiply
and
large
the last
numbers.
Generation that used
Clark's
log tables.
So you wanted to do this large arithmetic calculations. It's a shortcut. It's an engineering shortcut, which you don't need, which you can just completely give up the moment you have calculators. Same thing with maps and navigation and all of that, right? People needed to have the skill east, west. How is the city laid out? How do I read this map? I used to have a iShare city map of Delhi when I was living there, right? And you had to know which quadrant to look at, turn to that page and then find out where it is, which road. So it needed a special skill, like people knowing how to operate a VCR back in the day, right? And now nobody just cares. You just plug in your address and nobody would argue that navigation is a skill you need to have. Right, the onus now is on making sure that maps doesn't, take you and make you fall off a cliff and so on. Right, so that's basically you're putting the onus, like how cloud computing takes the onus of dealing with computer hardware and servers from every software guy and says, no, it's now the problem of only three companies, which is Microsoft, Amazon and Google. And that's it. All the rest of you focus on the software, let them focus on that problem.
One of my friends made the great observation that the generation that is, born 10 years ago will never know what it is to get lost. Speaking to the map, saying another useless skill none of us have, right? We are actually the last generation that remembered phone numbers. Yeah. Today I only remember 2 phone numbers, which is like by inertia from the past, but unless you're some kind of crazy geek, you will simply not know. And a great thing that this also points out is how we are slaves to our brains. We speak of free will and all of that, but we are slaves to our brains in the sense certain notes will make us feel a certain way and there is really nothing we can do and there's no value judgment to that. Yeah. And this also resonates with, you made a video on dairy milk, how they changed the shape of the little chocolate from a square thing to a rounder thing. Yeah. And everyone thought, they've added sugar. When they hadn't, only because round things taste sweeter. Yeah. And you had made a point about, Boo Boo and Kiki. Kindly explain Boo Boo Kiki point.
Boo Boo and Kiki actually is sort of like this famous... So as we are understanding the brain better and better, right? The one thing that's becoming painfully obvious is that our brain is riddled with cognitive fallacies, shall we say, a predisposition to fall for these fallacies. Right, and particularly optical illusions are some of the craziest things.
You know it, and you still fall for it.
And you will still fall for it, right? And again, as I said, the most mind-blowing fact about that is that the latency between your retina receiving a photon and it sending the message, that latency is too slow for you to process the world in real time. And so the brain is actually, therefore, uses a model to try and create an image of what it's likely to be. It's like a neural network, right? So it's based on past information. Yeah. Can I predict what the next...
The blind spot while driving.
Right. So literally everything you see is basically your mind projecting what you're seeing and not actual reality, if you will, right? So we regularly get into blind spots because of that. So the fascinating thing here is that in the last 20, 30 years, particularly in this area of food, there is this new interdisciplinary field called gastrophysics. This idea of how the combination of brain, visual, these things, the presentation of the food, and how your brain reacts to certain things in terms of flavors, aroma, textures, and all of that. Most famous user of gastrophysics is Heston Blumenthal, right? And in fact, the person who came up with the paper about the whole round shapes and straight shapes is Charles Spence, who was the advisor of Heston Blumenthal. He's used to be the science consultant for creating those Heston Blumenthal experiences. Like, he'll come and give you like oysters, and there will be the small thing that will generate a bunch of molecules that are redolent of the sea coast of some place. Right, so he's creating that sort of experience, right?
And there'll be sounds also.
There'll be sounds and gentle sounds of waves and water and all of that, high quality speakers, right? So they're creating these synesthetic experiences because we've recognized that flavor is actually a very multi-dimensional, very hard to model sense. It's not a single sense, right? It's a combination of taste and aroma and sight and even the sound, right? So, like for example, you will like it as a mechanical engineer, right? When you eat a pani puri, right? The crunch of a crispy pani puri is bulk of that sound is actually in the non-audible range. So it's well above 20,000 hertz, the high frequency ones, right? And so we can't actually hear it. We hear the ones below that. And the difference between a soggy potato chip and a crisp potato chip or a crisp pani puri is chemically not much, except that there is slightly less water, and so you get that crunch. And your brain processes crunch as a sign of freshness, because historically, evolutionarily, a crunchy fruit is likely to be healthy. A mushy fruit is likely to be rotten and kill you, right? And so even people who are hard of hearing, who cannot hear, can sense crispness because the higher frequencies travel through the bone. So you can literally feel the crunch of a pani puri regardless of whether you can hear or not.
Beethoven famously used to listen to his music through his teeth.
Through his teeth, and you can sort of hear those vibrations and so on, right? So in that sense, I think there are another example is the boo-boo kiki thing, right? So like we also look at certain sounds and we associate them with certain shapes in our head, right? A ba generally sounds rounder than a ka sound, which sounds sharper, right? It is impossible to sort of really explain why, but it's just the way it is. Very similarly, Charles Spence found out that for the same amount of sugar, a rounder shape tastes sweeter than an angular jagged shape, because angular jagged shapes tend to evoke sourness more than sweetness. And so when Cadbury changed basically their dairy milk to slightly rounded, despite not changing the entire recipe,
Formulation.
People were like outraged, saying that you guys made it too sweet, you guys are adding needlessly more amount of sugar, and they had to come and clarify that no, that was not true. And then this paper came out explaining that, well, this is why our brains tend to process it this way. And it's very hard to explain why, but that's just the way it is.
So Boo Boo versus Kiki, you would imagine Boo Boo to be a nice
roly-poly person, right? So people, the moment you hear a name with a ba sound, you automatically think this is a rounder person.
This is very sad, and it's also about how nomenclature could be destiny, because I would normally never reveal this, but one of my childhood nicknames which my mother gave me was Boo-boon. So Boo-boo comes in there, and look at my weight now. I'm losing. Yeah, she named me like Kiki or something. It could have worked. And what you said about food also, there's that thing about tomato juice. The tomato juice tastes much better in flights, which is why it is consumed so much than on the ground, because your taste buds experience them differently because of the different air pressure. Or whatever the case might be.
So low moisture and the lower air pressure in a flight actually makes your taste buds about 30-40% less sensitive. And so what happens is that the dryness basically makes them a lot less sensitive. And so normally cooked food will taste bland in an airplane. So normally now chefs have adjusted to that to add more salt, more sugar, more sour, so that the food tastes good. So normally when you like I like this airlines, the good chance that they're probably adding like a unhealthy amount of salt to make it taste palatable. So tomato juice is unique because it is a weird kind of sour, especially more specifically the Bloody Mary mix, which is salty. So the most widely consumed cocktail in a plane is Bloody Mary. That's a weird thing, right? Again, because it's tomato juice, and the add-on effect of the hard alcohol also mutes taste buds even more. So that drink particularly needs even more salt. And so what happens is that almost all of the tomato juice is consumed in flight, because that sourness comes down to just the point where you're able to tolerate it. And here's the other interesting thing. So sometimes when things have two different flavors there'll be a dominant flavor and a less dominant flavor. Our brains sometimes cannot parallel process. So they'll only pick up the dominant one and ignore. So classic childhood example, all of you would have gone through. You've eaten amla, right? And then you drink water. It tastes
Sweet.
Why does it taste sweet? Interesting thing is that amla sourness comes from citric acid and all the acids it has, right? So acids are sour, right? That is the dominant taste. But citric acid specifically also has another trick up its sleeve. It fits into the sweet taste receptors. So it tricks your brain into thinking it is sweet also. What happens when you drink water is that you're increasing the pH. So now your brain is like, I'm not saying, so it's not really focusing on the sourness. The sourness is like not the prime. The sweetness now comes through. What happens with tomato is that tomato has two predominant is sour. Second is, again, everybody's favorite demon, glutamate of MSG fame, right? Tomato has a ton of free glutamates, but not enough to dominate the sour taste. So once you can't taste sour, umami comes through. So people find tomato drinks to be very savory. It's like almost drinking like sort of like a meat gravy. So, but the same thing when they drink on the ground, it will just taste quite terrible.
And just to sort of double click on the sound thing also, like one of webinars in my writing course is about sound.
Yes.
And the interesting thing is that hard sounds and soft sounds play out in a certain way in the real world. For example, words that end with vowels are soft sounds, right? So Aditi, Mohini, Narendra, Modi, okay, not those two. But generally, you will notice that girls' names in South Asia will often end with a vowel, right? Because it's a soft sound and softness is associated, for right or wrong, whatever, that's a different argument, with femininity. And boys' names will often end with harder sounds like Amit, Ashok, Narendra, and so on and so forth, which is one interesting observation. And in this great book called A Poetry Handbook by Mary Oliver, she gives an example of how it plays out in the real world. Now imagine you are watching a movie, right? You go to a cinema theater, the movie's about to start, it starts, but two people a row behind you are talking, right? How do you handle this? Your first gambit could be to turn around and say, hush. Now this is such a soft sound, hush. That is too gentle. If you say this to a stranger, it'll seem like you're hitting on them, right? Is what you say to a little baby who's playing by your knee and you say, uncle is cooking a stranger in prawns, hush. Now what I would typically do is I'll turn around and I'll say, please be quiet. Now the quiet ends in a hard sound, the t. It's emphatic, but please be are soft sounds. So it's getting the message across, but in a polite way. So please be quiet is fine. Unless you're in a cinema theater in Noida or Gurugram, you're not going to get stabbed for this. Apologies for my stereotypes. But I think Amit's stereotypes are acceptable in Chennai. So I'll go with it. And typically, if they don't listen, I'll have to turn around and say something like, shut up. And it's just hard sounds, the t and the p, shut up, right? And writers know this. See, computational thinking, that writers know soft sounds and hard sounds. So when Shakespeare wants to make an impact, he will say, now is the winter of our discontent.
Yes.
This is why Bob Dylan will say, the answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind, not blowing in the breeze, which doesn't have that same impact. You want to end with something emphatic, hard sound. You want something flowy and gentle, softer sounds. And even if writers are not always planning this because they've internalized this, it becomes intuition. The computational thinking is working in the background, and foolish people who don't know anything will call it art.
Yeah, exactly. And the whole sound thing also reminds me of how, like, for example, particularly Sanskrit is phenomenally flexible when it comes to the interplay of sound, right? And because you can say the same thing in many ways, it allows you to compose poetry that there are some remarkable examples of how you can follow some of the most crazy sound rules. Like, for example, I need an alternate hardened sound, right? And I also need every fourth syllable, I need a rhotic sound. You can do those kinds of things, right? The most common example that I...
Did you just say erotic sound?
Rhotic, right? So R
fine, but that horny question is pending. You got to tell me what makes you horny.
So for example, Adi Shankara is the whole Aigiri Nandini, right? So Aigiri Nandini Nandita Medini Vishwa Vinodini. So the cadence of that, right, is just remarkable. And if you look at the whole thing, you'll find that the way where the stress comes will keep varying based on what he wants to do. And so there are some remarkable examples of this kind of stuff that's sometimes even harder in English. to replicate, because this is designed primarily around this sort of thing, and because the word order doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
And because it's all tenses are inbuilt into the words, and so you can actually play around with it. So it's quite a lot of remarkable stuff.
Tell me about your experience of doing Sanskrit metal. How,
Yes.
how did it? Was it a great form and a great language for the rhythms of metal?
No, so the way it worked was that it was in a sense that I always enjoyed learning. I did learn Sanskrit in school, and obviously sort of lost touch with it as I was getting out and out of college and so on. It felt to me that one way of keeping in touch with the language, many people try. The problem is that sometimes the only way to keep in touch with that language is to go down the religious path, right? I mean, you read the Vedas and read, all that sort of stuff. And that I was not interested in. It didn't appeal to me. And so I was like, are there, to use a particularly negative word, secular ways of appreciating the language, if you will, because it's such a strong liturgical language that sometimes there is like little pop culture in that language. Of course, you could like read Kalidasa and all that, but it also required you to be reasonably good at it before you could do that, right? And so it struck me that for me, so one of the things I often do is I use a personal what I call it's a nice aside, the creation consumption ratio. So for me, if I'm spending half an hour watching something, I need to spend half an hour creating something, right? So it's how I keep that balance so that I'm not endlessly doom scrolling and just consuming content and watching more YouTube and watching Netflix, but not actually creating anything, right? Listening to music, but not making music. So in that sense, for me, I always naturally, rather than consuming stuff to learn, I always prefer making stuff to learn. And in this case, it's like, okay, fine, let me take a simple song, a heavy metal song that I enjoy. And in this case, it turned out to be Rammstein's Du Hast, right? Again, the lyrics are quite straightforward. And thankfully, I'd learned German before. It wasn't too hard. And essentially, the lyrics themselves are a parody of the wedding vows. So du hast mich gefragt. So you have asked me, and I have said no, right? And will you take me to be your whatever 9, right? Will you till death do us part 9? So it's basically a parody of the wedding vows. That's what the song is, right? And so it seemed like very straightforward, and high school Sanskrit was enough to get that translated. I had to use the help of internet dictionaries and so on, but I eventually got it translated, got it reviewed by a friend of mine who was much better at Sanskrit and so on. And then I just said, fine, now let me make a slightly Carnatic heavy metal adaptation, but it shouldn't sound very Carnatic like the cheesy internet stuff. It still should sound like the Rammstein song, but it will have, instead of the keyboard solo, I played a violin solo, like for example, right? And then so that's how the whole thing began. And the interesting, funny story with that song was that once that sort of mildly went viral, a wedding planner in Bhopal contacted me. And he said, sir, I really loved this song. I would like to play it. I want permission for our DJ to play this song at the weddings he's doing in Bhopal, right? And I was like, sure. I mean, like we can figure out what your IP rates are, etc. Then he's like, no, I will give you free promotion, right? I don't have to pay you. I'll give you free promotion because you will get a lot of people will hear it, etc., etc. He wanted to use that logic. So in generally, then I said it's fine, but do you also realize that this is a song that is literally basically making fun of the wedding vows, right? A parody of wedding vows, and it's faithfully translated into Sanskrit. And you're going to play that at a wedding. His answer was, nobody understands Sanskrit. They would just like the sound of it. So anyway, that was that interesting aside, right? So that people just like hearing Sanskrit and they think it's holy.
But can we play a bit of that song now? You'll get exposure. We can play it.
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
done.
I'll give you all my music is there on SoundCloud anyway. It's there on iTunes as well. I'll give you absolute rights have been cleared for you to play.
Marvelous. So guys, listen to this.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
This is how it began, and then with that song, then obviously I got a little bit more bold. Then I permanently said, look, I probably need to find a collaborator who's a little bit better, and then we would jointly sit and translate more and more harder songs till we reached Pink Floyd's High Hopes. I was like, oh no, the imagery and all of that, there's any literal translation will just seem silly.
Yeah.
Right? Again, not that people understand Sanskrit, but at least, for personal satisfaction, right? So for that alone, I had to reach out to a professor of Sanskrit who actually, strangely enough, as a pet project, she gladly did it for free. And she said, this is lovely. I wanted to do this. And she then would ask me and say, what did he mean by this random vague reference to some Oxford meadow somewhere in some Pink Floyd song? What did he actually mean? And then I had to go through blogs that explained Pink Floyd imagery and said, no, this is actually a drug reference. And then she says, okay, so then I will convert that appropriately to some Sanskrit soma, some drug reference. And a lot of these things had to be adapted. And it was just a great fun exercise, right? I mean, I just enjoyed that entire process. I didn't really care about how well it would do. It was a great fun. And in the sense, by the time I finished that album, I recognized that I had effectively learnt more Sanskrit than I had during my entire school life. Right? Because school life was basically memorizing a bunch of things to crack an exam. And Sanskrit is famously very logical,
and you kind of gamified it.
And you can, if you're good at memorizing stuff, I think, there's nothing to, there's no creativity. You're not actually writing essays. That's it. I wish somehow, I feel that in retrospect, I wish I'd actually maybe studied Tamil or Hindi as a second language, because in those languages, you have to think, you have to write, you have to describe, you have to make your own stuff. No such thing. In Sanskrit, you're just basically parroting what is already done. You're doing some very basic translations. You're not really doing anything advanced at all.
So we'll play the Rammstein song now, and we'll play your Pink Floyd cover at the end of the episode, and
Yes.
I'll have the time codes in my show notes. An observation that leads to a question for both of you, and specifically might be a little bit of a troll for Mr. Shenoy. So let me see what you have to say about this. And that is that the one thing I've realized is that there is a reason Sanskrit and Latin are dead languages. And part of the reason is that they contain a lot of joy, but it's a lot of joy that geeks who go deep into it can understand. But simple people, don't use it in everyday conversation because it is not optimized for that.
Yeah.
Now, if you just look at English, it's a mix of beautiful languages. It's got influences from Greek, Latin, French, Anglo-Saxon, Persian, Hindustani, Jagannath from Jagannath. And typically, all great communicators know that it is the Anglo-Saxon words which are the most powerful,
Yes.
which is why you have Churchill saying we shall fight them in the streets instead of saying we shall combat them in the boulevards. No one in everyday speech says combat and boulevards. And combat, I think, must be a Latinate word. And one of the standard pieces of writing advice is avoid technical terms, which are all Latinate words, have evolved from Latin, and instead use simple Anglo-Saxon words that everybody understands.
Absolutely.
Right, which is why had you learned Hindi and Tamil, like you said, it would have been of practical use to you. Though having said that, a heavy metal album, what can be more practical than that? But my question
Yes.
for Narendra Bhai is that the one writer for whom this doesn't seem to apply so much is Mr. P.G. Woodhouse ji, because, and I will actually say Woodhouse ji because I can Indianize him. He could be Bengali, he could be Woodhouse ji, or, and the delight in Woodhouse is that unlike for most writing, the language is not a means to an end. It is an end in itself because of the joyful play that he's doing with it. So is it in that beautiful, halfway point between being geeky enough for geeks to enjoy, but not complex enough for ordinary people to kind of lose? So I'm just thinking aloud, but what are your thoughts?
My thing about Woodhouse is contrary to most people. So I'm on a couple of Woodhouse groups, and no offense if anyone is listening to it, they're very pedantic about
They're all
it,
listening
right?
to this. Everybody listens to CNS.
They're pedantic. They only chew on the language. But a lot of Woodhouse's funny stuff comes from the situations and the human experience. None of these people get that.
Yes.
And Woodhouse is far ahead of his time. There's one thing, one I don't remember even what book it is. So there's this guy named Packy. Packy is the hero.
Yeah.
And something happens, okay? And the line is, most people, when confronted with such a situation, would turn around and run. And Packy was such a person.
Exactly.
My language is secondary.
Or that
basically.
other line, she was a good maid as good maids go, and as good maids go, she went.
It sort of reminds me of Terry Pratchett also. Again, very similar in the Woodhouse mindset, right? And, and like one of your classic pieces of advice you give in your writing course about don't use adjectives, just describe it, use verbs and, just sort of describe the action, and that's far more engaging, right? So I've always remember there's this character called Perdita, who's a very obviously large stereotype of a opera singer, right? He's not describing her as fat. He's not using any of those or worse words like corpulent or something like that, right? And instead what he says is that Perdita, as opera singers do, was walking down the street when she came to a stop, and there were still some few outer regions still in a state of motion. So that's how we sort of she came to a stop, but there were still things moving, right? And I think, in that picture just makes you laugh, right? I think that is what I think in a sense it's also about describing those situations rather than actually the language itself.
It's very
right?
complex, and that's one thing I think which AI will be the last to crack is humor.
Yeah.
A certain kind of humor.
Certain category of humor.
Certain
Very,
category
yeah.
of humor.
Yeah, and a great point about adjectives and verbs. Like, how do you know I say that in my writing course? Have you done a writing course? Or
I have heard every single one of your podcast episodes, and what you don't realize is that the net sum of all the advice in your course,
is my writing course.
you have given it away for free if people have listened to your podcast.
Well, I'm flattered, and
Here's a way to save money, guys.
No, but that's advice I'd really give to everyone, because people misunderstand show don't tell. People think show don't tell means you have to describe something, which means adjectives.
Correct.
And that's completely wrong.
Yes.
Show don't tell means you show a character doing something.
Correct.
And with that, you indicate his state of mind, or you indicate something about him. Like, as for this corpulent lady, I love this phrase. I forget who it's from, but that person said, nouns name the world, verbs activate them.
Yes.
Right? And these are the two key things.
Yeah.
So whenever you want to bring life into something that you're writing, go for the concrete and use verbs.
Absolutely. Even that Anglo-Saxon example you gave, even in food, right? It's interesting how the word cow, sheep, goat, all of these are Anglo-Saxon words, simple Anglo-Saxon words. Beef, mutton, pork, these are all French words.
Fascinating.
So because after the Norman conquest, people don't realize that the English upper class was French speaking. It took them 200 years to eventually decide to deign to speak the local language, right? And so the terms they used ended up being, they were never really anywhere close to the animal at all, right? That was poor farmers and peasants doing that, right? They experienced the cow only as beef. They experienced the goat only as mutton, right? So those are all of the French origin words, and then you see the... Yeah,
so basically, Hinduism got it right by favoring the Anglo-Saxon. We like cows, but we don't like beef.
Yes, we are for the...
Yeah. We are for the... Narayan, I want to ask you about, we mentioned, the upper class only seeing, the beef and the whatever, and us, the upper caste over here would be exactly the opposite way around. No beef, cow is all fine and good. And you made an observation earlier before we began this recording, which I want to double click on, where you said that humanity has contempt for what others eat, and you pointed out, just elaborate more on
Yeah, so I just, I've seen, like, I've felt the contempt of vegetarian people for when I eat something like pork or beef. They're, then they're okay with chicken and they're somewhat okay with goat, but if I'm eating a pig or a cow, they have a great contempt for me, and it seems to wash away whatever else I might have said. So then I saw, we have, all of us Indians have this little seat of contempt for Chinese people because they eat lizards and snakes and cockroaches. So it's so natural. It's there. It's very deep.
Yeah, it's deep. Yeah. And it's interesting because one of the most provocative things I usually say in my food-related presentations is that food doesn't unite Indians. Food actually divides Indians.
Brilliant.
But we're just not willing to think about it. Sure, just saying we all like butter chicken, we all like paneer butter masala is one thing, right? That's not really. That's just restaurant food. It represents a tiny fraction of what we eat on a daily basis. And even if you, and I'm sure you've had Tony Joseph and others in your podcast as well. We Indians are basically a large number of basically largely inbred genetic groups, right? Because we marry within our caste, right? And for the last 2,000 years. So even now, even medical professionals now regularly struggle because every one of these groups has unique problems. They all react uniquely to medicines. They react uniquely to foods. We have different allergies. And so I remember, I think a friend of mine, we went to the hospital somewhere in Coimbatore, and he was slightly taken aback when the doctor asked, "Are you this caste?" He was like, "Why is caste relevant?" He says, "No, this is not a social thing. It's a medical thing. We know that if you're Chettiar, this is how diabetes works for you." Right? And so this essentially means that what we've ended up doing is that we've sort of created these small, tiny tribes. And it is, at least my hypothesis, that a big part of keeping tribal loyalty and that caste loyalty, food plays a big role. Because one of the hardest things for people to do is to eat food that is different from what they grew up eating. Because that's how the part of the brain that deals with flavor is the same part of the brain that makes memories and nostalgia. Because we have visual cortex, smell and all that. But flavor is all combinational. So it is basically the part of the brain that deals with it is the nostalgia part, right? And so when we say, I enjoy my mother's sambar, the sourness, the dal choice, the amount of heat, the salt is a very tiny part of that. The aromas are a part of that. But the physical presence of your mother, your kitchen, that surrounding, that is a part of that flavor memory. So that's why you can't really, it's very hard to enjoy food that you did not grow up eating.
Ghar ki dal murgi barabar.
Exactly, right? And the common example I give is that there is one molecule called trimethylamine, which essentially is produced by bacteria on the skin of fishes. The moment the fish dies, that bacteria multiplies and the fish starts, so the quintessential smell of fish is basically trimethylamine, right? Fishy smell, essentially, right? If you're from a seafood eating family, it's the warm and comforting smell of your mother's kitchen. If you're not, it's the nasty smell of a fish market. Exact same molecule having these two diametrically opposite effects. So what this means is that the moment you bring people up and say, this is what is good. This is what you will eat. And on top of that, Indians are famously will not allow you to eat in other people's houses.
Yes.
Even as a child, even when you might be okay to experiment, that's when they will make sure you can go to your friend's house, no eating. Non-veg friend, no eating there. Right? Muslim friend, no eating there. Christian friend, no eating there. So, and likewise, both ways, right? So it's not like so the problem here is that we've ended up creating people with insanely strong flavor memories that they believe are actually universal, but actually practically only applies to them and what they grow up eating. Which is why people on social media end up fighting over sambar is not supposed to have fennel, is a fight. Right? It just so turns out that Tambrams don't use fennel as a spice. That's all. If you did not grow up eating it, you're going to find that odd. Right? And so it's not just to do with fish or non-veg. People are literally divided at the level of, I will eat stuff with onion, I will not eat stuff with garlic, things underground I will not eat, this particular community will not eat brinjal, this particular community will not eat a specific vegetable on certain days. So the more food rules you have, the easier it is for you to maintain caste boundaries.
I never thought of it like that, but this is so profound.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
We've ended up creating people who are some of the most intolerant to any other kind of food. Indians are far more likely to go to the US and then seek out Indian restaurants and and not only that, it has to be vegetarian or it has to be Jain, it has to be whatever, right? And are far less likely to. There is maybe 15% of the population that generally is considered, if you look at the Gaussian distribution of people who are novelty seekers in food. They're a minority. The vast majority of people seek comfort. Comfort only comes from eating what you've always eaten. Which means that forget if the tur dal becomes some other dal, moong dal, it's not acceptable. Right? So if the sambar contained moong dal instead of tur dal, it's a deal breaker. Right? If no curry leaves were used, it's a deal breaker. Right? So I think that in a sense that I think food actually crazily divides us. So for example, I would sometimes tell some of my relatives that, look, just think about all your friends and think about why they are your friends. All the way. You're now 60 years old. You still have some friends. Why are all of them vegetarian? And why are all of them of that same community? Right? Did you not have people from other communities and other religions when you're school? Why did you not end up, in a sense that I would actually argue that have you ever eaten at that person's place? Have you ever, have you actually communed with someone and eaten their food, right? If you can't do that, then how is it that you build these kinds of relationships? So food actually really divides people and we don't recognize it.
Yeah.
The incredible nuance here is that, it's like it is not, one would imagine at a very basic level, that a particular chemical will hit everybody's brain the same way. But what you're saying is that there is combinatorics involved here. As neuroscientists say, neurons that fire together, wire together.
Yeah.
And then that shapes the way how you respond to food.
Correct.
And looking at an example of this, and I'm going to sort of turn to caste in a moment, and looking at the example of this, I did an episode with Chandrabhan Prasad ji on caste. And a number of great TILs, but one of them was that when he goes back to his village and he sees an elder in the family with diabetes, he celebrates.
Yep.
Because for them,
Yes.
it indicates that there is a certain kind of prosperity that has come together with diabetes, and that prosperity is worth celebrating, and the diabetes is fine, whatever, we're all going to die anyway. And just to sort of explain to listeners who might not be aware of that endogamy insight,
Yes.
in the Tony Joseph episode, in his book, he quotes David Reich, who also does similar genetic studies, as saying that if you're looking for a large population, the Han Chinese is a large population,
Yes.
but in India, you get thousands of small populations.
Exactly.
And this is because around 2000 years ago, and the date is important because before that, all our migrants from everywhere else were basically having a party. ठीक है, पूरा Tinder चल रहा था, everybody full on party.
Right,
But
yeah.
2000 years ago, you've got severe caste endogamy, and the ramifications of this, of course, are there on food and what Ashok described so well. It is also there on gender, because what happens when you have caste endogamy is that you have to control women's sexuality.
Yes.
And then that leads to a certain way of thinking and a certain controlling of norms and a drive towards, female seclusion. It leads to what the economist Alice Evans calls the honor income trade-off. So today, when you look at women's participation in the workforce, one of the reasons for that is that when a family reaches a level that both people don't have to work, the woman will stop working for the sake of honor, because a family can now afford what they quote unquote call honor.
Yeah.
And it's all dating back to that particular Hindu belt ideology of caste winning over circa 2000 years ago,
Yes.
and it continuing down this way. And both of you have, spoken about the differences in food. Narayan, I remember you talking once to me about how different castes will have different things.
Yeah, so
and
this is our
tell me a bit.
hypothesis, and we put that down as a project and never got anywhere with it. And the project was to go to a village and try and sample the food of different castes within that village.
Yeah.
And it'll be really interesting.
Your hypothesis from your experiences are they very different?
Yeah, I have really not. I've eaten a meal at a cobbler's house.
Yeah.
One of my friends, this cobbler used to work. I mean, he's from that cobbler caste. He used to work in his office, and he was getting married. So we went there, and they had, kept. So just the two of us, me and my friend, we drew all the way up to Ratnagiri, some small village, and it's a little hamlet of just cobbler people. Really basic thing. Wedding is happening, and there is food, and they bring different plates for us.
Yeah.
And there are things like paneer chili and things like that. Clearly they brought it from some faraway place.
They wouldn't eat that. Yeah. It's just for,
it's
they assume
just for the
that's
two
what
of
you're
us.
going to eat.
And my friend is a very strict vegetarian, so if he couldn't, the rest of these people were eating meat. So I said, can I eat? They were, there was chicken, there was beef, and I don't know what else. I remember chicken and beef.
Yeah.
And the flavor profile was really different. I've eaten
Yes.
chicken curry in Maharashtra, in that part of Maharashtra. Flavor profile was really different.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I don't remember it. I didn't register it much. But it's something I would like to go and do it again.
So even if you had tried to replicate it, you would have made something completely opposite from previous experience. This reminds me of this beautiful story. It really moves me every time I hear it. And the first time I heard it, Mukulika Banerjee, in her episode, speaks about how for her book on Pathans, brilliant book called The Pathan Unarmed, she was, this was like a PhD thesis turned into a book, took 10 years to write, but she spent a few months in Northwest Frontier Province trying to track down survivors of the Khudai Khidmatgar. Now that was this great non-violent movement, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, and they were basically shut down after partition because they opposed partition, right? So they didn't exist, and she was looking for surviving members, and her local guide was taking her from village to village in that province, trying to find old men who would remember. And typically, if there was an old man who was a Khudai Khidmatgar, he would say, maybe in that particular village, so many miles away, northeast of here, there is one guy, Yusuf, but I last saw him 40 years ago, and they were going like that. And what Mukulika noticed was that in all of these places, beef was cheap, so beef was plentiful, and chicken was very expensive, and every house would have one chicken for a special guest, and whenever she came, they would give her that one chicken because A, doesn't eat beef, and B, a special guest, mehman nawazi and all of that. And Mukulika felt bad about it, that she is, the most expensive thing she's eating. So she began eating beef just for that reason. And when she came back to India, she told her mother about this, who was a staunch Hindu. And her mother thought for a while and said, Bete, aapne theek kiya, ye to insaniyat hai.
Yeah.
And this moves me so much because to me, we are also this. And today we don't see enough of this, but we are also this.
See, all food is, the very definition of food is one form of life, killing and eating another form of life.
Yes.
That's literally it's really weird, right? So I think there's this interesting talk where someone said that there are only two things that can nourish us that do not involve the death of an organism. Only two things. Can you guys name the two things?
Milk
and honey. So in fact, the biblical land of milk and honey and so on. So in a weird way, it's like sort of like the only two things that do not involve the death of another animal. On a completely lighter note, the two things that vegans will not allow you to eat. So on that, yeah. So, but again, I love vegans, but I know they give me a lot of grief on Instagram, but otherwise I do love them. But yeah, so it's interesting how food in general, all rules about food are effectively actually mostly just cultural. They're not actually based on science. They're just purely, they are cultural, and they get into taboos because the taboos help you define that your identity, right? And so the moment you say that you eat something else, you've lost that identity, right? And within India, I think because of the fact that it's largely again a poor place, you will find that the cooking habits as you go down the economic ladder are not cultural choices but are purely economical choices. So you will often find, and interesting, I've seen a ton of YouTube videos, because the good thing about YouTube is that there's now content from every part of India, every social class as well, right? So you can sort of see what a specific rural community in Andhra Pradesh is cooking, and how that there's a 100-year-old lady who had a channel. I think recently passed away and so on. She cooks these things in the village side.
I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Right. And she would just pick up leaves and she would cook. You'd be surprised to find out that fancy spices, because your cardamom and badi elaichi and that stuff is expensive, boss.
Yeah.
Pepper, all those things are expensive.
Even now. Yeah.
So they use other alternatives. So they use lower, and also they use the poorer cuts of meat. They consume organs that we would not consume. And because they're consuming the poorer, harder, bonier organ meat, they are able to get a lot more flavor of those meaty. So when people people love Japanese food and think so much umami and all of that, it's because you haven't eaten that food. That's very similar. It has a very similar flavor profile, because you're actually getting a lot of that flavor from the marrow and from all of that, which are like super flavorful,
unmasked
fatty
by
acids.
spices.
And no spices, not masked by spices, because those spices are expensive. Right? So people think that India is just about spices. No, the lower down you go, they're not using expensive spices at all. Right? Maximum they might use chili powder and turmeric, which is sort of like universal. But you won't find cardamom, elaichi, cinnamon, and all those. Yes, of course, where it's cheap in Kerala, where it grows, of course they're going to use it. But not somewhere where nutmeg is
somewhere
not
in
going to be
Bihar,
available.
somewhere in UP, probably not.
Not going to happen, yes.
Here's a provocative question. Like recently, a friend of mine was having this vegetarian argument with me, and I said that listen, if I eat, if I eat goat meat, I've killed one goat. If you're having any vegetable, you've killed like literally perhaps millions of animals in the whole ecosystem of farming. I'm not even going into that argument that plants have feelings.
Correct.
But your thoughts?
No. So this has always been as someone who's been on Instagram doing food content for a year and a half. This is a front and center thing, right? No matter what you do, you post something on egg, there's going to be someone saying, no, caged hens, cruelty. If you post something on chicken, it's going to be the same thing. If it's going to be beef, it's going to be the same thing. Usually if it's beef, the argument will often be that it's bad for the planet and so on, right? So I've thought long and hard about it. So on the one hand, let's first address the medical and the health science about it. The honest reality is that you can be healthy on any kind of diet. How much you eat and the overall balance matters. Inuits actually just eat seal blubber and whale and no vegetables, and they're fine. Right? And there are people who eat a completely vegan diet and are fine. People who are on a keto diet and are fine. People who are low fat and are fine. So first and foremost is that you can be healthy on any kind of diet. Okay, that's number one. And not everyone responds the same way to food. There are some people who are allergic to soy who may not be able to consume soy. There are people who are allergic to dairy who may not be able to consume paneer as protein and so on. So everyone, and there are variations. Everyone reacts to the same stuff differently. There are people who process saturated fats better than others. There are others who, slightest amount of saturated fat, their heart is like blocked, right? And again, so there are variations, genetic variations and lifestyle and so many epigenetics and all of that. When you come to the question about, before morality, we'll first address sustainability, because that's a more objective thing. Morals are like very subjective, right? When it comes to sustainability, the biggest fallacy I often find is that vegetarians and vegans in India will use data from the US to question Indians' choice of eating when it comes to sustainability. So the data they will use is 25% of greenhouse gases is from the American beef industry. Indians are not eating American beef, for starters, okay? And we don't have giant cattle farms in India. What we have is a giant dairy industry, which we have 1/3 of the world's cattle. We become we export all the cattle that are not able to produce milk, namely the males, as beef. That's what we do, right? We are one or first or the second largest exporter of beef in the world, right? So the second thing is the fact that Indian per capita consumption of meat is like 10 times smaller than the average Western European or American consumption of meat. Yes, of course, logical. The moment you eat something that's higher up the food chain, more carbon, right? I mean,
it's a product, it's a sum of everything.
Yeah, right? That's the way. That's fair enough, right? And in India, people do not consume meat like it's the center of the dish. Right?
Yeah.
You're a fish curry person. How many fishes are in a fish curry? You'll be hard pressed to count 2 or 3, right? A chicken curry is a way to make 2 small pieces of chicken go a long way. right? No, everybody is not sitting and eating the leg piece like day in and day out, like the famous guy, right? The
Leg piece guy,
the leg piece guy, right? So that's not what's happening. So, and then the other thing I did is that you look at Niti Aayog's own data about where India's greenhouse gases come from. 74% comes from fossil fuels and transportation, energy, electricity production. That is 74%. Okay, 14% comes from agriculture. That's it. Okay. Amidst that 14%, what do you think is the largest contributor of greenhouse gases? It's dairy cattle. It's basically cows farting. Right? And here's the weird part. Since you can only get milk from the postpartum females, which therefore means you have a ton of that population is just sitting around, unproductive, farting away. Right? And contributing to greenhouse gas. Weirdly, a climate scientist once told me, up to a limit, if Indians actually start consuming beef, your carbon footprint would go down because you're going to consume them younger. I know this is a controversial thing to say, but yes, but up to a point. Of course, if demand for beef goes up and you then have more cattle, of course, it's going to be a problem. But even the current scenario, if you just simply get out of the way of people who traditionally eat beef, your carbon footprint will go down, right? So that is number one. The second thing is, that's half. Where do you think the other half comes from? 30% of the food part, is rice. People when you look at a paddy field, what do you see? It's beautiful, it's green, it's food, it's generating oxygen. This is what you think, right? No, paddy fields are net carbon negative. Because there's a bacteria in the soil that bloody puts out a ton of carbon during that entire process. So, as a climate scientist once said, that you look at a factory and smoking, you think that's bad for the planet. You look at a paddy field, you don't think the same thing. But he says, you put a bunch of paddy fields of a certain acres, that's as bad as a factory. So people don't realize this, right? And then animal husbandry and meat consumption as a fraction of India's greenhouse gases, not even a rounding error. You see, this is Niti Aayog's data, right? So I keep telling people that you're going after Indians who are just now starting to afford enough to be able to eat more protein. And we are famously protein nourished. And our diet is like heavy on carbs. And like you guys are shaming people about using data from the West about sustainability. We'll get to the moral argument separately, right? But this is I've always found it sort of quite silly that we don't even consume as much meat per capita as China does. They consume 3 times more animal protein. Of course, nobody is doubting that as we get wealthier, this will become a problem. Boss, cart before the horse, right? So the last element is obviously the moral argument is obviously very hard to convince people one way or another because it's very subjective. At the end of the day, as I said, if I take an absolutist view that all form of life is one form of life killing another, right? His point about saying that you're right. Actually, a rice field is as much a crime of nature. If you argue in that sense, that you have to kill every other species, kill every rat, kill every other plant and everything to basically grow that rice, which is the most unnatural thing you can imagine in nature. And on the other hand, you have a problem with a farmer raising a bunch of goats and chickens around the house. The reason humans basically domesticated animals is because we don't realize that when we did agriculture, human beings eventually figured out that we eat a tiny fraction of what we produce. Right? The rice plant is huge. You eat the grain.
Just the grain. Yeah.
All the rest is waste. Human beings figured out that I can tame a bunch of animals that will turn that agricultural waste and turn it into free protein for me. That is how animal husbandry was born. Of course, now we have caged chickens and large giant farms is a problem of industrial scale. But that's how animal husbandry was born. You can't go around and tell someone that you've got to become a vegetarian when they've been doing this for tens of thousands of years. The idea of turning agricultural waste into basically protein for free. And effectively, the cost of protein for the poorest villager is free.
Exactly.
For a small family,
it's just
you have
byproducts.
chickens, they reproduce, they eat waste. You don't feed them. The goats go eat whatever they eat, agricultural waste, and it's free protein. They reproduce and you get milk. I mean, that is self-sufficient in that sense, right? Of course, city people are obviously buying from supermarkets, and that's a problem. Yes, we know that. But, that's the fundamental moral problem is always that people have to be very choosy.
Yeah.
It's saying that I will ignore the human suffering and there is no large-scale rice plantation without human suffering. Rice plantations are not exactly automated like corn plantations in the US.
Yeah. It's backbreaking work.
Brutal human labor. It used to be planted twice. It's brutal, right? Yeah.
So I want to make 2 points. And one is in my typical humble way, which I am proud of having cultivated over the years, I have to say that my keto diet is contributing to the environment because one, I am not eating rice, and two, I'm eating beef. So in all these ways that you describe, it's, I'm...
Yes, and you're eating Indian beef.
I'm helping this. I also want to posit the great cow paradox, right? But before that, I will turn to tigers in China. Our mutual friend Barun Mitra, who has been on the show, had once written this great piece for New York Times saying that if you want to save tigers in China, which was a campaign then, Save the Tiger, Last Tiger is Dying Out, you should actually allow tiger farming. That if you breed tigers and you allow their open sale in the market, you create incentives by which people will actually start tiger farming and tigers will be plentiful. And if people start eating their meat, even more plentiful because the market grows. And the way to save the tiger is actually to allow their sale instead of the other way around, instead of black marketing it. And when you think of what it does to India and the consequences, the cow paradox comes up. And the cow paradox is that our cow belt has slowly turning into Buffalo Nation because your incentives for having cows is dropping quickly because milk becomes your only way of earning revenue from the cows, and because that is simply not enough, essentially cow belt is becoming Buffalo Nation. So while we want to do away with beef, on the other hand, there is this rhetoric of protect the cow is our mother. But if you take it to its logical conclusion that no one can eat beef, there will be no cows left.
Of course. So not to mention the interesting sort of mythological biases towards the buffalo being the vehicle of Lord Yama, right? And therefore acceptable to eat, right? Cow, no, cow is healthy. Cow is fair skinned, right? So buffalo is dark skinned, right? And all of these are accidents of geography. The north and the west are the dairy belt, because you have large, flat, open pastures where you can have cows graze. The south and the east don't. And so these are seafood, and you have the wetlands where you can grow rice. And these are therefore the rice and seafood places. And that's basically the paneer and milk part of India. These are accidents. And it's interesting how I think, I believe 70% of South Indians and East Indians are lactose intolerant as adults. It's the reverse. North and West Indians are 70% lactose tolerant. And people forget that lactose tolerance as an adult is the exception, not the rule. East Asians are famously completely lactose intolerant after being weaned from their Mother's consumption milk, of dairy milk is very small. Small. Right? So the only form they eat it in is in situations where there's no lactose. Right? High fat ice creams and things like that, right? So these are all just complete accidents of geography rather than anything else.
So all this talk of food is making me damn hungry, and it is almost lunchtime. But before we go, because when you said dairy belt, I remember that as a kid, I would get really, my pronunciations are bad, half Bengali and all that. I would get very confused between pronouncing dairy and diary, right? And therefore comes my next question for both of you. But first, with a lot of, emphatic violence almost towards Mr. Shenoy, and people on Twitter also have been asking this, that Mr. Shenoy, where is the memoir? And I will turn to you after this because there are similar questions to be asked, but our friend Mr. Ashok has written a book and is writing more and is extremely productive. You, on the other hand, Ashok, there's a group on Facebook started, I think in 2011 or 2010 by Chuck Gopal called We Want Narendra Shenoy to Write a Book.
Absolutely.
Everybody, the nation wants to know, where is the book? What is happening, sir?
So actually, Amit, he spends his time between Bombay and a farm in Karjat, and he's been after me to come and spend a week or 2 weeks in Karjat and sit and write the farm. And I'm convinced
it's a farm in the middle of a forest. So daily, what Japanese call forest bathing is happening. There are lakes there, so that he won't have to do any farming.
Correct.
He will just enjoy himself in the middle of nature. Continue.
So there is, so we are putting up a new factory so I've been sort of, what are those things they put on horses, bridles, straps, straddles, whatever, saddles, and then I've been forced into sort of making that factory, creating that factory, but it should get done in less than a month. So
yes. So I have a completely contrarian view to this. I believe the best way to get Narayan to write a book is not to make him sit alone in a farmhouse and all of that. His genius comes in making Woodhouseian Pratchett-style observations in day-to-day mundane situations. So all we need is for him and his wife to keep traveling and keep having those experiences, and just for maybe someone to just keep recording his anecdotes as and when they happen, instead of waiting for him to put it on Twitter.
So let me tell you something.
And then just combine that and have someone ghostwrite a book.
So let me tell you something. He's part of my clear writing WhatsApp group. Every day he relates 1 or 2 stories. He has gone through all WhatsApp groups he has been part of historically and collated all of those stories and gotten it ready.
Yes.
Also, what I did last November is there is this thing called NaNoWriMo where people write a novel in November.
Correct.
So I announced as a way of getting writing habits going that on November 1 at 6 a.m. I will start a Zoom call which will go on for the rest of November, and people join whenever they feel like. Video, audio can be off, but just seeing that there are other people there who are writing can really help. And our good friend here, Mr. Shinoy, actually wrote, how many thousand words did you write in?
Over 20,000, yeah.
Oh,
20,000,
not bad. That's a short, that's like a longish short story. Okay.
Yeah, but we need to get more of that.
Novella at least.
No, but what Ashok said. So, and also I on that writing group especially, there is conversation, and then I remember something, then I put it in, and oftentimes even I didn't know I had that experience. So it's awesome. It's very cathartic kind of thing.
No, I mean, I say like, so my wife, there was a point of time when I was actively blogging. She enjoyed your comments on my blog far more than she enjoyed my writing. So she would just wait to see why hasn't Shinoy commented on this yet.
Actually got me thinking. So my question for both of you is, we of course want Narendra Shinoy to write a book.
Yes.
And now I'm realizing what you said is true. If you were alone in a room all day, you would have no contextual passing comments to remember stories out of.
Exactly.
Those are happening because you're having interactions. How can we optimize? So the number of interactions is perfect to get a good number of stories out, but not overwhelming and tiring.
Now, I think he needs a like the equivalent of a tweet generator, except that someone who can nudge him as and when these things are happening to capture it in audio, and then let the AI do the rest.
So
of
AI will
transcribing.
not write any of what he is writing, but it will stimulate him with realistic conversation, and he will remember stories.
Correct. Yeah. And maybe he just needs to chat with AI, which is just prompting him, right? Hey, remember that time when you were in Dadar station, and then that's enough, right? And then he'll come up with some. I'm sure he can now come up with an insane story that happened in the other station, which will be worth publishing. Right?
You have a great Goregaon or Borivali. Which station is that?
That was
Mulund. Kindly
all
kindly
stations are replaceable with each other.
Kindly tell stories.
Yeah, so this happened. So I had an uncle who was who passed away early, but he's the most awesome person in my family, by hands down. Completely, lacking in any moral sort of fiber in the entire being.
That's your definition of awesome.
Yeah, so I just love that guy.
Complete maida of humanity.
So one time, his mother, who they used to live in Vadala, her brother used to live in Mulund. So Mulund is the best way of getting from Vadala to Mulund is you walk to Dadar station and you catch a train to Mulund. And my grand aunt, unfortunately, could speak only Konkani and Kannada. She didn't know any other language. So she knew how to get to the other station. She could walk there. And she knew how to get from Mulund station to her brother's house. But she didn't know, she couldn't read the indicators and she didn't know which train was going in which direction. So she asked her son. So he says, no problem. You ask anyone, ye train Mulund kyun jata hai? So this lady goes there at the other station and she's freaking out everyone by asking a very existential question. Ye train Mulund kyun jata hai? People are like, ye jata hai to jata hai. And she couldn't understand that. She was like,
question actually.
So she was in tears.
Like even the train's engineer, the driver won't be able to tell you. Why?
Very existential.
You could change someone's life with a question like this, but I have a question for you too. Hum kyun lunch khate hain? Time for a break.
Anyway, time for a break.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Ashok and Narayan Shenoy, and I have been informed by Ashok during a walk towards biryani which we had during lunch that number of illuminations that I want to focus on, but the first of them, we are all Amits from Africa. Kindly explain, and you, by the way, are a North Indian, your surname is Sharma, right? That is Mr. Krish Ashok, who keeps so coined the pejorative term Amit,
Yes.
which I have suffered from and self-deprecatingly referred to myself often. But kindly explain, we are all Amits from Africa.
So you do realize that the origin of the Amit phrase actually kind of goes back to the late 90s era Rediff, where the general assumption was that, by the way, a good friend of mine, Harish, who's my musical collaborator, he, in one of my blog comments, essentially made this reference that, these random Amit_123s who leave those comments on Rediff, and that is how, since then, we started referring to a certain typical stereotype of this angry internet North Indian as an Amit_123, just got shortened to Amit, right?
Honored.
And by the time Twitter came, it just became Amit, right? Yeah, on the whole aspect of me being an Amit, well, so apparently 10 generations ago is when my father's ancestors moved from Maharashtra to what is now Tirunelveli, right? Not too far away from Kanyakumari. And so technically you could say that 10 generations ago we were Amits. And the larger sense that, as Tony Joseph says, that, well, two waves of migration that we populated the Indian subcontinent. One is obviously via the land route and, by the direct route. So became the first sort of ancestral South Indian population. And then obviously the migration that happened like maybe 2,000, 3,000 years before Common Era and so on, right? So effectively, so we're all Amits from Africa in that sense.
So at this point, since we're talking origins and all, I will turn to our good friend Mr. Shenoy. But before that, I will tell a story that in college, in Ferguson College, Pune, there used to be a friend of mine whose father was Maharashtrian and whose mother was German. So we used to call him, Dikshit was his surname, and we used to call him KGB, Konkanassa German Brahman. But you are a different kind of, a matter of great shame. But tell us more about...
I belong to a community called Gaud Saraswat, and there is a Brahmin tacked on after that, which itself is a bit of a controversy because Gaud Saras Brahmins infamously eat fish. And
why is that infamous though? Lots of Brahmins
because that apparently disqualifies you from Brahminhood.
I see. But Bengali Brahmins do. Like Kashmiri Pandits eat mutton and...
So it's down south here.
Down south, okay. Yeah.
So my wife's folks, they migrated to Mysore because her grandfather got a job in the palace. So he was a Shenoy. But his children wouldn't get admission into the local schools because everyone knew that Shenoys were fish-eating Brahmins. So they had to slightly change their name to Rao.
I see.
Okay. And by the time they were done with Rawing, the independence and everything had come. So the next generation again became Shenoy. So
there's another interesting sort of Mysore/Udupi story about the origin of the Udupi restaurants, right? In general, apparently, right? Basically, one is that India historically never really had a restaurant culture because you wouldn't eat food cooked by another caste. There was no concept of communal dining of any kind. Well, there were obviously wayside places, like the Marwadis would often set up these places that served only Jain food and and so on. But otherwise, there was no proper restaurant culture like you find in, say, China. And so the whole idea, there is also this other cultural idea that you must not charge money for food, right? There's also that deeper ingrained idea. And the idea was that the temple would essentially feed people who are hungry, right? And for free, right? And so famously, the Udupi temple was famous for its amazing meal that even till today remains free and all of that. But the interesting thing is that they went through a period when the whole Raja and the king patronage of these temples went down as those kings lost power and money. And the British weren't interested in patronizing temples, obviously. And so many of these cooks and others in the Udupi temple and so on, they had to look for other jobs. It was also that time when Brahmins in Madras had very neatly pivoted to working for the British, became clerks and lawyers and
early adopters of the
they learned English and they sort of pivoted into this. And they had also formed a clique that made sure that they only bought in other tambrams. And so the Mysore and the Udupi Brahmins were left out. So in fact, the pejorative term that they would use to describe tambrams from Chennai was revenue Brahmins, because they were all working for that was the term they used, revenue Brahmins. They were all in the revenue department, right? And so they had no choice. So some of the people associated with the temple and cooking and so on started to get into starting restaurants, the food business. And because, at that point of time, the only acceptable restaurant where everyone would eat is a restaurant where the cooks were Brahmin, right? And so that was their selling point. And in the early days, the Udupi restaurants had a separate dining setup for Brahmins and the rest, right? And obviously, post-independence, that became unacceptable, and then so it went away, right? And in fact, even till the 1960s, restaurants would signal the fact that their chef was a Brahmin by literally tagging the word Brahmin into their name, right? So you'd have some Gomati Vilas Brahmin's Cafe, right? It essentially hinted that, the chef is a Brahmin, so, you're all welcome to come and so on, right? So, so it's quite interesting that they pivoted to that. And another interesting story that I've read in Krishnendu Ray's sort of academic works is that the Udupi folks, as they started these Darshini restaurants and all of that in Bangalore, many of these places, one of the pivotal moments that made the whole thing take off was apparently the plague of 1898.
There was a huge
right, and plague
in Bombay.
And then one of the things that people would do during the plague is to send their wives and kids to their hometowns, right? Because they didn't want right? And so basically leaving behind a bunch of men with no cooking skills in the city, and suddenly, therefore, you had these Darshini restaurants that became a place where you could go eat. And so just go stand, eat.
My grandfather started a restaurant in Bombay,
right,
and he benefited from this phenomenon during the World War. When the World War started, there were rumors that the Japanese were going to come and occupy Bombay. So everybody, all the migrants sent their wives and children. And my grandfather chose that time to start a little restaurant. He was like doing odd jobs here and there, somehow cobbled capital together. He did very well. And he pulled an entire community, including my uncle, who famously told his mother to find a train, ask people why trains want to go to Mulund. And
So our question for Ashok though, that fine, got it, Chennai is cool, you've got Brahman cafes.
It's anything but cool from a temperature standpoint, but I get your point,
anything but cool. You've got Brahman cafes, revenue cars, you've had plagues and all that. Do you have sex mandals? Because our friend here, you got to tell that story, man.
What is that?
Man. So this is why GSBs are superior to riffraff like you, right?
Riffraff like all of the other.
So here's the reason. You're not even in the ranking. Right? And here's the reason. So in Bombay, in Sion, there used to be this wedding hall, it's still there, called Guru Ganesh something, okay? And there's some problem within the community. I don't know exactly what, but there were two rival mandals. So the mandal that ran this was called GSP Seva Mandal. So it was very important. So GSP Seva Mandal was written in very large letters on the side of the building, and it had GSP Seva. The problem is when you write Seva vertically, the V and when the A form an X. So from a distance, it looks like GSB sex mandal. So for a beautiful decade or so, I was in the classiest community in the country.
Waiting to grow up so you would be allowed into the mandal and perhaps even the mandal commission.
Yeah.
So a colleague of mine, again from Chennai, when the first time he went to the US, this was Texas. He was driving his car, and a woman sort of, I think her brake failed or something. He rammed into his car. And so they waited for the police to come so that, they could do the insurance, do the needful and so on. And the police asked to describe what basically happened. And he said that, she banged my dicky. And so I was like, excuse me. And then since then, I think, all the IT companies had to put out a manual to tell people that there are terms that Americans use differently. And you do not. So it was quite hilarious. Every time we would tell some of our customers who are insurance customers that this is what we call it.
But the other word for dicky is trunk, which can also be misinterpreted into something phallic. So
exactly. So anyway, yes.
Don't have cars with backs, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
finding the imagined consternation of that policeman.
Excuse me?
What is the complaint here?
Yeah. No, I think the most hilarious of these episodes is a colleague of mine who carried, very religious guy, also very large guy, so 6'4" or something.
Corpulent, as you would say.
Just large, not just generally big bone, right? I mean, like the obliques. I'm not fat, I'm like big bone, right? And he obviously also, and very ardent Bhakt of Shiva. So, as you might imagine, a lot of the ash, right? Vibhuti, as they call it, all over, right? On his forehead and his arms.
Wait, I have a t-shirt line. Is that a religious symbol you're carrying, or are you happy to see me?
So the funny thing is that this guy, obviously being large, so as you can imagine, the surface area that he had to cover, and therefore the amount of vibhuti that he needed to carry to the US, where you don't get it back in the day. So he carried essentially 12 250 gram packets of this ash, sacred ash. Essentially, effectively, imagine the scene in JFK airport when the customs guy opens his bag and he sees 12 whitish powdered bags with a large Hispanic looking guy. I mean, how does he know the difference, right? Curly hair, looks like Hispanic. So, sir, what is this powder? And he says, he doesn't know what he says. He says, this is spiritual powder. He says, yeah, you bet. So, because he doesn't know how to say it, and then he makes it worse by saying, this is cow dung ash, and then, and that doesn't, they said that's a dairy product. So ultimately they don't let him carry it because it's a dairy product. So, they throw it. Yeah, poor guy. Yeah.
Very sad. Let's bust some more. Not Chennai myths, but something Amits would be surprised by learning about Chennai. And one of them, you pointed out earlier, is that Chennai has a highest per capita protein consumption.
Yes.
Kindly tell us more about that.
No, so in general, if you actually look at the map of India by, I know there's this fantastic, you should call him, I don't know if you've already spoken to him, Ashok Patel, who runs that India in Pixels.
Haven't spoken.
Infographics, fantastic guy. So one of the charts that he put out is this map of India by, say, poultry production and consumption. And like literally Tamil Nadu is like red and every other place is like, some shade of like mild pink, right? So in general, I think a common misconception is that people in the north think that people in South India are vegetarian. So the south and the east are actually the most non-veg. In fact, I'm not even a fan of the term non-veg, right? Why should the eating preferences of the majority be described in terms of what the minority does not eat? So, by the way, there is a wedding I attended in Trivandrum. So they finally cracked this problem. They had two counters. They had vegetarian and they had regular. So I'm now going to use... So for them, it's like food and then there's vegetarian food, right? So I think that should be the way we speak it. So 98% of, typically anywhere from 95 to 98% of the Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra, Orissa, West Bengal, this region, right? The coastal rice eating region is predominantly meat eating. But I think because the first generation of people you might have ended up meeting in North India would have been disproportionately vegetarian back in the day, there is this sort of misconception about what these people eat. So, the other thing is that poultry particularly is huge here. The amount of egg consumption per capita is huge. Because you have poultry, you're also going to have eggs. And again, it is my completely anecdotal observation that Chennai has more KFCs than McDonald's. So one of the few cities where there are more KFCs than McDonald's, and not only, there are actually like hundreds of KFC clones. Like, even when you walk down, you would have seen two places that are for fried chicken.
We saw one or two of them.
So it's either biryani or fried chicken. That is like the default.
Let me reassure our listeners that we did not eat chicken. We went to a biryani place, a Tamil Muslim biryani place.
Yes, Tamil Muslim biryani, yes.
Pointed out, and it was absolutely excellent. And Punjabis, people would be surprised to hear, are so vegetarian.
Yes, significantly far more vegetarian.
This is neurons that wire together, because every time I think of paneer, and we discussed it earlier, I'm thinking of Sidin Vadakut. So, and it's not even like, I had paneer for years before, whenever you see color, think of us. It's like whenever you see paneer,
correct,
think of...
Yeah, I'm wondering, I won't be surprised if Sidin is also lactose intolerant actually. So, given that a lot of people in Tamil Nadu, Kerala and others are actually lactose intolerant as adults.
Yeah, he's not even here. Let's bitch about him. Why not? Okay.
So we can freely speculate about it since he's not here.
Another unusual food fact, what you mentioned again during lunch while we were consuming biryani,
yes,
is a Zomato map.
Yes.
So tell me about that.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting how there are a bunch of these maps. One is what is the most commonly ordered food dish category on Zomato, right? In every state. Right? You'll find that the south and east is all biryani, and the north and the west is pizza. Right? And in that, Maharashtra is sort of halfway. So he's actually done a sort of this thing to find out where the index is, because people, of course, order both here. And is it heavily in favor of biryani? Is South and East. Maharashtra is sort of in the middle, and the North is disproportionately in favor of pizza. Right. And the interesting thing is that then you also overlay with a couple of other things like weird indicators like infant mortality, women's rights, and female health related indices and all that. And you'll find that there is generally this weird correlation between the rice eating states and this same map. So in a strange sense, the Zomato map is also predictive of things like infant mortality and other things.
And what I especially love is the Zomato map. The food map is indicative of women participation in the workforce, because as you pointed out during lunch, more women work in South India because in North India they are busy making fucking rotis.
Yes. So this has been a historical observation in general, when it comes to South Asia, rice eating cultures ended up liberating women ahead of wheat eating cultures. Wheat in general, especially if you're making bread, it's different, because people largely don't bake bread at home. They buy it from a bakery. So that's actually like super productive, right? But on the other hand, if you're sitting and making chapatis at home, that's a very linear, non-parallelizable process. And you can make rice for the entire family for morning and evening in one shot. Like making a biryani in the morning can feed you the entire day, right? And so therefore, I think, so this is a general historical correlation that these states, rice consuming states, generally did better on many of these indices.
Stunning. And also you had a story about upma.
Oh, yes. So that actually, the rice story actually reminds me that in like the 1941 or 1942, when the peak of the World War II and Britain was like severely stretched, right? I mean, the US hadn't really fully committed quite yet. They were like completely, and the last thing they wanted was the jewel in the crown, which is India, to be up in rebelling and rioting and so on, which was also happening. And famously, again, the Gandhi and others said it did not want India to participate, our soldiers to participate in World War II, as they did in World War I, and we lost a lot of soldiers in World War I, right? And so interestingly, what they would do is that in the north, when it came to wheat, it was always possible to procure wheat from many other places, the Europe and Russia and many other places where you could procure wheat. Rice, again, was hard. Rice is something that grew only in some very hot and wet parts of the world. And so whenever there would be a shortage of rice in the south, Britain would essentially get the rice from Burma, right? Which was also a British territory.
And rhymes with both Sharma and Verma.
Yeah.
Amit Burma, yes. Right. So anyway, so the funny thing is that when the Japanese occupied Burma, that essentially put a stop to the ability of the British to bring rice to South India. And there was a bad monsoon, there was a bad harvest, and Chennai was on the verge of things like riots, right? And so many parts of Malabar and here. And so the Britain had to come up with ideas. So the first idea they came up with was, we need to convince South Indians to eat wheat. But the only problem was that nobody wants to sit and roll chapatis all day, because by then, women are already going to school, they were working and so on. So nobody wanted to sit and waste 2 hours in the kitchen making food. So in general, the average amount of time South Indians spend in the kitchen is relatively much smaller, because rice is very, very productive that way, right? And so they didn't want to do this. So then the additional then was, okay, let's be creative. Let's give them a form of wheat that cooks like rice. And that is how they really aggressively started to promote semolina in the south as that, right? It wasn't like India didn't know semolina. I mean, it was there, it was used in the north, but it was never a day-to-day thing. And then they really aggressively promoted it. The ration shop stopped giving rice and started giving semolina. They ran advertisements in the newspaper telling women of Chennai, we will teach you how to cook wheat. It is 10 times more nutritious than rice. They lied about all of these things, right? And then they said, you come to Spencer. Spencer was this sort of old shopping complex, which now has become a mall and all that. They say that we have a demonstration of how to cook these dishes, and they got these chefs and all these places to concoct new dishes to teach people how to make this. And so one is obviously in Bangalore, some of these restaurateurs, because they were not given rice, had to innovate. And the guy who went on to found MTR innovated and made popular the rava idli, right? So idli requires rice. So now he made the idli with rava, right? So that's the rava idli. And likewise here, instead of the pongal, which is usually had for breakfast, requires rice. Now you have it with upma, which is basically a pongal analog, except that it's made with wheat. And so it's interesting. Even those advertisements used to say, there are actually these, you can check on my Instagram page, that there is the British government banned weddings from happening because there's a shortage of rice. You can't feed people. So the person who was the then chief minister of Madras during the British time, whose grandson, by the way, was the finance minister of Tamil Nadu, Painivel Tyagarajan, his grandfather, P.T. Rajan, was the chief minister of Madras during that time. He had to take out an ad saying that, sorry, I am not able to feed all of you because of the rice shortage. Please do not give any gifts. Please just send your best wishes to the couple. He had to take out an ad in the Hindu because there was a shortage of rice and so on. And so it's quite a fascinating time, and people sort of think that many of these dishes are ancient and traditional. No, the upma is like literally traces its life back to World War II, actually.
That was absolutely incredible. I had absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of, recently I found out that it was the Norwegians who introduced salmon to Japan in the 1980s. So we think of salmon sushi, and a lot of the sashimi you'll order the salmon.
Yeah.
And we think, oh, it's one traditional thing. But 1980s, even ramen, which we think of as so quintessentially Japanese, was a relatively modern invention. So we think of, and it makes me wonder what is culture, right? Because so many, when we think of culture, we think again in terms of, purity and sort of modern day conveyor belt culture and all that. But a lot of what we think is, this is pure Indian culture, is actually not. Stitched clothing did not exist in India till, a relatively short time ago. Our Prime Minister's elegant churidar kurtas are of Islamic origin, essentially.
This is
all our food.
A recent find of tunic in Norway. I forget what it's called. It's something. And the thing is this, the tundra is melting. So somewhere in the far reaches of Norway, someone finds what looks like a discarded t-shirt. He pulls it out and realizes it's really old. Hands it over to the museum. And they find that it's the oldest garment in existence.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's because it was preserved. And then they worked out how much labor would have gone into it. And they estimated some 38,000 man hours or some crazy number.
Yeah.
So that's why clothing is really not not common.
Yeah. It's quite, like for example, I think there was this survey or interview of old Swedish grandmothers and so on about their views on women's liberation and what truly, like normally, people would credit it to things like, say, the pill. The contraceptive pill played a big role in women's lib. Many of these Swedish grandmothers said, no, it's a washing machine.
Household tech.
In that part of the world, washing just took 3 days. And things wouldn't dry, and it's a cold and wet place. It's a nightmare, thick clothing. Yeah, it's quite the other thing you mentioned about what is culture. The pad thai, for example, it's not a Thai dish. It's an American. It was invented by a Thai chef in America. Chop suey as well. It's again invented in America, right? And now you can get pad thai in Thailand. Right, and there are. I remember seeing this video where a Thai chef is schooling Gordon Ramsay on what a proper pad thai is, and it's sort of fine. Kind of seems cool, right? I mean, always an Asian guy is schooling a white guy. It's always fun to watch. But the fact is, the pad thai is not a Thai dish. It really, in that sense, it was actually invented in Americas, right? And so it is quite. There are so many such examples. My favorite example is the Panchatantra. The Panchatantra. You ask anybody who wrote the Panchatantra, Vishnu Sharma. Vishnu Sharma wrote the Panchatantra. All of us didn't quite read the Sanskrit. We all learned the Amar Chitra Katha version, or one of those Chandamama simplified versions of that, right? Everybody would assume that, so we translated from the Sanskrit to the English. How many people realize that Sanskrit was translated from the Persian?
Was it?
Yes. Because we never wrote things down. We don't actually have the original. Fortunately, at some point of time in the past, it was translated to Persian.
Oh.
And then it was retranslated back into Hindi and Sanskrit and so on. So the Panchatantra we have now is a Sanskrit translation of a Persian translation of the original Sanskrit.
And I have an example of a similar loop, because now I will cite a musical example of this, which I got from you, which is, of course, a violin, when you were, told off for playing Ilayaraja. And tell me about that.
No, so when I was learning to play the violin when I was like 7 years old, not my choice really. I mean, one of the things I wrote in my blog back in the day is that as instruments go, there's a metric called mean time to sonic palatability, which is the amount of time you need to play an instrument before you like the sound of what you're playing.
You just made it sound really cool.
MTTSP, right? So I had written a post about it. And then I kind of compared the MTTSP of piano, which is 5 minutes. You kind of roughly know what to play. It's going to sound pretty decent. A guitar is like less than 10-20 minutes if it's in tune. A flute is like 10-20 minutes, right? If you know how to make the sound. Violin is like 7 years, right? You basically sounding like some form of industrial chainsaw equipment till that point. There may be geniuses who pick it up in a year, but average people like me, it took me like 7 years before I liked the sound of what I was playing, right? So it's a frustrating thing for a child to keep doing something that's like completely nasty sounding, right? So the moment I kind of had a sense of, oh, you know what? Okay, I can mimic other sounds. So immediately you want to mimic the songs of the time. At that point of time, there were these insanely popular. It was the Ilayaraja's golden decade, right? The 80s, and so I would start playing his songs. And then once I demonstrated it to my teacher, and who immediately said that I will throw you out of the class if you play any Ilayaraja music on the violin. You cannot sully the purity and the sanctity of this instrument by playing film music on it. At that point of time, and I didn't know, the older me now knows that the violin itself is less than like 150 years old. It was introduced by the British, and it was some of the first people who ended up learning Western classical violin under British teachers who ended up adapting it to the Carnatic classical format. Right, so it's quite funny how people have a weird sense of what is Indian, what is not Indian, right?
I have to tell you this, my favorite violin thing, because you talked about not being.
First of all, Gandhiji, kindly
share.
So, you inflicted a very horrible pun on me.
It's an old joke. I was very shocked to know that Amit hadn't heard about it, but I was just observing during lunch that while like Krish Ashok is a good violinist, I don't know if he's a great violinist, but good violinist. Unlike Mahatma Gandhi, who was a non-violinist.
Of course, yes.
Your story.
Yeah, so Woodhouse is one of those, Bertie Wooster attends a concert, a village concert, and he's narrating the sort of proceedings to Jeeves. And there was, one of the items is a violin solo by Poppy Kegley Bassington. And he says, as violins, it was as most it was loud in spots, less loud in other spots, and like most violin solos, seemed to last much longer than it actually did.
Yes. Yeah, I know. The line between being decent sounding and just atrocious sounding, very, 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 very thin in a violin. Yeah.
So I got a question for both of you, and for you, Ashok, in the context of music and in the context of food for both of you.
Wait a minute, there's another violin joke I have to get off my chest.
Of course.
So there's this, violin maestro who's playing in America, and one pushy Jewish lady comes with her son. And she says, you have to teach my maestro, you have to teach my son. And this guy has been, inundated with such requests all over the country. So he's like trying to get rid of her. He says, no, my son is really a great violinist. You have to listen, you have to teach him. And she's carrying one of those cassette players, and she has a cassette. She pops the cassette into it and plays it. And the maestro is shocked. He says, such technique, such delicate fingering, such bowing. It's, how can I teach this? This is like Yitzhak Perlman. How can I teach this boy? So the mother says, actually that is Yitzhak Perlman. My son plays exactly like that.
This is like your fucking prawn gochujang which you made. Nicely done. I know where you're getting that from. Yeah. So my question is this, that, you learn the violin for a long time, and like you said, it's a hard slog. Sounds horrible, lasts longer than it actually does, and eventually you reach a stage where it is so natural and intuitive to you that you're playing every other instrument, you're doing funky things, you're doing Sanskrit heavy metal, etc. Your kind of stuff you've done in music is mind-blowing. What is it, how do you get to that stage where through constant repetition you've internalized everything so much that you're then able to reach that creative space where you can do whatever the hell you want? And it's the same with food. In fact, the same question to both of you about food. That when do you reach that space that Amit gives you a recipe for prawn gochugaru, you find chicken in gochujang, and you still make something kick-ass.
Exactly.
Vishila likes. So, I'm thinking about whether there's a generalizable lesson in this about the period of time
I'll go first. So I'll go first. So in my case, like a huge part of the transformation is thanks to Ashok. who, even before he wrote the book, was busily engaged in demystifying. At that time, he was just in a process of discovery, and he
Writing
just
tweets
to
and- yeah.
share
Yeah.
that things. And it did two things. Right? First, so I come from a pretty patriarchal family. My mother, even now, is very, unhappy that I have to work in the kitchen. For me, it's like fun. I'm
Right,
just
yeah.
playing around.
Why do you say you have to work in the kitchen?
No, she's saying that why does my, it's,
Men
it's
do
the
not belong in the
Raja
kitchen.
Beta syndrome.
Correct. Raja Beta, yeah.
As a good friend, Mahima
Yes.
Shish.
Sheila's absolutely happy to. She keeps putting butter. Must go. Oh, you're such a good cook. Please cook something, and I'll go ahead and
of
cook.
course.
So one was I lost my the fear of cooking, and so you suddenly sort of get a framework of how things work. And the second thing is at some level, after some time, after you get a hang of, you start off with eggs and things like that, and then you get a little more hands on with other slightly more difficult things. It's you realize how satisfying the occasional successes are. So I get this feeling that food appeals to us culturally, artistically, or aesthetically, or whatever, at a much deeper level than many other things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I think food is, first and foremost, it's very multisensory. And beyond just being multisensory, there's a very strong, like the human element of you're making food for someone. There is this sort of deeper connection that you have, and then you're feeding someone, the act of feeding someone and all of that, right?
I love what Warren Grover said in his episode with me, where he said it's like Rangoli. That the festival comes, you make the Rangoli, it's art, you put major effort into it, and then the next day it's gone and people are stamping all over it.
Correct.
And every act of cooking is really nothing but an act of love. It's not even art, because it's there and it's gone. And there is a purity in that I really love. That
impermanence.
it is not scalable.
Yeah.
A million people aren't going to see it.
Yeah.
You might get if you're a man, you'll get the applause of your elders. Raja beta ne aaj khana banaya, wah wah. But in general, it's a similar act of love. I mean, I wonder what you think about this. That I just think that in the act of letter writing, as we used to back in the day, 1980s, 90s, we would write long letters, inland postcards, whatever. There is something in that we have lost forever, because the act of sitting down and writing a letter to someone, regardless of what you write, it sends a message that I care about you. So I'm sitting down and spending that time writing something by hand, which is remarkable, and not just I care about. And obviously the writing of a long letter also.
And the least performative thing, because you have an audience of exactly one person.
Audience of
audience of
exactly
one,
one. And of course, it's a different matter that it's a separate issue that it also helps you become a different person, because every time you write, it's an examination of the self and of the world, and that makes you better. And today, all our messages are transactional and crisp, and
you can't like edit, and you can't like delete, and it's one shot. You don't want to. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake. Nobody wants to erase stuff. I mean, it's a different thing. Yeah?
Do you find cooking meditative?
Very much. I would actually go on to say, to your deeper question about how do you think about freely being creative and mixing things, right? I think you said something that I think is very close to how I feel about that, which is the whole idea of impermanence, which is that, yes, it is true that many things like food by nature is impermanent. You make it, you can't just forever just keep looking at it, because it is a perishable thing. It is becoming colder. It will spoil with time. You do need to consume it, right? I mean, and then it's demolished. Once it goes inside, no matter how beautifully it's plated, it's all the same, goo once it's inside. And like that, I think, in general, any creative act, I feel that if you are vested in the process of that immediate goal of creating that and nothing more, you have a far greater chance of being able to experiment and because the moment you have the illusion that you are vested in its permanence, I care about what people think. I care about it. It's how much reaction will it get on social media? How much sales will this do, etc. Right? At that point, it's very hard actually to be creative, because you're now thinking of those consequences. You're not really truly you are not well and truly being experimental. You're then afraid of failure, right? In that sense, I think so. For me, for example, some of the music stuff that I've done, I went in it with absolutely zero expectation that anyone would listen to it. right? It's, why would somebody want to listen to a Sanskrit translation of Johnny Cash version of a Nine Inch Nails song, like, for example, right? It was just the act of creating it and the act of doing all of that gave so much joy, etc. For me, I have reaped the benefits of what I've created. After that, anything else is a bonus, right? So in that sense, I think it is sometimes, I understand it's very hard. Like, for example, if you're a movie maker, I know it's very hard. I mean, you've sunk in hundreds of crores. You obviously want to reap some benefits.
It's also the nature of the art.
It's the nature of the art. I understand that. But I think from a purely, if you're cooking, especially in the context of especially my area, if you're thinking about hobbies in general, right? That you cannot be vested in the outcomes of your hobbies. That it has to be purely just the creative process. If you don't enjoy the process of doing that hobby, that's not a hobby. Then it's a chore, right? If you're only vested in the outcome, then it essentially means then you have to do things like feed the algorithm. I have to make post every day. I have to make this. I have to dance to a trending reel. So then that's just a chore. You're not actually enjoying the creative process.
This reminds me of something the Marathi literator and humorist Pula Deshpande said. He was speaking at some function. It was I think the musician Srinivas Khale, and they're talking in his honor or whatever. And he says one thing which sort of just resonated with me, and it's very similar to what he's saying. He says about Srinivas Khale that Srinivas Khale loved the art more than he loved himself. So, which is why he did what. So, he's really not invested in the outcome of it. He's just like he did it because he felt like doing it.
Yeah.
That's why.
And I think there is also this sense of, like, in many cases, not being in the moment. If you're thinking about the outcomes, then you're not actually in the moment at all, right? And sometimes a lot of art just simply doesn't work if you're not in the moment at all.
It shows through, yeah.
Right, yeah. I like it. It also reminds me of Dave Chappelle, right? And he does shows where he's very, very strict about no phones. Saying that, see, if I know you guys are recording it, you're going to put it on Instagram or YouTube. I'm not going to say some of the jokes because I use this as ways of really just being free with my craft, because I know this is a private space and that you're not going to judge me for a poorly crafted joke or a politically incorrect joke, because I'm just playing around with my art to see what I might then say in a Netflix special. I can understand he has to think differently when he does the Netflix special, right? But this is you in my space where I'm actually like practicing my craft. And so no phones. So don't make an impermanent thing permanent. It is a very common theme that you often sort of actually
I can
find
tie this back to that argument we were having a little earlier about artificial intelligence and its impact on art.
Yes.
When you have this frame of reference, it really makes no difference.
Yeah.
You're just looking at the art and a better sort of outcome. That's it. Yeah.
And what you said, Narayan, earlier reminds me of this great story by Prem Panikar, which I have told on the show, so people must have heard it. Ashok certainly has, because he claims to have heard every episode. But it's a beautiful story. It's about a poet who was interviewed in the 1950s and asked about his writing process, a writer, poet, whatever. And he said, okay, so I go into my house and then I go into a room and I'm the only person there and I lock myself in and I sit down at the typewriter. So the interviewer asks, so that is when you start writing? And he says, no, because I'm not alone. With me, there are all the people who have expectations of me, all the people I want to impress, all the people I care about, all my enemies. I wait for them to leave the room. So then the interviewer asks, that is when you start to write? And he says, no, because one person is still there. I am there. I wait for that person to leave the room and then the story tells itself. Yeah. So to me, it's such a beautiful parable about what writing is like. And I also tell my writing students that whenever you do something, there is a trade-off between getting it done and getting it right. And the mentality we as creators should have is get it done. Because getting it right getting it right is actually a function of getting it done again and again and again, because only iteration makes you good. Yeah. And whenever we begin something, we suck at it, like your first 7 years with the violin.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, if you're going to go for validation in that phase, you will not get it and you will give up.
Yeah. You will give up. Yeah.
So, only if you do it for the love of it, which is to me a necessary condition, not sufficient, but necessary. Yeah. Only then can you achieve excellence.
I think in a weird sense, I think probably we might sound like Uncle G's who are sort of glorifying the first generation of the social media and internet, if you will.
We are all Uncle G's in T Nagar.
Right? Yeah. Uncle G's in T Nagar, if you will. That somehow not having real-time analytics, dopamine hitting you on a daily basis, I really think produced a certain free kind of art in the blogging era that the Instagram and YouTube era somehow does not allow. Because you're staring at analytics, you're staring at likes. The platform is like really constantly nudging you. This is doing better than previous. This is that. So you forever escaping feedback seems to be impossible, actually.
No, but I would say it does allow that, because look at Miss Excel. Right? You've heard of Miss Excel.
True.
Yeah,
Miss
absolutely.
Excel, just for the sake of the
Yeah, yeah.
listeners,
Yeah.
just for the sake of the 3 listeners who are listening to this episode and haven't heard this story from me before, for those 3 people, hello there. Miss Excel is this awesome person who had 3 passions.
Yes.
Excel, Microsoft Excel, which she used to teach also,
Yeah.
EDM and dancing. And she started putting out these Instagram videos where she was dancing to EDM while, also
Explaining
teaching
it.
Excel through
Wow.
captions at the same
Yes.
time, and became a superstar. Now, any gatekeeper of the past would have said, fuck off, what nonsense is this? But the reason it worked is all 3 of these were authentic to her. And I'm guessing that at no point before starting did she think, will this be popular? Because the obvious answer is, are you crazy?
Yeah.
But you do what you do. Like Ajay Shah and I, for our new show, Everything is Everything, we have decided we will not see the analytics. We will do it for 2 years. We won't see the analytics.
Exactly.
We'll do it for him and me. We'll talk the way we talk.
Yeah.
Of course, Ajay is a complete geek and he's getting all kinds of insights from the data, but it's not affecting the content.
Absolutely.
I have a deeper question for you now,
Yes.
and it takes off from what you said about food. That one of the things I've realized with great guilt is that very often, whoever is cooking for us, we take it for granted. And too often is it the case that in too many Indian households, the woman is cooking the food, the man is eating it while looking into his phone or whatever,
Yeah.
and not for a moment saying thank you, or not for a moment even considering the food. And that gratitude for all the good things in our life is so important. And that is therefore something that we should be intentional about, of recognizing everyone's this thing. And the question I want to ask you guys about is, what are you intentional about in your lives? Like in my case, one of the things I have come to be intentional about is friendship, where I would take people for granted, not stay in touch, not reply to emails and all of that. Yeah. And recently I have realized that people are all there is. Nothing else matters. The things you have, your achievements, nothing matters. It's the people. That's all that matters. So I try to be more intentional about this. And I try to be more intentional about being mindful while I'm eating of the food. Though my mind just keeps drifting off, the monkey brain. So this is harder. So, in your journeys through life, and I'm guessing parenthood must also have changed you in certain ways, so consider this a question about how that changed you as well. What are the things that that you have learned to be intentional about today that you weren't before?
I think there's one specific immediate thing that comes to mind about food, and then I'll tell you another deeper story and then connect back to this. One is that when I started cooking, I think I came at it with the typical masculine attitude of, here I am, a rare Indian man in the kitchen, doing things that other Indian men do not. So behold my great cuisine, you shall enjoy and eat whatever I choose to make. Today I have done YouTube research on a Mexican dish, and all of you shall enjoy whatever Mexican dish I cook up. I think over the last decade or so, it kind of struck me that one of the things that are the people we've always taken for granted, our mothers and grandmothers and so on, is the fact that for them, cooking was not this sort of show that they had to every day they made something and people said amazing, right? For them, they had to balance it amidst things like career and other things. And not only that, they also had to cater to the fact that children don't eat spicy food. This older gentleman has a heart disease, so he needs less salt. This person does not like bengan, so I have to make something else for him. So those micro preferences. So the act of cooking was an optimization problem that they had to solve across all of these variables. And here I was generally saying, I want to make this completely feta cheese, something, a Mexican thing, and I'm expecting everybody will enjoy it without recognizing that they may not like the flavor. My wife does not like very spicy food, right? And Mexican food is super spicy. And somebody else in the house has diabetes, so they may not eat something that is very sweet. So in effect, now I've deliberately started to think carefully about, if I can make a meal, can I make sure that there is something in it that everyone can enjoy? So my son can enjoy the roasted potato or the chicken. My wife can enjoy the less spicy dish. And somebody who likes spicy food can enjoy something else, rather than think of it as this performance where you should eat my, sort of like the, what's that famous recent movie? The Menu, I think. Right? So that is one. The second wider thing that I wanted to sort of share is this beautiful insight that somebody told me many years ago, almost 20, 25 years ago. And this person is a very widely read, somebody who used to read Sanskrit and Tamil. And one of the things, as I keep telling people, that Tamil is one of those languages where you can read something from 3,000 years ago. And if you know the language, it will still make sense. No other language has that. Sanskrit apart, but Sanskrit is not a spoken language
It's not
today.
a living
Right?
language.
It's not a living language. But you can watch Tamil films now, but then read a 2,500-year-old poem and it'll still make sense, right? And so one of the things he told me about is this sort of like a side story in this Tamil epic called the Silappadigaram, which is one of the oldest, supposed to be 2,500 years old at least. Fascinatingly enough, written by a Jain prince by the name of Ilango Adigal, right? So people forget that Jainism was very dominant
big religion,
in the south, right? And so the story notionally is sort of set in Madurai, and it's about a woman whose husband is wronged and she burns the city of Madurai down in revenge and so on. So that's like the overarching story, but there are obviously multiple side stories. And one of those side stories is about the city of Madurai itself. And the fact that, obviously, the Meenakshi Amman temple is sort of like the centerpiece, but there are many temples, right? And so he speaks of this idea that there are 5 temples in Madurai. And then people would go to each of these temples for different reasons. So there was one temple that people would go when they had a physical ailment. I'm in pain, I need help. So that's the temple you go to. That's the temple you pray to when you have a physical ailment. There was another temple where you went when you had basic problem with money, finance. I'm broke, I need money. That's the temple you went to pray for money, right? The third temple was the one that you prayed to for family kind of issues. My wife, my son is not listening to me. I'm having these issues. Interfamily civic issues. My business partner is cheating me kind of stuff is the third category of this thing. The fourth temple is the one that you went to when you had depression, anxiety, and mental health issues. So there was a fourth temple. And he says that guess what the fifth temple was for? He says that the fifth temple was for people who had none of these other problems, but who felt the pain of others. So in a weird sense, what he said is that, and he said that temple would be filled with artists and creative people and people who are poets and people who are musicians and so on. Because in general, good art comes from you feeling the pain of others, not feeling your own pain. Right? So when a blues musician is writing, so I think a lot of good art comes from you empathizing with others' pain. Not just channeling your pain. People think blues musician is channeling his pain. No, he's channeling the pain of all of his black forefathers who went through what they did. And so I think, in that sense, it was such a deep insight in terms of, one, in a wider sense, it gave me a better understanding of why people are religious. Life is hard, life is unpredictable. So you can't really look down on people for being religious. Right? Of course, you can look down on religious establishments that exploit this. That's fine. But you simply cannot take away from the fact that people have these kinds of problems. And that's how we are. We are this sort of complex species that are not living in small tribes in Africa, but really in large, complex cities, worried about whether AI is going to take our jobs next week. So yeah, people will believe in astrology. People will believe in all of these quack remedies and all these other kinds of things. So in a sense, I think that what that really taught me is that the skill of being able to experience or understand somebody else's pain is very central to you being a truly creative person from the point of view of solving problems. Right? I mean, right down to even in software, if you're designing a system, unless you feel the pain of the user, you will design websites like the government of India does. Clearly, nobody designing these websites is experiencing the pain of the actual end user, right? So they end up designing these things in the way they are. And so that's why, in a weird sense, that is played into the way I think about music, the way I think about food, more importantly, the way I think about even software and all the stuff that I do. So.
Mind-blowing. And I'm thinking the fifth temple could be called the mirror neuron temple because mirror neurons, of course, being how we kind of imagine the pain of others. And my friend Ajay Shah has this fantastic theory about religion that he shared with us a couple of days ago, and I want him to say it on Everything is Everything because I think we'll go madly viral and possibly get lynched. When Narayan has been complaining all through lunch that Amit is certainly going to get lynched one day, pata nahi left se ya right se, but he's going to get lynched.
My worry actually is that I'm going to get lynched along with them just because I happen to be
remember there is actually this fallacy where, on another note, there is this fallacy where people believe others are paying attention to them all the time.
Yeah.
Than
And
they
actually,
actually
they're not. Yeah. There's a main character
So,
syndrome.
The
as well,
worst thing that
and-
can happen to Amit is that no one will want to
Nobody
lynch him.
actually-
Yeah.
Nobody listens to his poor
Yeah.
jokes and lynches
That's the
him.
best thing. So every time I say, all of you must have heard it before, like the 3 people listening to this are saying, हमने तो नहीं सुना, पहले बार सुन रहे हैं, अभी कभी नहीं सुनेंगे. But Ajay's theory is that no one in the world is religious or believes in religion. That they pretend to believe in religion, but religion is and his theory is not even God of the gaps. His theory is that in society, you need something that makes you social, that can help you go out and meet people, hang with people, etc., etc. And these are really, religion is enable social instruments. People are going to church on a Sunday and they're meeting the whole community. Why do we go to temples? Because the boys want to check out the girls and vice versa. And that is a whole theory.
Yeah.
He had a great line about, I think his exact quote, and I'm not supposed to say this in public, but I'll say it. Sorry, Ajay. His great line was, Tinder is a dagger to the heart of Hindutva. Right? And the whole thing being that as time has gone by, we have found other ways of socializing, other ways of meeting the opposite sex, other ways of finding community, other ways of finding purpose. And we never actually believed all along anyway. And to the extent that religion can play a part in all of these vacuums, it is useful.
I do partially agree in the sense that an older relative of mine, someone who's in the family WhatsApp, and that we almost always I end up debunking nutrition, food-related myths that people end up sharing. Oftentimes by sharing one of my videos and saying, please watch this. And, I just was speaking to her and I just wanted to ask, saying that, you're a school, you've been a school teacher, you understand science. So why is it that you continue to believe in some of these, superstitions and myths? And what she basically said is that, no, you don't understand, right? It is, for me, the belief in all of these other things has nothing to do with whether I believe it or not. It has to do with the fact that it's a shared belief that people around me, my community, my family, they all believe. And it's something that holds us together, right? That belief, etc. This particular religious belief. And yes, so on the one hand, I can say, yeah, I'm going to be rational, I'm going to be atheist, I'm going to be all of this, I can understand all of the science, etc. If I do all of that, that doesn't mean my children and the younger people in my family will now suddenly be friends with me. He says that I have this community. I don't want to lose that. So clearly, I think for the older generation, for whom Tinder is not an option, right? Basically, religion is just the way you hold on to those ties.
Yeah, it's a
and they're
glue
afraid
that
of
holds
losing
the
that.
world.
They're like, yeah, I'm willing to say that this particular Ayurvedic or this religious belief is helpful, etc. If I believe that it's wrong, I'm immediately persona non grata from that group. But I don't have another group to go to. Because you guys are not exactly close-knit like the way that my generation
And
is.
the irony is that you could be in this terrible equilibrium in a game theory problem when nobody in a group believes, but everybody pretends to believe because they think everybody else does.
Yeah. No, so I'm pretty sure that some of the people there, particularly the men, genuinely believe. But there are enough people who are flexible about this and largely believe it because it's just part of their identity, and they feel that if they don't publicly express their belief, that they will not be part of that community. I think so I think you've touched upon this in many other things, even in other podcasts, where a lot of the incel communities and so on, it's not like many of those men hate women. It's that they found a community now. Their fear of ostracism from that incel community is a far bigger problem. Right? So it's not like they genuinely hate women.
And for what is worth,
but they have to performatively do it.
For what is worth, it sounds exactly like Vokes on Twitter as well. So it's similar.
Every form of extreme belief is exactly the same.
The same.
It's all cult forming and it's the same thing. It's really just the same thing. We just now broken into multiple layers of digital, groups and digital gods and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, so that tribalism is very deep.
Yeah, it's very deep. I think we're wired to it, right?
We are wired to it.
Yeah, we're the only species that coordinates at this scale.
Yeah.
Right? I mean...
Correct. At numbers, literally
the
nowhere
largest
else.
chimpanzee tribe is like very, very small.
100 or not even 100, some 60 individuals or something else told.
So even humans, I think there is something called, Dunbar's number, right?
Yeah.
140, 150 or something.
Yeah.
But we've gone past that, right? Because, I've been on Microsoft Teams meetings with more than 150 people.
There you go. No. I mean, I used to think that social media, with the perverse incentives towards tribalization and polarization and all, amplify our worst instincts. But I have since modified my view to think that it also empowers the worst among us. The most unpleasant people who in the real world would not have that many friends can go out there, join a tribe, can castigate other people, join online mobs, etc., and they're part of a community, they're part of a group. Fantastic for virtue signaling, which is also what I was thinking, that had that fifth temple existed today, it would be social media, where everyone is showing how much they care for anyone else, while really not giving the smallest damn. But I want to turn to you, Narayan Shenoy, because I do give a damn. I do give a damn because I asked you a question, both of you a question, and only Narayan answered. So I will now turn to you and ask, what are you intentional about?
Yeah, so I, over the course, so I went through all of it, right? So first, for the longest period in my life, nobody cared a hoot about me. Then for a brief while on social media, on blogging, on Twitter or something, I found out there were a good number of people who would listen to me and sort of laugh at things that I would say, which like literally no one has ever laughed at before. So getting diverse people, finding my own tribe, I did that. And then, as the whole social media thing exploded, all these things started crawling out of the woodwork, and you find people with the most bizarre and, sort of despicable thoughts also getting followings of their own. And then I come down to a full circle, as you did. And I find people to be like individual people to connect with being the most satisfying. And it's satisfying on a level I didn't realize. I've been to it. I had friends before. I had conversations. Now it's the flavor is different. Of course, the one person that I connect best with now, after all these years, is my wife, because she is the awesomest in the world. But
tell me a bit about that, because that's also an interesting journey where when you first fall in love and the relationship is taking off, you're just full of that person. You can't get enough of that person.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what you're in love with is really an imagined version of that person in your own head. And later on, everything kind of gets normalized as a danger of drift and inertia and all of those things. And you seem to either have bypassed that second stage or gone past it and arrived at a new awakening where you see this person as a person again, except not the idealized version, but the real person you love just as much.
So,
is that a fair way?
I often think of, do we actually know what is real? So we can't. We really can't. So it's all, everything is playing out in your head, and you're imagining versions of people, and that is a version that you love. What changes is that your love for that person becomes far more unconditional than it was before. And it's incredible. I mean, when you start off like when we got married, everything was physical, and you hold hands and look at the stars and do whatever other things that young people do. I've forgotten a lot of it. But later, it's just being close to a person, just sort of. So it is very, very difficult. There's a danger that when I finally write that book, a lot of it is going to sort of turn out as absolute sentimental garbage. But who cares, right? So we shall write that book.
No, it's interesting how I think the functioning, happy couples are not people who discovered and appreciate each other's strengths, but actually people who are deeply aware and tolerate the worst of the other person. That you've actually fundamentally made a compromise of, I can live with this. I mean, it's in a sense all the way from body odor to literally everything else. You're living with another human being. It's fundamentally about saying that, you've reached a point where you're like, this is less important. The fact that this person chooses to stick around and compromise their careers, all that other things, and then you put their strengths in the context of their tolerance of your weakness, is what makes the whole thing special.
Beautifully said.
What is the worst of you?
The worst of me, I think, is I over time I would like to think I've changed, but largely being sometimes lost in my own head and forever. And when I get a creative spark, I can just be completely unavailable. like lock myself in a room, not be available, and just assume things will happen, clothes will get washed, food will get cooked, and all of that, right? Over time, I think once the son arrived, I think you do have to change. Otherwise, it's just brutally unfair.
How did you change?
Definitely, it obviously deliberately spending more time, and also recognizing that sometimes giving that 1 or 2 hours of free time just to do whatever you want. Son is not your problem. Despite the fact that that mothers they are forever thinking of that. They're like worried about what crazy stunt is the father going to do with the child that is going to actively harm them. But you still want to keep doing that till you reach that point where they're like, I'm going for a 2-hour shopping. The son's your responsibility. And if you can get to that point, I think that's like great. I think it's amazing how men in India simply don't recognize that giving your spouse is like a 15-minute breather from just childcare is such a huge thing, right? I think, those are things that I've tried to be a lot more. But it's almost as if every year you kind of realize that you think you're doing like amazing, but I think the bar is like, I still think even in the most equal couples, women still end up doing much more. It's just somehow just the nature of, I guess, how we're built, but it just seems to be the case.
So I was just at a conference, and I hope it's okay to say this. I haven't asked her, but she won't mind. Where Mahima Vashisht, who writes Womaning in India, was there, and she's got a kid. She's got a lovely feminist husband, Salil, just an absolutely lovely guy, and and she was like, "Look, my husband is in the top 1% of supportive this thing that you can possibly imagine." But motherhood is so fucking demanding.
Yes.
No matter how much the father helps out. It is so fucking demanding. And she said, my being at this conference without my kid, this is like a fucking vacation.
Yes.
The rest of you are working, you are networking, you are doing this. I am just so free. My mind is, it's, and we don't, I have sort of another sort of question then to ask, and we can come back to this. And that question is that I'm increasingly thinking that men and women just fundamentally want different things. Now, how much is nature, how much is culture and nurture and all that, we can, is a separate question. But men and women want fundamentally different things. And among the many different equilibria that could exist that allows them to coexist, to manage time together, the worst or a deeply unsatisfying one seems to be marriage. Because especially in India, it leaves both people unhappy, trapped in their roles, and often unable to understand each other in any respect whatsoever. So, what are your thoughts?
I think it's, generally the Indian system is to condition girls to assume that your life is going to be bad and tough. You better put up with it, right? You better learn
There's
to
no
cope.
alternative.
There's no alternative.
This is the way. This is the way.
The best we can do is to make sure that find a guy who won't beat you up, right? I mean, that's like pretty much the low bar that you
That's
set.
a bar.
That's like the bar you're setting, right? And I find that. So I'm also thinking hard about your question about whether men and women want different things. Sometimes even if they may want similar things, it's pretty evident that the way to get there, I think, differs very, very differently, right? It's sort of like how, even right down to the situation where sometimes my wife will tell me, describe something that's happening, some problem that she's having at work or something like that. And I'm immediately in software engineering solution mode, architecture. Okay, this is the problem. Let me solve this. Oh, you do one thing, right? So that, hashtag you
Solution
do one thing
comes,
is the very typical engineering mindset. Yes. No, that's not what she's looking for. She's basically getting it off her chest. She's not looking for a solution from you because, one, your solution is probably not a solution at all. You think it's a solution because you haven't heard the full thing. She may not even be expressing all the multiple variables that are going on inside her head around that problem. She just wants you to listen and help her process, right? And sometimes I think, we go about at trying to solve problems in fundamentally different ways as well to get to the same goal sometimes, right? Even career growth or whatever it is, or a vacation. The definition of what is a good vacation, you'd be surprised. Men and women think very fundamentally differently, right? I mean, I will sometimes plan I want to maximize 5 days in Japan. Morning, we will walk to this place, and then afternoon, we will eat in this place, and then we will take a train and go there. They'll be like, okay, do you think we have a 10-year-old son? He will get tired by the afternoon. How far is that? Is that kid friendly? So the number of questions they're obviously asking themselves when they solve a problem is much, much higher. Right? I regularly find that, like even in my software, design teams which have good diversity, end up asking a greater set of questions from the perspective of the end user, and eventually end up building better software. So this isn't about this nonsensical idea of meritocracy and all that nonsense at all. Actually speaking, diverse teams just generally do better.
In Philip Tetlock's book Super Forecasting, he cited a study which shows that the biggest predictive factor for good decision making in teams is not intelligence or education or any of those things. It's just the diversity of the team. You're coming at the same problem from the more different angles, the better.
I think Paul Graham sort of speaks about this allied problem, was called the brilliant jerk problem, where he basically says that I think people think that having the smartest people in your team is what you need to do great work. He says that no, beyond a point, having brilliant jerks actually prevents your ability to actually do great things. So in that sense, you cannot be optimizing only for what your narrow definition of intelligence.
Have either of you been a brilliant jerk?
I'm almost all through my life. I've been,
pretty much all through my life. I think yes.
Yeah, I thought I was the only one. I thought I'm going to make a
jerk for sure. Brilliant, I think, is probably a self-assigned.
No, but you know what? This is the other thing, right? And this is general observation. I'm sure all three of us are like that. We've always been quick on the uptake, and that that gives you earns you the sobriquet of brilliant. But you'll realize later there are a lot of people who are not so quick, but who are no less thorough and deep. And the system doesn't really. So, oftentimes you will find quiet people who take a while to come out with what they really think, but who have some really good insights. And then the system, I'm now sort of sensing that I've been really rude and dismissive about a lot of people going through just because they're not quick.
And not just that, to go back to religion and come back to this, I think it was Christopher Hitchens, or one of the four horsemen basically, who pointed out that most believers are actually atheists of all other religions. Because there are so many religions. If there are 500 religions, you believe in one of them, you're an atheist in the other 499. Yeah. Similarly, I think all three of us and every brilliant jerk ever is incredibly stupid in most things.
Exactly.
We might be fortunate that we know one thing well. And even if that is like a meta model, even if it's a computational thinking and we think, I'll grok any new thing, the point is you are still a moron in most things. And therefore you have to have some kind of humility when you're dealing with people who may not be so good in your thing, because those people will kick your ass in something.
Absolutely, And it also goes back to the point about many people are actually fantastic at systems 2, your Kahneman's systems 2 thinking, which is take your time. I don't want to immediately react. It may come out of things like shyness, inability with the communication in English or whatever language. It could be all of that. But they turn that weakness into a strength that allows them to think slightly more long-term, take your time and actually come out with a more sensible thing as opposed to the quick, brilliant, hot take. Right? I think which society tends to see. The other point about
which is inevitably going to be system 1.
Exactly.
Definitionally is going to be system 1.
Right, and Indians have also like glorified engineers and MBAs and medicine. And given them
every metric, it rewards you. Can you sort of sum up 2 numbers or whatever, find out the root or whatever it is, and you have all of your little algorithms going. You are proficient at that. It's really not a metric of your overall intelligence.
It is actually. It reminds me of this fascinating anecdote I heard, strangely enough, on Trevor Noah's video recently. Where he's, by the way, he's one of the guys who speaks spectacularly sharply about AI. Stand-up comedian, all of that, super sharp. He's more insightful about AI than many actual techies. And he gives this example of how Microsoft designed this AI model to do one good thing, which is they fed it millions of pictures, and it had one job to do. Distinguish between whether a photograph of a face is male or female. That was its only job, right? And it performed stellarly well on Caucasian faces, on a wide range of faces, right? It even performed well on like Asian faces and things like that. But performed very, very poorly on black, African faces. And they didn't know why. They had notionally done everything right. They had a diverse team. They had black developers. They had testing data biases. They ensured that all photos that they had, there were enough of both. They had said, we've done everything right. Why are we not able to crack this? Eventually, they had to sent it to their Kenya research center, and the researchers there eventually cracked the problem. Apparently, all these neural networks, what people don't realize is that you don't know how it's doing what it's doing. Right? You don't quite know what feature it's extracting in order to make that binary prediction you're asking for, because it's just too impossible to debug. And they never bother to really dig deep into that, right? The Kenyan folks apparently found out that, oh, by the way, you've asked it to distinguish between male and female faces. The neural net, based on the training data you've given it, has arrived at one feature that distinguishes male and female faces, which is not no shape, eye, no. It's presence of makeup.
Wow.
So it was literally marking anything with makeup as female and anything without makeup as male. And that was good enough for every other situation. But historically, black people, the cosmetics companies, don't often make cosmetics that are suitable to their wider range of brown colors. So they often don't wear cosmetics. And so it was failing. So it was marking all of them as male. So then they had to retrain and make sure that this is not the variable that it is eventually. So the point is that sometimes, we all need to have this sort of epistemic humility that not only do you not know many other things, you don't even know
that you
why
don't know.
or how you don't know.
I've got to say, I'm just feeling so proud of the collective humility the three of us are showing. It's a very man thing, right?
I'm more humble than both of you put together. Hands down.
Oh my God, who has the biggest humility? Size matters. Let's now talk about one of the pet subjects of Ashok, but something that I'm sure even Narayan, you have a lot to contribute on, which is misinformation around food. And we will begin by talking about Ashok's controversial contention, which will no doubt make this episode viral, that Nityananda is better than Sadhguru. Kindly give full context and explain.
So this is one of my daily things that I end up having to do is to hundreds of people send me messages posting a link to a viral video saying, is this true? And most of those videos are very random things. Like, for example, you must not drink water standing up. Like, apparently, this is a thing, right? And that if you cook dal in a pressure cooker, you will get cancer, right? Or that if you use a microwave, you will get cancer.
And
because none of it is true, obviously, right? So I have to end up, so I usually point them to the videos, etc., etc. And I obviously looked and saw that a very regular purveyor of food and diet related misinformation is our Sadhguru, right? And allied handles. There's an entire ecosystem, right, of Instagram handles that spread this stuff. And he sounds very confident. He uses scientific terms and so on. Like, it clearly appeals to a lot of people, and the people are truly worried, right? There's one video where he's like, there's one vegetable that you're eating every day that's a poison and you should stop eating it. One apparently that we enjoyed in great amounts today, bengan. So apparently eggplant has a poison. You must not eat it. One day it's okay, but if you eat it over a lifetime, it will make you dumb. Apparently, that's the crux of the video.
He must have eaten a lot of.
I mean, due respect, I mean, I was like, the Mediterranean people eat a lot of bengan, and they've produced a fair number of Nobel laureates. Last I checked, and they live 20 years longer than us. So it's like didn't seem like a common sense thing. And I asked people to think for themselves, right? Rather than one of my common things is to also, I've realized that when it comes to communicating science, it is actually better to try and make the person think using scientific ideas that they may be familiar with, as opposed to me saying, boss,
this is.
Then otherwise I'm doing the same argument by authority that the other people are doing, right? So I told him that, did you think about the fact that everybody's been eating this and, they don't seem to be falling sick and so on. So this is a comma. So I keep getting this, and regularly I have to keep debunking, and once in a while deal with very angry fans of his who will often just say that you don't understand, he's a wise beyond words, and you're looking at it tactically. The funny thing is that many of these people actually don't agree with what he says with regard to non-veg food and all of that, right? Because but they find everything else he says to be knowledgeable, but they're asking me to, you cannot be nitpicking. He's a yogi, you must not nitpick these small things. So they're genuinely saying he's wrong, but I'm not supposed to nitpick, right? So the point is that one day somebody sent me this video of Nityananda, where somebody in the audience was asking him, what is the best diet to be spiritually wise, etc. And he said, the best diet is to eat as little food as possible, right? And I was like, oh man, this is the first God man who's actually said anything remotely correct about food, right? About diet. And so I just remarked saying that, well, it's a weird world when he makes more sense than the guy who is loved by all of the IT and MBA crowd. So
it's a weird world where he makes sense. I would expect both of them to be equally nonsensical.
Exactly. To be fair, he's probably nonsensical in many other areas, but it just seemed like an odd comparison here.
Yeah. The first time I encountered Sadhguru was at the TED India conference in Mysore in 2009, where Sadhguru gave a TED talk, and at one point he said something to the effect of, "I broke my arm, and then I just mentally focused on it, and my arm became okay." And at this point, the thought that went through my head was, "You charlatan, give me a chance to break your arm right now and demonstrate it for us." But anyway, I mean,
no, I think so. To be fair, see, I've also, as I said, I think in full, epistemic humility, right? I don't particularly care about the individual, the Sadhguru himself, right? I mean, I really want to, if there are ideas of his that I find scientifically inaccurate in the context of food where I have some expertise, I would like to correct it, right? But at the same time, I keep telling people that I have no problems with you finding some spiritual succor in something that he says, right? Because people say lots of things, right? People broadly say, they will say things to be mindful, so in the sense that I can't judge what people find useful and take and improve their lives. I'm willing to accept that. Yes, of course, when you come, you then want to defend him and then come and fight me, it's a different problem. But I suspect the vast majority of people, they flock to Godman largely again because the world is complicated, life is complicated, and you don't always get answers that easily. Tragedies happen, and in the past obviously you had a more institutional religious system, the temple and the ecosystem and the family that was more tightly bound, so there was that sort of place that you could go to for support, but increasingly those ties don't exist, and these people kind of fill in the gaps, if you will.
So I kind of agree about the point of epistemic humility. Obviously, I've actually used that phrase horror to my shock and horror in the past because I try to avoid jargon, but it is such a precise phrase. But I will also add here that fine that you debunk what he says wrong and you don't mess with the rest of it, and people who want to believe can believe. But at the same time, the point is that there are some people with vast followings who cause great harm.
Absolutely.
And people get suckered into following them. So I also feel it is important for people like me with whatever limited reach I have to continuously say that this man is a charlatan, he talks bullshit, he is dangerous, beware of him, which I do. I haven't got lynched yet, Narayan, but that is because no one listens to podcasts. So fine.
So I think you need a bit of both. In the sense that, like, for example, if I want a large number of people who are generally deeply spiritual for whatever reasons, etc., and if I want them to, if I believe that there is greater good in the world if all of those people use the pressure cooker, because it will literally save LPG usage by a massive amount if people stop believing in the misinformation about pressure cookers, I can go after that narrow goal, and to that effect, which means that I'm not going to sit and waste time trying to berate you for your faith in Sadhguru, right? So in that sense, I think this is always going to be for me, I think science communication, what I've learned in the last 4 or 5 years, and I used to be exactly like you, right? In the sense that if it's bullshit, call out the bullshit was essentially the thought process. But then you sort of realize that I think there is a certain preaching to the choir when you do that. Right. So the people who react positively to you calling a godman a bullshit are people who believe he's bullshit anyway. The number of people who are going to change their minds in a social media world, near zero. Very, very hard.
But here's the thing. It's not, you're never going to change the mind of anyone who actually believes.
That is true.
But the point is that, paradigms change one funeral at a time. Change is generational.
Yes.
So there might be people who never heard of the guy.
Correct.
And for them, it might make a difference if, or for all 14 of them.
Absolutely.
If I say that.
Yes. The fact that there are counter views, meaning that there is just not wholesale worship. Hopefully the YouTube algorithm like, oh, you saw this? Here's a counter view, right? In an ideal world, yes.
I have a question for you.
Shakespeare said this actually, right? So he said, to paint the violet, to gild gold, to perfume the lily, and to call Sadhguru a charlatan is a pointless and wasteful exercise.
Brilliant. But I think you've cited it wrong. It was George Bernard Shaw who said this.
No, it was Shakespeare. Right?
It was Shakespeare. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I have a question for you. Okay, if there is a chicken which is studying for an exam and is under enormous stress, what would you call it? Phrase just used pressure cooker.
Pressure cooker. Yes.
I'm sorry, cooker is Punjabi for chicken, folks. Kindly,
right.
Non-Amits.
That's actually also Konkani for chicken is cooked.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. So
Being
my
that it is
theory
Chennai,
is
this joke is about 2,800 kilometers.
Away. But an interesting myth that you busted shows that Bangalore is less likely to get this joke than Chennai because Bangalore is south of Chennai. Man.
Yes. So
one
sometimes
whole latitude point lower.
So two weird geography things for some reason which I learned much later. One is Amsterdam is north of London.
Okay.
Now go to the map and you'll realize actually England is the Dutch is actually north. Actually Amsterdam is north of London.
They must be depressed
and then
because of the
Chennai is
weather.
north of Bangalore.
Chennai is north of Bangalore.
By slightly so. Yeah.
So
But
Chennai
still
is
not.
more Amit than Bangalore.
Chennai is more Amit than Bangalore.
Brilliant. Okay, I'll ask you to bust some more quick misinformation thingies. One, Pani Puri water, will it give you diarrhea or not?
Absolutely not. I think, it goes back to what Anthony Bourdain once told Anderson Cooper, that no matter what place you go to, you're far safer eating street food than a buffet in a 5-star hotel because the breakfast buffet is probably leftover food recycled for you. On the other hand, street food is almost always freshly prepared. Now, I think also again, if you just apply high school science, in general, microbes, bacteria, and so on, require certain conditions to live. First is obviously, I think there are aerobic, so let's keep that aside. This is going to be anaerobic. So there are anaerobic bacteria in any case, right? So that's aside. The second thing is that they don't do well in salty solutions, right? Because salt actually by osmosis removes the water from a cell, so the bacteria will die. So they do not do well above a certain salt concentration. The second thing is that on top of that, they do not do well in acidic solutions. And what's there in Pani Puri water? A ton of lime juice and tamarind, all of which are strongly acidic. The pH of Pani Puri water is like 3 or 4. It's like super acidic. Okay. If anything, actually sloshing around the Pani Puri water is going to damage your enamel. So, yeah, if you want to drink Pani Puri, use a straw like you do with lemonades, right? So there is that, right? So the pH alone is going to kill all the bacteria. Then, just to be safe, there are a few more layers of protection we add. We add spices like chili powder and cumin powder, all of which are strongly antibacterial. See, spices are basically plant defense chemicals. They produce those chemicals to prevent microbes from attacking them and insects from attacking them. Because they are good at killing those things, they tend to be volatile and aromatic, so we like the smell. So all spices above a certain concentration are toxic for us also. Famous example is nutmeg. 5 grams of nutmeg is poison. It could actually kill you, right? And a little bit less actually makes you high. By the way, there is a molecule in nutmeg called myristicin, which turns into, basically in your brain, turns into ecstasy. MDMA.
Wow.
So it's a precursor molecule for MDMA. So basically, the reason why mothers in India give a little bit of nutmeg in milk to put kids to sleep is because it makes them mildly high.
Narayan and I are going to go off after this to procure some nutmeg.
Look, the line between high and sick is very small. So
Do you
please
know
do
a
not
good
overdose.
Yeah.
Please do, anyone, a public service announcement, please do not try this at home.
kindly recommend good nutmeg dealer in Chennai. Bhai, hamare hai.
No, garam masala is there. No, garam masala has nutmeg. Biryani masala famously has nutmeg. So
Amazing. Okay.
So the point is that I think the spices themselves are very strongly antibacterial. Chili is strongly antibacterial. That is another layer of defense. And if that wasn't enough, we use mint. Like mint, famously, human beings are the only animals that can tolerate mint.
Seriously?
Every other animal cannot tolerate the smell and this thing. Right? The reason, in fact, we grow mint on the borders of many of these fields
To prevent pests
because
from
there are
coming
pests
in.
and all, they cannot stand the smell of mint. No animal can stand the smell of mint. Right? So therefore, then we have like 4 layers of defense. Right? Far, far safer than any random
5-star buffet.
5-star buffet.
5-star buffets. Don't talk to me about 5-star buffets. 6-7 days in a 5-star, I'm kind of dying. The other thing that irritates me is I will look at a menu, often of a Chinese restaurant, and there will be that ridiculous, obnoxious line, no MSG added, right? And I am fucking sick of it because in the 1980s, there was this canard spread that MSG is bad for you.
Correct.
It is not.
Yeah.
MSG is incredible.
Yes.
MSG is good for you.
Yes.
Everyone listening to this has tons of MSG every fucking day.
Yes.
Right? Kindly elaborate, Ashok. You add your words.
So let's start with a very basic thing, right? So monosodium glutamate. So leave aside the sodium. Sodium is just, you get it in salt, sodium chloride, right? Glutamate is basically the glutamic acid, which is an amino acid, right? So all life on the planet is made from the same 20 amino acids. The entire structure of every living form, from bacteria to human beings, is made from the same 20 amino acids, which is remarkable when you think about it, because these 20 amino acids can combine to form the most spectacular larger protein structures, from muscles to
Brain
plant
cells.
tissue to brain cells to heart cells to everything, right? And one of that 20 is glutamic acid, all right? If you generally assume you're a 70 kg person, you have 2 kgs of that glutamic acid in your body, okay, for starters. So therefore, a quarter teaspoon of that glutamic acid, not going to kill you, okay? The second thing is that, why do we have a taste bud for it? We have a taste bud for it because it is now believed that it is a mechanism for indicating to your brain that what you're eating is high protein. See, we have an indicator for carbs, which is sweetness. We have an indicator for sourness, which is, this is how you get vitamin C and many other things. So you have sourness. How you indicate
Bitterness.
salt, again, because body needs certain amount of sodium, right? So that's salt.
Evolution
And then
is
bitterness is
beautiful.
to prevent you from eating poisons. So, and most of the bitter taste buds are at the back of your tongue. That's why we use expressions like bitter aftertaste. Bitter is the last taste you will experience, right? And needs to prevent you before swallowing is what it is, right? And then umami is basically to detect glutamates. So anything that is high protein means it has a lot of glutamates. Fun fact, why do you think it's called gluten? Wheat protein is mostly glutamic acid, right? Now, obviously people will then point out that no, that is glutamic acid in a protein structure. This is free amino acid and that is harmful. So which is where we then talk about tomatoes, Parmesan cheese, and a ton of other things like any fermented food. Literally any fermented food, from idli to yogurt. Anytime you introduce a bacteria to ferment something, it's going to break down those proteins and glutamic acid will be formed. So, and that's what makes fermented food savory, like kombucha or, for that matter, kimchi or any of those things, right? Gochujang, for that matter. Again, lots of MSG, right? And soy sauce, lots of MSG, again fermented, right? So the point is that there is actually no difference between the MSG that is literally in your tomato and the Parmesan cheese and the powder that you add. The powder is just simply the pure 100% essence of that, right? And you don't need much, right? So there is a tiny number of people who are allergic to MSG. Far more people are allergic to gluten and peanuts and dairy and soy and eggs and all that. This is really a non-issue. Many people tend to self-diagnose things like allergies. They usually are not, right? And many people won't even know. When you're eating a tomato juice in an airplane and you're loving it, you're literally loving the MSG.
Yeah, and I love that T-shirt line of yours. Parmesan is white person's MSG. And
White people MSG. Yes.
Yeah, and Narayan, another question for you. Let me see if you get this one. You came close to the last one. An overweight man has a lot of tomato MSG. Let's say he has a lot of MSG, and he hits on a pretty woman at a bar, and she turns him down, saying what?
No MSG.
No. What is MSG called in India?
Ajinomoto.
Ajinomoto. Overweight person, I say. Anyway, let it pass. These are clearly...
Ajinomoto literally in Japanese means essence of taste.
And it is the essence of taste. Uncle Roger videos, earlier you spoke about.
Yeah.
Uncle Roger videos is very much the man. Raw milk or processed milk.
Oh man. I mean, it's weird how we're trying to turn the clock back to literally the dark ages. Like most people before the last 50 or 60 years died from infectious diseases, food poisoning, and things against which we've had done a huge amount of work to come up with vaccines and antibiotics and food processing techniques to keep food safe. And people now have a problem with like preservatives and all of that. Would you rather eat rotten food? I don't quite understand. You need a very tiny amount of preservative. Like people are worried about preservatives in bread. The bread without that preservative will start molding. And by the way, people think only when you see that green patch is when I should stop eating it. When you see that green patch, it means days ago the spores are already inside. That's already giving you, it's already pathogenic, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, I think, people have a distorted sense of this. Raw milk is one of the most dangerous things you can consume, right? And people will say, no. My grandfather consumed and he was healthy. Classic anecdotal bias.
And the grandfather's probably dead.
Not only that, so the first and foremost hard mathematical thing for people to grasp their head is that all old people you see around you right now are all lucky survivors. They've already selection bias has already happened because they were all part of families where there were 8 kids. 3 died from smallpox, 1 died from measles, People used to have 8-9 kids because many used to die. The very fact that they survived means there's already a selection bias. The fittest they're already pre-selected. Then on top of that, they survived all the other malnutrition and everything else. So in the sense that any clinical test will tell you that, boss, this is not a good population for you to test your hypothesis at all. Because they're already going to be naturally healthy. Because all the unhealthy ones, they're already dead. See, the beauty of the modern world is its ability to give the person with the most mediocre health a fantastic chance at a life.
Mind-blowing.
That is what people don't forget. The very fact that, you spoke about the Chandraban Prasad, the fact that people have diabetes now, etc., etc. It's unfortunate, yes, there are lifestyle, food-related issues, yes. But boss, you did not have diabetes and cancer in the past because these are diseases of age and wealth. People died before they were 40. When are you going to get the cardiovascular or diabetes at all? Right? So the fact that so many people are now living up to their 70s, you're now going to see all of that. And not only that, we now have diagnostic methods for that. Do you know how many people died of cancer in the past? You have no idea because you never diagnosed it. People just died of old age. How do you know whether there was a tumor? How do you know whether it was a prostate cancer or a uterine cancer? Nobody diagnosed that, right? But some of people are confident in saying that it was better in the past. There is evidence that says that like vegetables 100 years ago had 30% more like micronutrients. Soil, there are deep issues and so on. But again, it's like when you eat a balanced meal, you don't need every single ingredient to have every nutrient. You're going to look at where all you get everything, right? And on top of that, you have supplements in any case, right? Indians for the longest time believed that vitamin D, again famously you get vitamin D from milk, believe that we have so much sunshine, we will get vitamin D from sun, etc. You don't realize that the way humans evolved, the browner the skin, the less vitamin D you produce. But the browner the skin, the better you're protected against UVB. So the white person, far more susceptible to skin cancer, but also generates a lot more vitamin D from the sun. That's the mutation that allowed Europeans, and why Europeans became white is basically this, that it allowed them. Because the browner people probably died out from lack of vitamin D in Europe.
And the fairer people.
And even right now, Indians who go to like Nordics, they have to take vitamin D tablets and so on. So the point about milk is that before this, milk naturally has a ton of bacteria. Right. Of course, by the way, even human mother's milk has a lot of bacteria, but those are the beneficial bacteria that then get into our gut and form the start of your gut microbiome. It's designed for the human, this thing. That bacteria is designed for baby cows. Not good for you at all. Many of them can kill you, right, and cause food poisoning.
I have been told I look like a baby cow. Now I know why. Very sad.
So, and the fact that we invented a method that simply uses a high temperature in a short amount of time, and that's all you need to kill the bacteria in milk, and does not do anything. And so the common problem is people will say it destroys nutrients. And my advice to everyone is always just ask the next question: what nutrients? Does it destroy proteins? Does it destroy carbs? Does it destroy which vitamins? Right?
And you pointed out somebody, perhaps Sadhguru, was saying that iron, it destroys iron.
No, there's a bunch of belief about raw milk that pasteurization destroys iron in raw milk. I am like, no, there is no iron in milk. Right? And more basically, even if you don't need that fancy bit of information, if you remember your school chemistry lab, iron is famously dark colored. Everything about iron is dark colored. You cannot have something that's absolutely white and have iron. If it has the slightest amount of iron, it's going to be orange or red. Why is your blood red? Anything that has iron is going to be red, orange, brown. There is just no other color that you can have iron salts in. And so therefore, anything that's white in color, atta, maida, whatever it is not going to have iron.
Zero iron.
It's going to have zero iron. It has to be darker colored.
And anyone who has milk running through his veins is basically dead because severe iron deficiency. So what are we talking about? And if you're taking me seriously, severe irony deficiency. Right? So kindly control.
Correct. There is one more, big misconception that nitrogenous fertilizers are destroying the world. So apparently, or not apparently, indeed, nitrogenous fertilizer is what enables 8 billion people to survive on the earth. Yeah.
Since you mentioned that, nice sort of segue to Fritz Haber, right?
Yeah.
Haber-Bosch process. The one is that there is no way we would have had 8 billion people without our industrial ability to take atmospheric nitrogen and turn it into ammonia, right? because just relying on dal and legumes, etc., is not enough. That's very slow, not enough. Crop rotation can only feed so much, etc., etc. I don't think we'd have had this. Most people would have starved, actually.
Yeah.
So it's been the longest problem, and then Fritz Haber and Bosch basically solved this. It's a fascinating fact that a chemist actually, I heard it in a lecture. Half of the nitrogen atoms in your body, in all our bodies, came from the fertilizers used to grow the crops that we eat and eat the animals that ate those crops. Half of the atoms in your body came from that fertilizer. You wouldn't exist without that. So that is how dependent we become. It's not like 10%, half, right? So it literally means that the agricultural productivity didn't just like mildly increase. It just exponentially increased. That's how the 20th century we had this explosion of a population. Right, and then obviously the Green Revolution then figured out hybrid varieties that was able to do many of these things. But nitrogen fertilizers was the first.
Why is the foundation?
We are not only what we eat, we are what fertilizes what we eat. And by the way, I have a question for Mr. Shenoy. He's failing on my questions today for both of you.
Yes.
But Mr. Shenoy will appreciate it more. Haber's partner in this endeavor went to Calcutta and was asked to sit. And his response was, "How do you know?" What was he asked? Bosch. Brilliant. Okay, sorry, continue.
No, I was just saying that Haber's story itself is actually super poignant, right?
Yeah. It has to be told. It's a segue, but it has to be told.
Jewish scientist makes critical discoveries, the Haber-Bosch process, nitrogen fixation, single-handedly responsible for saving more lives than any other person on the planet. And yet his research is what results in the production of the gas and the other things that was used to kill Jewish people during World War II. Right, so much so his wife committed suicide. Very tragic life. And he himself was thrown out of Germany. I mean, he lost his position because he was a Jewish. It was quite a tragic life, yeah.
Wife was a lady named Claire Immerwahr. And there is a prize instituted in Claire that was won by my friend's daughter last year or something. She teaches in England somewhere.
What is the prize for?
It's for women who have done the most for science. Something. Yeah. So Claire Immerwahr was someone who did a lot of work, and then she was driven to suicide because of her husband. Her husband was a worthless bum. I don't know the details, but
it was I think in the sense that the impact that his work had was something that was deeply disturbing.
I think the gas and that poison gas and
gas.
That's what.
So he literally is responsible for hundreds of thousands dying in World War I because
the trench thing,
chlorine gas and all the rest of that stuff. And then the Zyklon B that was then made to kill all the Jewish people in concentration camps.
And irony of ironies is he ended up being the cause of saving billions of people.
He killed millions and saved billions.
It's quite mind blowing, and I'm just thinking यार हमारे पंजाब में ना कि राजमा खाओ गैस बन जाएगी खुद के खुद toxic poison gas कोई जरूरत नहीं है कुछ और करने की. So what are the most irritating misconceptions about food?
So the big picture one is fundamentally this idea that there are heroes and villains, right? That there are amazing things like turmeric and poisons like maida.
Sugar is a villain though, clearly.
Sugar, yes it is. But at the end of the day, in the larger context of it, everything any carb you eat is getting turned into sugar. Actually, by the way, even
that's what I mean.
Your fat and everything else is also getting turned to sugar if your body needs it, right? Ultimately, glucose is the energy currency of the body. But the point is, I think people have a completely distorted sense that they are moved to do silly things like drink turmeric water, turmeric milk 3 times a day.
Which our friend Abby Phillips, a liver doctor, has shown that actually it's a myth. Turmeric does nothing for you.
It doesn't do anything. The amount of curcumin in turmeric is it is like some 1 milligram in some 50 grams of turmeric or something. Who's eating 50 grams of turmeric, boss? I mean, it is just insane.
It is almost homeopathic, so useless.
And also, and not only that, the common. So one of the common exercises I use with children when I teach them about just to make things fun is to say that imagine you are lost in a forest, that you are abandoned and that you have to survive. What would you eat? Is an interesting sort of thought experiment. And it's incredible how kids are immediately moved to say, I'm going to pick berries, I'm going to eat the fruits, etc., right? And I tell them, no, every single thing in a forest that you eat from a plant will kill you. right? A tiny number of plant species have been domesticated by human beings to reduce the poisons, reduce the alkaloids, reduce all the other anti-nutrients to make things that are convenient for you. Everything else in the wild will kill you. So, on the other hand, we are animals. You can literally kill and eat any animal. Any fresh kill is absolutely safe. You can eat insects. You can eat any small animal. You can hunt and eat any animal. But you cannot touch any plant in any forest. So in that sense, I think a very common sense about people swigging all of these remedies is that, as Dr. Abhi points out, they're all liver toxic. Your liver is your first and last point of defense. It has to remove all of those toxins, and when it can't, it's going to get completely overwhelmed, right? So I think this idea that there is a hero and a villain actually forces people to not focus on the entire meal. Meaning that, I know it's controversial, but you can have a maida parota, but you can have it with a veg curry and a side salad, and that's not a bad meal. Like this idea that somehow you must eliminate maida from your diet is actually ridiculous, because that results in people doing things like, no, I won't eat this biscuit because it's made from maida, so I will eat a millet biscuit. Yeah. Right? Millet tastes like cardboard. So what do manufacturers do? Add a ton of fat. And that millet biscuit is way more unhealthy than your Mari biscuit that you originally.
And millet is basically carbs. So
it's still carbs. I'll make 3 points. I'll make 3 points. Yeah. One point is, and this I get from my good friend Susan Thomas, married to Ajay Shah, and as wise and insightful as him. And Susan once told me that, you think fruits are healthy? Fruits today have 30x, if I remember correctly, 30x as much sugar as they used to once upon a time.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
First insight. The other thing is that now, and a lot of the battles around food, as you pointed out, tend to almost be ideological and extremist and dogmatic.
Yes.
And what I recommend for everyone is that today you can actually figure out for yourself what food does to your body.
Exactly.
Like the reason I reversed type 2 diabetes, took my HbA1c from 7.7 to 5.7, was I figured out my optimal diet by using a CGM, a continuous glucose monitor, which by the way, Ajay had advised me to do. And when you do that, it's like I had a slice of toast, 284. I had eggs and bacon, flatline. I was arguing with a friend of mine about how oats are unhealthy, and she was like, are you crazy? I have oats for breakfast, it's healthy. I said, use a CGM. She had oats once. It went to 290. Next day she had again just eggs, and it stayed flat and never had oats again.
Correct.
So therefore, what I would say is that use a CGM, see how your body reacts to things, forget about the ideology. The third important thing I would say is that, yes, what you said, you can have maida parota, you can have vegetables, you can have all of that. The order matters. One of the things I realized with a CGM is that the order matters, because say you have the carbs first, you will immediately get that glucose spike, because your stomach immediately gets to work digesting that. But if you have either fiber or protein first, and then you have carbs, your stomach's already busy on the other stuff, and the glucose spike is slower and much less. So the order matters.
I find that so incredible.
And this, what is the most remarkable thing is that somehow the Europeans...
And you verified this yourself.
Yes, I verified it on me, and it's well known by now.
Yeah, very much. I tested it with the CGM as well. Yeah.
And the most incredible thing to me is that somehow, without a CGM, without any of this, the Europeans arrived at just the right meal structure, where you have salad first, you have your protein second, whatever the meat is, and then you have your dessert last. So I am not saying that you avoid any food. I mean, I jokingly say sugar is poison, but what I would say is, you want to have something sweet, you want to have a dessert, don't have it by isolation in the middle of the day. Have it at the end of a meal where you've had those other things, and your body just treats it entirely differently. It's a little bit like what we were earlier...
It's very counterintuitive.
Yeah.
It is very much,
And what he was earlier saying, that you would imagine that a chemical will have the same reaction on every brain, but it is contextual. It depends on what memories you associate food with. And similarly here, you would imagine that sugar will provoke the same response, but no, it's context. What are you having before it or after?
Exactly, which brings me to my second important myth, right? People vastly overestimate the impact of choice of food and vastly underestimate the amount of food you eat. So to your point, when I did the CGM, the general prevailing myth was just switch from rice to quinoa, and quinoa to millet, and that and all of that makes little or no difference in because they're still grains, they're still carbohydrates.
Quinoa and millet are also fuck all unhealthy.
So in that sense, so the point here, but here's what makes a difference. I used to have a cup of rice. When I made it half a cup of rice, the spike is much smaller. So people really need to understand this, that the amount of food you eat is a far, far more important factor
Than
than what you
actually-
eat. What you eat is important, yes, in the balance, meaning that it has to be a good balance. It can't be like 100% carbs. It can't be like very low on protein. Yes, all that is fine. But the amount of food you eat makes a huge difference. And the thing is that, to quote Nityananda, eat less food.
The Nityananda fan club.
Right,
Who would
there
have
you
known?
go, right? So in that sense, this is a very common myth. And the third thing is, people waste an inordinate amount of time assuming that your cooking technique and appliances and these things make
a
any
difference.
difference. Statistically, they make little or no difference. Basically, first one is how much you eat. Second is what all you eat. And it's not even in that list of things. Then there are other things like whether you're having alcohol, whether processed meats are associated with certain risks of
And
certain
I'd
cancers and
add
so
one
on.
to
Yeah.
this list of how much you eat, and
Yeah.
this thing is when you eat.
Yes.
Right? And I think by now the science is pretty clear. Intermittent fasting is actually great. I would urge everyone to avoid breakfast, to fast for 18 hours a day and eat in a 6-hour window.
All
Just
three of us,
try
I
it
No,
think,
and
the
have
just-
only thing I will
benefits.
say there is that what a nutritionist told me is that, again, there are deep individual variations in how people respond to the duration that they can fast and in their glucose, insulin responses and so on. So, like for example, 18-hour fast may not work for a lot of women and so on. So in the sense that almost always, before you just jump to trying a fast, do it
See,
gradually, see what works for you, speak to an actual specialist or doctor or this thing, make sure your vitals, you do get yourself tested regularly, right? Suppose, for example, like you could go on a low sugar diet and that's absolutely great for you. But if it internally means that you're going on a high fat diet, you might also want to take a look at your triglycerides parallelly. So you don't want to get completely out of whack, right? So in general, I think as much as possible, think in terms of entire meals. Don't think in terms of one magical ingredient, one meal, one this thing.
And it's
liquid
such a
food, that food,
tempting
that-
thing
yeah,
to
exactly,
do, right? You want that magic bullet
bullet.
solution. Yeah.
I remember when my one point when my dad was alive, I sent him this documentary on keto,
Yeah.
and it was praising coconut oil a lot. So he said, I'm going to get some coconut oil. I'm going to have it every day, and I was like, no, you can't just do that.
Can't just
I
do that,
can have coconut oil if I'm already on a keto diet and one meal a day, and it's like a superfood for me. It's additional,
Yeah.
and I'm also having vitamins on the side and
Correct,
making
yeah.
sure I'm getting all. But randomly, if you add coconut oil to a normal diet, you're just adding
You're just
fat.
adding saturated
yeah,
fat,
why
right?
would
And
you do
again,
that?
the science on that is like still very hazy and it's still emerging. So remember that one, the science is complicated, and two, every individual is unique.
Yeah.
And
That is the confounding
Right,
variable.
That's
actually.
the confounding variable. And by the way, you don't just eat one thing. So many of the studies are nearly impossible. You can't force feed a person one thing to test something, right? You can only do that on rats. And that really does not really indicate how a human might behave. So the problem with this is that don't fall for fad diets and don't overthink this at the same time. Just focus on reducing what you eat. But it's good to fast, but do it in a way that it works for you, right? If it's causing you a tremendous amount of bloating and discomfort, always talk to experts. Don't believe random people on social media.
Yeah.
That I think is the common this thing, right? And I once posted a prioritization of risks, food and diet related risks, by analyzing all of the priorities of every major food safety and health agencies of FDA and European, all of the big, like some 20 countries, right? And I then counted all of them and found that like alcohol, diet, meaning the amount of food you eat and what you eat, etc., are the level 1 risks. Tobacco, etc., are like the top tier risk, red risks, right? Then you have like processed meats and a few other things. Then you have additives, microplastics, as they're not as bothered apparently, but people seem to be very bothered by that. But most experts are not bothered. And literally everything else Instagram and YouTube is scaring you about, not even on their radar at all. Nobody is worried about microwave. Nobody is worried about aluminium in pressure cooker. Nobody is worried about any of those things at all, right? I mean, aluminium is the most abundant metal on the planet.
There's a canard about it causing Alzheimer's. Yeah.
No. Again, the weird thing, the Alzheimer's website literally says there is no connection between dietary consumption of aluminium and Alzheimer's. They have found aluminium in the plaques. That doesn't mean that it essentially... Because the problem is that the amount of aluminium you get from your vessels, a tiny fraction of what you get from drinking water and medicines and your food. Aluminum is everywhere. Your vegetables are absorbing it from the soil, right? So if your vegetables are growing in a soil that has a lot of aluminum,
super abundant. Yeah,
it's super abundant. It's always there, and your kidney takes care of it. There are people with renal failure, etc., for whom it's a danger. They have to be wary of it. You can't just randomly concoct. So I think the fundamental third myth is that all the things influencers want to scare you about, experts are not worried about. So you need to think about that.
It's so. Also, a tangential thought is, I wonder what it is that makes people put these, factoids out.
Yeah.
What possibly?
Because everybody, I think, wants to seem like an expert. Right, and this makes it easy. I mean, there was one influencer who was doing a oven at home, YouTube influencer,
right.
And then he said everyone in Bhopal who did this did not die during the gas tragedy that happened out there, which is complete nonsense.
Right.
And when this fantastic reporter, I won't name her, but she listens to the show, this fantastic reporter reported on this and said, "What the fuck is this? Why do advertisers fund this guy?"
Yeah.
Because this was hardly the least of the ridiculous things he said.
Correct.
The guy sued her, sent a mob after her, sued her in multiple. I mean, it's just a complete mess, which is why I'm not taking any names.
Wow.
But it's a messed up environment. And what really makes me mad about a lot of influencers is, forget the food. I mean, you're saying any kind of folksy rubbish because it'll go viral, it'll become popular.
Correct.
But I am also pissed off about the brands that they endorse, whether or not they acknowledge it. Because I think that you've got to be responsible, because, once upon a time I used to think celebrity endorsements not a big deal, who cares, it's a lazy strategy.
Yeah.
But reading Luke Burgess' Wanting, having him on my show, talking to him, looking around, thinking about this stuff, I have realized that mimetic desire is ubiquitous, in the sense that so many of us want what we want because other people want it, especially when role models want it.
Right.
And unfortunately, people like Krish Ashok and Narayan are role models to small little tiny groups of geeky people, right?
Yeah.
These influencers influence in a huge way what people want. So I think your basic minimum responsibility should be that if you think you're an influencer in any way, you've got to understand what you are peddling. So many of these influencers are like selling random crypto things and all that. Like, I've turned down an Ayurvedic advertiser because I'm like, no Ayurveda for me, not because
I think there's if I think about, as someone, almost since 2007, one of my roles in TCS was to sit and research social media, right, from the early days. So sort of like over time, I have this insight into how these algorithms are designed and how they are actually implemented, and therefore, in turn, what kind of behaviors they incentivize, right? You've spoken a lot about how they incentivize polarization and so on, but on this particular food misinformation piece, right? Misinformation in general, it's a classic Brandolini's law, in the sense that it takes far, far more effort to do fact checking than to generate bullshit. Okay. The second thing is that these algorithms are essentially designed to maximize engagement. Now, engagement is really literally defined as the amount of time people spend on the app. That's the variable that they're optimizing for. So the way it ends up, so one way of thinking about it is that the way these machine learning algorithms will work is that, right, let's find people who create engaging content, right? The more time they spend, that's engagement. Over time, they've also figured out that rather than just show content to people who agree with it, let's show content to people who disagree with it, because the engagement is 100 times more. Because they will sit and comment and fight and hate.
And you are getting engagement. Yeah?
That's engagement. And what are you doing? You're selling all of that engagement and packaging it as advertising rates that keep going up. So if your engagement goes down, so hate and polarization and negativity is literally the only way to increase engagement. Right? I mean, it's basically just a modern day data science way of saying dog bites man is not news. Man bites dog is. Except that now you can basically say microwave causes cancer is information that will get 150,000 likes and millions of views.
Dog bites beer biceps could be news. So.
That could be viral. But my point is that I think the sense of how, and now what you've done is you've created an ecosystem where a bunch of young people whose entire careers is to be an influencer. Their entire livelihood is this. It's not like, they're not people like me who have a day job and I'm just doing this as a hobby on the side. For them, it is their ability to get an audience and then command a better rate from a product that they want to peddle. And so you've created that ecosystem. Millions of people are dependent on it. And you've created an ecosystem where the only thing that goes viral is negative. Only thing that goes viral is misinformation, because it gets more engagement. I keep telling people, again, that don't feed the trolls. Meaning that don't engage with misinformation in that direct sense that by giving the algorithm a signal that you're engaging with it. Put screenshots, comment on it, do those kinds of things. The quote tweet, the repost on whatever, the reshare, the remix on Instagram.
It's counterproductive.
These are all things that are completely counterproductive.
Having said that, I would say that the even the screenshot is incredibly toxic.
I
Incredibly
understand.
toxic.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, in
it has
our
different
times.
issues, but the weird problem
Why is it toxic?
It's incredibly toxic because you're shitting on them shitting on someone
okay,
behind their back. And
Without
it's that whole
engaging them,
negativity which we've spoken about.
Yeah, that is true.
By and large, it is so easy because what happens every time you shit on someone?
Yeah.
You're saying, I am wiser than you, I am
Correct.
more
Yeah, yeah,
virtuous
that's true.
than you.
Yes, yeah.
And both of those are incredibly toxic and easy to do.
Yeah.
It's easy to go out there, screenshot someone and do mockery.
True.
It's much harder to have a reasoned argument.
Yeah.
And what I would say is that you can have a reasoned argument without engaging directly. So if somebody is, for example, saying that raw milk is good,
Correct.
you don't have to either screenshot them or quote tweet them. Yeah. You can just talk about why that particular belief is rubbish.
Correct.
And make a reasoned argument,
Exactly.
and that is part of the debate.
Exactly. So in fact, the way, for example, I've recently, people keep sending me these reels of food farmer and ask, is he scaring me? Is it
Food
okay
farmer?
to eat? But food farmer is the sort of guy who is the guy who went after Bonvita, wrote that whole Bonvita thing, and then later went after every brand and so on, right? And I appreciate his drive to get people focused on labels and corporate malfeasance and people misleading you with labels. I think that's great. But it is also true that he regularly just wildly exaggerates the dangers and it's very misleading when like all bread in India is a scam and so on, right? So basically the way I decided, people were asking me, you need to put a reaction video. I said, no, I don't like doing that, right? I'm instead going to make a video about why it's okay to eat a small amount of bread if you're eating it with cheese and with vegetables and with other things, and do it moderately and maybe learn to bake. And I'll do it in my own way and not really directly. So I think the part of the problem is that in social media is not designed for ideas to engage with each other. It's actually designed for people to fight with each other, for individuals to fight with each other, and that's the entire user experience design of that. So if they in a sense they want you to completely they incentivize only you reacting to people. To reply, right?
Let me ask you guys a question. As people who've been thinking about this for a long time. In your case, been in the business for a long time, directly responsible for everything wrong that your company, which we shall not name, has done. Right? Directly responsible. We are going to talk later about passports.
Yes.
Or actually, we're not. But here's the deal.
Yeah.
What has gone wrong is that it's not that social media companies are evil, but in the obvious pursuit of maximizing engagement, it so happens that they have amplified certain hardwirings of ours, which just happen to take us in this toxic direction.
Absolutely.
For example, tribalism. The Facebook like and the Twitter retweet, end up pushing tribalism and polarization because they are rewarding that quest for validation, and the easiest way to get validation is blah, blah, blah. We know all of that. My question is that what are and I'm sure even the social media companies don't like this. They want the engagement, but they also understand the impact of what is going on. But at the same time, the incentives are what they are. So in your opinions, what are the possible ways of, getting what they want, but at the same time amplifying the better angels of our nature, as it were?
Fascinating question. So there are fairly obvious ways of doing that. I mean, eliminating the like button and eliminating the
but without harming the bottom line, because you eliminate the like button and the retweet, your engagement goes down.
So it's almost impossible to do, because that's entirely what engagement is what drives.
But there's a structural thing in the sense that Reddit is far less toxic than Twitter.
Reddit is basically millions of individually deeply toxic subcommunities rather than one giant toxic community.
Is it okay?
Right? So in the sense that it varies, right? I'm sure there are actually very, very focused, productive, highly well moderated communities, but the incel communities, the Trump communities, and all of that stuff also sort of end up starting out from there, right? I mean, in that sense, I in a deeper sense, actually, I don't know, man. I just think less engagement is the only solution. In just that, I think these companies need to find other ways of making money. In general, it's almost as if large engagement is toxic for humanity.
Here's a related question, and I'll come back to this because I know you'll have other answers as well. that then if you're talking about ways of making money, if you look at the creator economy, what's really happened is we've gotten a move away where the mainstream has ceased to matter and the way creators reach their audiences has changed. So in the 1990s, I sell a piece to Times of India for 800 rupees or whatever it is. They aggregate these pieces, they aggregate eyeballs, they sell the eyeballs to advertisers, the creator gets a tiny chunk of it.
Right.
How that changed gradually was creators got the means of production, began reaching audiences directly and selling advertising directly through Google AdSense and whatever. And today, advertising has become irrelevant in the sense that you can get money directly from the consumers who are happy to pay, and you don't need to scale anymore. You get your 100 true fans, 1,000 true fans, whatever it is, right? All of those. So therefore, the model is changing where that whole model of aggregating eyeballs and getting money from advertisers is irrelevant in certain domains. Is there ever a possibility that the revenue options for large tech companies change viably in the sense that they are getting their money directly from the consumer, and the consumer therefore doesn't have to be the product, and there are other ways of making money? Or would network effects mitigate against that, because network effects involve the largest number of users and the largest number of consumers, and and that's more likely in a free model. That's an intuition, but a lot of my intuitions in the past about whether people will pay directly or whatever are wrong, and I am doing this today because they are wrong. So what do you guys think?
It's a weird scenario. So on the one hand, right, so today you could be a tech influencer on YouTube, right, and once you've reached say 1 million subscribers, at that point you're almost an autopilot, right? I mean, you've created an engine, new product comes, you unbox it, you review it, and it's just moving on. And so there's categories of content where you relentlessly have to keep doing new things because nobody's going to check your review of a phone from 1 year ago. And there is also content that has a long shelf life. Any political content, tech review content is like very transient. And I think that is really where the bulk of the problem lies, because you've created a stressful setup where the guy has to feed the algorithm today. And there is no sort of incentive purely as someone who's been creating content on the platform over a long period of time. I'm really thinking whether, I think it's almost as if it's weird. So there's a guy who can get 1 million views on a phone review thing and get paid $100,000 for that. I'm really questioning whether the value of that thing, that content, is $100,000. Right? Yes, today Google or YouTube may be paying that guy $100,000. Maybe I'm really asking an existential question. Is that worth $100,000? I mean, there are guys who are doing far, far more impactful work for a tiny fraction. There's a fundamental.
The definition of, prices are always determined by supply and demand, as it should be. So,
correct.
Worth is a metaphysical question as a separate matter.
that is true. I absolutely agree with you in the context of the world where these are physical goods being exchanged. This advertising attention and eyeballs is very abstract. Is not the same thing as the value of the price controls fail on a practical good, because you should let the market decide what it wants and all that. I'm not entirely certain how you can define what people want in the context of an advertisement.
No, but then the people who are putting their money, who are advertisers,
right?
The people who are putting their money, they have skin in the game. They are the best place to decide what they want and don't want and what they're willing to pay for it.
Correct. So the point here is that you have a monopoly here. Pretty much a monopoly of one or two companies that internally opaquely get to determine the ad rates. It's not like the companies really have much of a choice here. If you don't want to advertise on YouTube, you really don't have a choice to go elsewhere, to be honest, right? So it's not a perfect market either. So in that sense, I think there might be perhaps, and there are probably people smarter than me in this, to sit and design the incentive system slightly differently, so that one, you are maybe prioritizing certain categories of content. Like, it's, for example, a few tactical things. Health and medical misinformation can easily, with the right kind of AI and human, moderation and so on, you can make a big dent on that.
I have a question there though.
Yeah.
That who is to determine what is health misinformation? For example, for 50 years, people believed sugar was fine and fat was evil.
Yeah.
The US Health Department's guidelines of 1977 directly led to the obesity epidemic of America.
True. Yeah.
And it was important for there to be free, daring voices like Gary Taubes and Nina Reichholz and all to fight against the orthodoxy, because now we know that what the sugar lobby did was far worse than what the tobacco lobby did. Far, far worse.
No, there are two things here. there is content on YouTube and Instagram that says that you can reduce the power in your eyes if you stare straight at the sun. There is, and that has millions of views, right? I can very directly establish that people watching that measurably are going to harm themselves if they follow it. So there is one. The other extreme is the more nuanced sense of Joe Rogan platforming an anti-vax person is a far, far more tricky thing. And I am not aboard deplatforming or demonetizing that kind of content. Because at the end of the day, silencing voices is never a great idea. But at the same time, there needs to be a way in which I can say that there are direct consequences. Because you can equally argue that people watching his podcast, if 10% of them don't vaccinate their children, that by the way has other effects as well. So it's a very, very, to be honest, I've really not, it's hard to wrap your mind around this. The problem is that we have nothing in the past that we can learn from. This is a completely new, never at any point of time in the past did one man command this much of an audience and millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, content going viral, like one random individual sitting in Delhi. Like for example, my Cadbury's post has had like 7.5 million views. I would never have thought that at any point of time that I would have that kind of an audience, right? And so there is nothing in the past to actually learn from. So to be honest, I would generally err on the side of not controlling and moderating speech. In general, I don't want these companies to determine that. Whether the problem is that if I say it's going to be a third-party neutral pool of doctors, people will argue, why does the allopathy doctor get to determine whether what I say in Ayurveda is right or not? So it is not easy at all.
So I have two things to say, and one is that as far as monopolies are concerned, in a narrow sense, they are monopolies.
Yeah.
Facebook is a monopoly at what it does, Twitter is a monopoly at what it does. But in a larger sense, in a sense of how people spend their time, they're not monopolies. Because to be on Twitter, I'm not on Facebook for that long, I'm not reading my book for that long, everything is competing with everything else. So in that larger sense, there is still competition and it's not quite a monopoly. Secondly, even if for a moment I say that is a semantic point, and let's say that they are monopolies and people will spend their time on social media, I would still say, and I'm sure you'll both agree with me, that the reflexive reaction many people have that the state should regulate this is completely wrong, because that is the road to serfdom.
Yeah. But
that is the road to
I'll give you a very interesting counterpoint that somebody told me once, and then I honestly don't have an answer to that. Right? So today, yes, notionally, Twitter and Facebook and Instagram are competing with each other and competing with Doordarshan or whoever it is for your attention, right? And they all have the window into your life through your smartphone. They can notify you. They can hack into your dopamine reward system. They can fine-tune messages and nudges that can hack your brain wiring and get through to you. Right? They have your brain can't compete with their big data algorithm that is able to do that. In a sense, it's like methamphetamine, it's like crystal meth competing with heroin and some other drug or nicotine or something like that, right? How should a society deal with this versus that? It is pretty evident that the current research basically says that the effect they have on your brain is not too dissimilar. When you actually eat sugar, the effect of being addicted to it is very similar. The effect of getting a like on Instagram is not too dissimilar from the high you get when you take some of these drugs. But we do regulate and we do control drugs. And now it's a separate issue whether it should be a free market that determines that. But would you then allow it to be sold to children? We do. So in the sense that it's a weird system where I don't want necessarily an incompetent government to be the one at it. But how do you get to a point where we're broadly okay with banning those dangerous drugs? But social media has roughly the same effect.
So I would say this, that firstly, there are things like sugar which have worse impact than those dangerous drugs.
Yes.
And it's still out there.
Yeah.
And some of those dangerous...
alcohol, right?
Yeah, and some of those drugs should not be out there. And some of those drugs should not be banned. Right?
Correct, it's a weird thing.
Which is exactly... But the thing with social media is that broadly my feeling is that... And I've made all these points about the dopamine rush of the Facebook like or the Twitter retweet before. But they are a massive net benefit. I strongly believe that in the way that they connect the world, in the way that they globalize us, in the way that they help people form communities of choice rather than communities of circumstance,
Correct.
Which were introverted geeks like me, is a massive big deal, because I wouldn't have any friends or a career or a life without the internet. So I think that, and that's a utilitarian point, and I don't even believe in utilitarianism because you cannot measure any of these things. The greater question is a question of individual choice. I keep saying sugar is poison. Do I believe it should be banned? Of course fucking not. people have to make their own choices. And epistemic humility is important. I don't know. And therefore, because I don't know enough, I can't decide for others. So my sense is that we are faced with what is currently a huge social problem. In my reading of history, social problems are never solved and always made worse by state coercion.
Yes.
So, but social problems can only be solved internally from the bottoms up by society. And I accept that in these times where dopamine manipulation can be weaponized at scale
with AI,
with AI especially, my answer feels inadequate because I have seen this in the gambling industry. I've written about gambling addiction. I was a professional poker
Every
player for 5
society
years.
controls gambling to some degree, right?
From the 80s to the 90s, in the 80s and 90s, there's a book by Natasha Dow Scholl about machine gambling, which shows that you sit down at a slot machine, 30 years before social media, they have weaponized the way the brain uses dopamine, the way the lights and the music plays, and you're paralyzed. You just cannot get up. Never happened to me. I've just seen this.
Retail stores use a ton of medical
do
research
this.
to make sure you buy something here.
Yeah, the way you go up an elevator and the next up thing is in besides you, you got to go round so you pass the shop.
The lighting, the lighting in the store is more pleasant than the harsh lighting outside, so you naturally want to go inside. The way what is placed at eye level of the kids, and it is, and so I think this is the problem is that I think we live in a very different world, and I somehow have this feeling that many of the other lessons that we may have learnt about economics, about human behavior, I somehow feel that they may end up being inadequate in informing us. Yes, there are maybe things that we know for sure are bad, like state control, etc. There are things that we know we don't want to do, yes. But I'm not quite certain we know what to do.
No, I agree with you. My sense is that in terms of overarching principles, I am quite clear. I don't like coercions and I don't want the state to be autocratic, and I value individual freedom. And I'm clear about these broad principles. But having said that, below these broad principles, how the panoply of actions and policies and incentives play out is something that A, is very hard for us to grok in this time. Maybe with retrospect, it'll be clearer 50 years later. And B, boss, in the next 10 years, AI is going to change everything so fundamentally that we don't have a clue.
And actually, a lot of people are worried about the fact that AI is completely unpredictable as to its terminal goals.
No, what I'm saying is that, see, like even the coercion piece, right? Let's think about this for a moment. Let's say you're an individual who you believe has individual liberty of choice of deciding where you want to spend your time. Or do you want to use Twitter? Do you want to use your Facebook? You want to use... I would actually argue, I don't think you have a choice. Twitter, yes, you can choose not to use Twitter. It's like really a lightweight in this context. There is no way you're escaping Facebook because they own WhatsApp, Facebook. You can choose to skip Facebook, but you are on WhatsApp. If you're on WhatsApp, you're on Facebook. They have all your data. You really don't have you can as much as possible say I'm not going to be part of a group, but somebody's going to add you anyway. You can choose not to use WhatsApp, but a ton of businesses in India today, their only customer service channel is WhatsApp. You have no choice. They don't say, no, I will use iMessage or I will use some Signal and Telegram. Not going to happen. You have no... So in that sense, I really also think much of our digital architecture today, it is sold under the garb of being a libertarian and a lot of choice, user choice, freedom, your consent. It's all bullshit. You really don't have a choice in many of these things. In many cases, there are apps that will functionally not work unless you turn on push notifications. There are so many design choices they make. Many companies learning material, tutorial material. You can say, I don't want to go to YouTube. There is only place you can go to watch videos. Where else are you going to find it? Right? And so in that sense, this is not really it's almost an implicit coercion. So the problem is that I don't know how as a society we should deal with that.
My watch just gave me a message. I'll read it out. Relax reminder. Your stress level is unusually high. Relax with a breathing activity ? So I don't think my stress level is high. Why is it saying that? My heartbeat is actually 102.
Some tech bro in Silicon Valley decided that when these two variables increase this threshold, please send notification.
Or maybe they're listening in, which is entirely possible. No. I agree. Like I was having an argument the other day with friends of mine, and I was saying, hey, I might be libertarian and all, but the fact is there is no free will. We have to behave as if there is and fight for it, but actually there isn't. And here also, I think that it's a question of your choice being explicitly taken away from you, and you at least want to have the illusion of choice. But these are...
I would actually see if you can get this guest on your show, Tristan Harris.
Okay.
Center for
Noted.
Humane Technology, ex-Google guy who designed the infinite scroll, and he, since then he's been repenting
Noted.
and focused on tech ethics and so on. But his thought processes and the guests he invites on his Your Undivided Attention podcast are fantastic. And I think you should really, purely, I think, and his ideas about how to regulate technology, very, very fascinating. You should listen to it.
I will, and I'll check out his podcast, and so should all my listeners if the recommendation is coming from you. Next question to both of you, which is that in the way that, Annie, perhaps my favorite quote of all time is by Annie Dillard, where she says, "How we live our days is how we live our lives." Right? And I want to ask about that because it strikes me that the way I live my days in 1995 is drastically different from how I live my day today. And it has nothing to do with my age. It has everything to do with technology and the way that we've allowed ourselves to be trapped. Whereas in that day, there was a certain tehrav. If you had to communicate with someone, I'd have to sit and write a long letter, and we already discussed that earlier. You had a lot of free time. I once asked the writer Sara Rai, the brilliant Hindi writer, when she grew up in the 60s and 70s, that she would she was giving me such detailed descriptions of everything, the flower bed in the garden and all that. I said, how do you remember all of this? And she said, we had nothing else to do, Amit. पूरा दिन ये बैठ के हम देखते थे और अच्छे से देखते थे. Nothing else to do. Today is scrolling, swiping. You mentioned the infinite scroll. We are in an infinite scroll where our attention span is broken up into little narrow bites. And if I actually cavil against the canard that everyone has a short attention span. No, people listen to my podcast. People crave depth. All of us do that. But a large part of our days is spent in these short chunks, consuming content that was produced in the last 3 days instead of the infinite glorious wealth of knowledge we have available to us, not doing deep work but going from shallow engagement to shallow engagement. So what are your thoughts on this? What do you guys personally do to mitigate this? Do you feel that it has changed you in any way, and so on and so forth?
So my hack for this is to learn new things. And Sheila is very derisive about this.
Did you just call her Shira? Is that what you call her because she's so
she's very
sweet?
sweet. Yeah, but Sheila is very dismissive and derisive. She keeps actually I hope she doesn't listen in on this. So she feels that it's a foolish exercise to try and learn new things at my age. And it is difficult. It's difficult. I remember a time when I used to be very quick. I would just, pick up something. Now I have to plod. But I find two benefits. One is I am kind of liberated from having to consume a lot of content which I was doing. So, yeah. So you don't need to do that. And the second thing is you try and learn 10 different things, but the one or two things that you do learn, they open a new dimension to you. So it's personally very satisfying. And after a point in time, you really find yourself out of the rat race. I don't bother, like most of my WhatsApp feed, I just don't. It's just informational. If somebody is trying to reach out to me, and very rarely it is. It's mostly, just forwarded or composed messages. Yeah. So one thing I have to say here, I always used to be fond of mathematics at engineering, and I used to understand very little of it because a lot of it, at least the way we were taught in engineering, was very technique based. So you have a formula, you plug stuff into the formula, and something comes out, and that's the answer, and then you apply it to whatever you're up. The curious thing is that nobody really understands why those things work, and neither did I. And of late, you have these beautiful visualization on YouTube which bring these things alive. I'm thinking
Three
of
blue, one brown.
Yeah, three blue.
Man.
It's incredible.
Magnificent.
Incredible.
Yeah.
One of the best YouTube channels of all time.
Just satisfying. It's
Deeply satisfying. Just even his voice.
Yeah, even his voice.
Calming and even if you're not paying attention to the insane amount of detail, it's just,
So strongly recommend that to every listener who's even tangentially interested in figuring out what the hell they studied in their
But
school and
what new
college.
thing have you learned in the last 10 years, and what was the process of kind of learning?
So
that
a lot
also?
of mathematics, I figured out what Laplace transforms are, Fourier transforms are, what integrals are, what partial differential equations are, those kind of things, which were a big integral part of my education, except that I didn't understand why any of those things worked.
And here's the
So I
thing.
was-
many Indians have the attitude that learning has to be goal directed. कि मैं कुछ सीखूंगा because I want to do something with it. I'll learn the guitar because I want to play the guitar and be in a band, etc., etc. And what you are sort of talking about is learning just for the love of learning something interesting. कि मजा करेंगे.
The same thing about impermanence, right? You're not having any goal in mind. You're not cracking an exam. Not worried about the rank. You're not worried about getting a promotion. Right, just learning for learning's sake. It's just the creating for creating's sake sort of thing.
What is the texture of your day?
It has taken me and someone who's been very close to technology and all of its negative effects and positive effects, if you will, right? I've forever been, I think, if anything, I now spend a lot of time being deliberate about when I don't use technology. So my phone notifications are always off. I check messages once in 2 to 3 hours or something like that. The phone does not get to interrupt me. The phone is always on silent, much to my wife's annoyance. Again, to the earlier point about how sometimes the restaurant guy is trying to reach you and not picking up. So yeah, I know there are those issues that we have, but those issues are there. But in general, I don't want to let my smartphone interrupt me. Right, in the sense that I want to use it as a method of communication or sharing or creation, but it doesn't get to interrupt me whenever it wants to, right? And in a way, I think that's a way of creating the environment of the past, where if I was in a house did not have a telephone, there's actually no other way to reach me, right? And yeah, I have lived at least we got a telephone only when I was like 13 or 14 years old, right? So that entire childhood was spent without any way for people to interrupt, unless by literally coming home to you, right? So in that sense, that's one. The second thing is I also spend a fair amount of time trying to use pen and paper to write ideas and things, to sort of consciously not use digital methods. And I think part of my search has always been for a device that is at the intersection of convenience. I'm still a strategically lazy engineer, right? So which means that, I won't use pen and paper and then scan and do OCR ROM. Obviously, the Kindle Scribe that I use allows me to just write in my handwriting and it automatically. So I find that some of my writing and ideas are often better. It might vary by people, right? But definitely for me, writing on a pen and paper almost always sort of works better and so on. This thing is that I have stopped consuming news. I don't consume any kind of breaking news, right? It's like almost, I don't think there is a need for me to know anything in real time. The realization that I don't necessarily need to know. I need to know. All breaking news is just completely broken in the sense of like it's no context.
My favorite breaking news day after tomorrow is Saturday. I actually,
yeah. I'll tell you, one of my favorite examples is, so 6 months back, there was a viral bunch of videos by a few in nutrition influencers that palak paneer is bad to eat. Because somebody somewhere apparently read a paper that actually something in the spinach interferes with the absorption of calcium from milk. So you must not combine dairy and this thing, right? And the goal for that person creating that was to try and connect it to the ancient Ayurvedic idea that you must not mix many of these things with milk. So they said, see, now science has proven that, and therefore now palak paneer is bad was the final conclusion. And it really went viral. And so what ended up happening is that if you now go today to Google and search for is palak paneer healthy, you will get 2 pages of palak paneer is bad for you. And it's a weird scenario because this is just Instagram and this kind of content, which all mainstream newspapers have blindly not fact-checked. Oh, this influencer said this, Twitter is reacting, Instagram is reacting. Here it is, right? This is basically cheap make content. There's a piggybacking on that virality. So people will click on this, and Google has happily considered these sources to be trusted news sources. So now effectively, if anyone going and searching for palak paneer will only get this completely nonsensical thing because Google has indexed all of that. Right?
Is palak paneer bad for you?
It is not.
Nothing is wrong with it, right? Iron bhi hai, yaar, iron bhi hai.
No, the point is that the problem is that people are overthinking this interfering with absorption. Your body will figure it out. As I keep telling people that your small intestine is smarter than all these influencers. You let it figure out. It has millions of years of evolution to figure out to how to keep you alive and how to extract what it wants. Right? The times when it breaks down are when in completely freaky scenarios like overdosing on alcohol and eating lots of sugar. But for most most part, when you're just eating a regular meal, your body is fantastically good at figuring out. So don't worry about it, right?
Small intestine versus toddy triceps. Small intestine always wins.
Yes. Toddy triceps, indeed. So the point is that I think, I don't consume news because it's completely pointless, right? And the other thing generally is that I also don't check email till like noon, because I spend the morning since I'm fasting. I generally find myself very creative in the morning when I'm generally hungry and
fasted
state.
Totally.
It's super sharp, and I want to use that more productively. And I find that email is one of the worst ways. In the context of work, it's a waste of time. And there's a fantastic term this behavior scientist coined, I forgot his name, which is that he said there was a point of time in the past when people just did work, right? Work essentially meant the thing that you need to do to make whatever that you needed to make. That's work. He says that we've moved from only mostly doing work and then taking a break to now 60% of your day is working for work. This is email, Teams meetings, searching for stuff, raising tickets, dealing with IVRs, reading documents. All this is all the Excel sheets. That's not work. It's working for work. Nothing that is. So this goes back to, I think, the Toyota founder used to have you'll love it as a mechanical engineer, right? So he apparently once assembled all of the executives in Toyota. And he said, he wrote a board and said, value adding, non-value adding. Right? And he asked all of his direct reports to say, in all the activities that your units and departments do, please come and write whether it's value adding or non-value adding to Toyota. Obviously, everybody added their stuff in non-value adding. Then he literally just flipped the whole thing and said, no, whatever you guys have written, all these are non-value adding. Because to make a car, only 3 things have to be done. You have to cut steel, bend steel, and join steel. These are the 3 things that result in making a car. Everything else is non-value adding.
Brilliant.
Right? So he says that's the level of thinking. So the point is that everything that we think is work is all not work. Browsing, watching, all of that stuff is just fluff that we are convincing ourselves is sort of work.
Let me say, so there was a time where I think Andy Warhol used the phrase famous for being famous, right?
Yes.
And to me, when people today say that I want to be an influencer, it seems exactly like that. Like, what the fuck? I can imagine I want to be a writer and I'll influence people and etc. etc. But I want to be an influencer is what? However, Narayan, I must tell you, our friend Ashok sitting here, he's an influencer. He has 500,000 followers on Instagram. He has, despite, berating the algorithm, he has mastered the algorithm and all of that.
Yes, I berate the algorithm, but I know how to.
I have 2 questions for you.
Yes.
The second question, which I want you to get to later,
Correct,
is what is your strategy towards Instagram and how did you get to 500,000 and etc. your philosophy towards
Yes,
it?
I should sell a course on that.
But
how to get to
you could. That could be a great revenue stream. But the first one,
yes,
in the context of what you were just saying, is that let us imagine that your work is to be an Instagram influencer. Imagine that for a moment.
Correct.
What is actual work and what is working towards work, and we should therefore be avoided?
Unfortunately, the way the platform dynamics and the revenue mechanics are designed, it is all designed for working for work. It is all designed for you to spend as little time actually being as original as you possibly can, and more time figuring out what's going to go viral, what are people angry about, what kind of polarization angle can I exploit, is what these platforms are essentially doing. What kind of misinformation can I create that will go viral today? What can I react to? What is the least amount of effort that I can do to get the most amount of views is essentially how. So I would actually say that if you really, sort of goes back to one of my favorite interviews on is the Ali Abdal, right? I mean, the sense that you hone your craft and don't forget about, stop checking likes, audience and all of that. Think about whether what you create 5 years from now, somebody completely new who's never heard of you, who's joining Instagram for the first time, who's joining YouTube for the first time, just comes across your page. Put yourself in that person's shoes and find out whether what you say is going to be relevant. And you'll find... Yeah.
That's actually not Ali Abdal. That's an advice I gave Shruti when she started her podcast, where I said, don't think of what people will discover on episode 1.
Yeah.
Think of what they will have to binge on at episode 100.
Exactly. And that whether what you're actually saying is transient and very temporary, or is it really knowledge that can be useful years from now, is generally a more fulfilling way to think about it. But again, at the end of the day, I don't want to judge people who just want to make a living and a quick buck. I mean, everybody has their own financial goals.
Here's the interesting thing. If you're an influencer, if you want to be an influencer, the marketing is work.
Correct.
For someone like me, where I just want to do my content, the research is work and this conversation is work, though it feels like a lot of fun. I can't call it work. But all the marketing shit I should be doing, ki chapter banao, iska 1 minute ka reels banao, ye banao, wo banao, I simply do not
I would
do
actually
that.
ignore all of that nonsense.
Yeah.
Because the problem is that you're just feeding the algorithm and that it will chew you and throw you out the moment the trends change. Right? People worry that they have to listen to everything the platform tells you have to do. I think that's complete bullshit. You have to be original. The platform, so interesting thing, once you reach a certain number of subscribers, Meta will assign an advisor to you. And it's funny, they'll keep telling you, you need to post more regularly. You need to post, why don't you post twice daily? That's what they tell you, right? As you simply cannot fall for that. It's completely unsustainable. You have no business sitting and trying to create content every day at all, right? Do it once or twice, do it, it's weird, right? So there are some people who do like say animation and all that. It takes months to do that. They cannot possibly do it daily, right? So weird. So because of the YouTube algorithm, all animators have disappeared off YouTube. But they're like, boss, the algorithm only rewards people who post weekly twice. It takes me a month to make this animation, right? So in the sense that I think, you cannot be listening to social media. In general, I think don't listen to this working for work gyan at all. The people who sell you hacks about how to get followers, how to go viral, all of that stuff is nonsense. Stuff goes viral out of sheer luck, just being in the right place at the right time. There are some things you can do that to maximize your chance. But what actually goes viral, there's no way I could have predicted that something that I recorded in a Sydney hotel room as an afterthought about that Cadbury video is the one that will get 7 million views, right? And then obviously, but eventually when I did make the video about why the Calcutta biryani having potato is actually culinarily a good choice, I knew in the back of my mind that this is a 250 million audience of West Bengal plus Bangladesh that's going to cheer for this. So that that if you manage to do it the right way, you're going to have. But it's also it did do very well because it also ended up polarizing, and all the Hyderabadis are now fighting with all the Bengalis in the comments.
And Instagram went like, we love Ashok engagement.
Exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's weird, right? So I would really say that you really can't predict this stuff. I would really say, and it's terrible for your mental health if you're just sitting and feeding.
If you have a constant push to do that.
There is, and none of this stuff will be relevant 2 years from now.
No, and like what I, when I used to teach my podcasting course, in the very first one that I did, I do it once or twice a year.
Right.
Someone asked me, where is a hole in the market? I said, no. That's not how you think about it. Everybody's chasing the hole in the market. Everybody's catering to algorithm race to the bottom.
Yeah.
What makes you unique is what makes every one of the 8 billion people on this planet unique. And that's you. Right? Only you are you.
Correct.
So if you're authentic to yourself, it'll work. And from this then comes that related imposter syndrome thing, that what is so special about me? I'm not an expert, and etc. etc. And there my answer always is that it is not about being an expert. We are in the age of intimate media. If you are on any kind of journey, intellectual journey, life journey, emotional journey, many other people are on the same journey. Immediately they will relate the moment you are yourself.
Yeah.
And that relating is everything. Like the best compliment I got for the show, I keep saying this again and again because it's so fantastic, is for my episode with Abhinandan Sekri. Someone wrote in and said, I felt so much that I was sitting in a room talking to two friends on a sofa, that at one point I interrupted you. And that is what I fucking want.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an intimate medium. Be yourself. You don't need nothing. You don't need to do voice training. You don't need to be a personality. You don't need to be an expert. Yeah. And by the way, for all those who are wondering, is Narayan Shenoy really here or is he interrupting remotely? We are all together in T Nagar in Chennai at Jub Studio, which brings me to my next question.
Yes.
Why are bass guitarists the best?
Oh man, yes. So I think they're the most underappreciated musicians in general. The critical element of literally any band is the bass guitarist. But although they'll usually be the least known people, some of the greatest bands, even if you take something like a Deep Purple and so on, the bass guitarist is the guy who wrote the songs, right? And the reason for that is that the vocalist is the diva. Right. The front and center is the human voice. We have a bias towards the human voice, right? Yeah. We like hearing people's voices.
And in the rock music, they're also the most spectacular, right?
They're
visually
the front
most
man,
spectacular,
right?
yeah.
I mean, and then the next is the lead guitarist, right? Because rock is all about that guitar, the rhythm guitarist, and so on, right? So the basic idea of the lead singer is that he's telling you the words, right? And that's the right. And then the guitarist is basically setting the structure of that song. and the drummer is doing the percussion, right? The bass guitarist is basically bridging the percussion and the melody. And this is something unique that I regularly sort of try to struggle to explain this to sometimes people who say things like Hindustani and Carnatic classical music are the greatest forms of music in the world and all the other stuff is trash. It's like, boss, for starters, there is no harmony in Indian classical music. It does amazing things with melody, but there's no harmony. And harmony is its own universe. You can appreciate that independently. You don't have to trash that in order to say this is a great form of music. And the beauty of harmony especially is the reason I'm just so obsessed with people like, say, Ilayaraja, is that he's able to take Indian classical folk melodies, but then tie them to Western style percussion with a harmonic structure that is realizable only through bass guitar. So if you really ask the hardcore Ilayaraja fans what they love about Ilayaraja's music, it'll be the bass guitar. The true fans of Ilayaraja's music are not the ones, oh, I like SPB's voice. That's like the most shallow appreciation of Ilayaraja. Then it's like, I like the interludes. That's again a deep, because he's very creative with his interludes. But the hardcore fans are the one who says is bass lines. Because a bass line is both percussive, melodic, and harmonic. So a bass guitar is well and truly has to really, it's got like, it's harmonic because the bass guitar has to play a note at a lower octave that is in harmony with what the guitarist is playing. He cannot just play any random thing, right? But he has to play it with a cadence and a syncopation that combines it along with the drum, but he can't just play along with the drum because then you won't hear it because the drum is loud. So he has to play in between. So he has to fill in between, so that makes the percussion a very simple percussion. Think about Ringo Starr's ultra basic drums, but Paul McCartney's bass lines in between is what makes that experience. You take Paul McCartney's bass out of Beatles and Ringo Starr will sound like a high school drummer. But if you listen to Ringo Starr's drumming along with Paul McCartney's bass, then you kind of realize, oh, this is what the Beatles were about, because they were like insanely creative. So a bass guitarist has to do a lot of things. So in that sense, a guitarist is just a showman, right? And a lead singer is again a showman, a drummer again a different kind of showman. But in a rock band, the bass guitarist is literally the guy who really brings it all together. If you don't have a good bass guitarist, right? I mean, you look at Led Zeppelin, you look at all of these guys, they'll all have underrated, amazing bass guitarists.
John Paul Jones for the win. And I'm just thinking in this room right now, Ashok, you're like the lead singer, you're like the drummer, Narayan, I'm the bass guitarist.
The bass guitarist is out there recording our podcast.
The bass guitarist is actually Arvind Murli, known as One Job, a brilliant musician.
Composer of the famous CSK Whistle Pod. So you must check
composer
that out.
of that as well.
Yes.
I mean, multifaceted. There is talent in the South. Who would have thunk?
There is talent in India.
No, but that's only because Amits have come all the way.
So I remember,
from
in the 1980s, my mother, who was a classical musician, used to run something called the Chandigarh Choir. And she used to boast at that time that it's the only choir in the country that does harmonies. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they did Indian music and all of that.
Right.
And today I kind of get a sense of that. There's only one surviving video of the choir performing, which she also sings. I'll put that on YouTube. And our bassist Gaurav Chintamani, who is not our bassist, my editor Gaurav Chintamani is a bassist of Advaita, who's been on the show, and he's a big fan of Ashok, but for his food. But I think he will now appreciate him even more.
For the glorification of the bass guitarist.
No, I wouldn't call it glorification. Yeah. For the rightful importance given to the bass guitar. Narayan, I want to ask you that, tell me about your relationship with music, because at one level you are a listener. You have even been caught searching for nude pics of Mallikarjun Mansoor, which takes it to another level. Have you heard that story? You want to tell that story?
Yes,
also?
I have.
Yeah, but at the same time, we are on a WhatsApp group where we talk about music. You are deeply knowledgeable. You're always introducing us to just the most mind-blowing, mind-bending things, educating us on them. And you sing. We were driving to Nasik and you sang a raga for us while driving, which was quite beautiful. Tell me about your relationship with music and what it means to you.
Yeah, so I grew up listening to Hindustani classical music, and so a lot of my the formative years, I was born in 1965 and I grew up effectively between 75 and 80. And the only source of entertainment was the radio. And there were these little music programs which would explain ragas. They would start off with a Bollywood movie, a Bollywood song, and then they would, sort of pattern out the raga, and then they would introduce tals and things like that. And at that age, you're like a sponge, right? So you're absorbing everything, and then you start sort of listening. I was lucky enough to have intelligent parents who bought me a record player and I started listening to a lot of music, and it caught my imagination to such an extent that and shortly thereafter I went for engineering. And there, for the first time, I encountered rock music, which frankly sounded just like cacophony. For me, I was too much into and I was, the world was not very friendly towards people who listen to Hindu. It was, for some reason, considered very infra-dig. So,
is it true that you used to bully Satya Nadella, who was your junior in college?
No, the only thing I told Satya Nadella, and this is the truth, I told him, go work for Microsoft, you'll do very well. And he did, and she went.
Nicely done.
Yeah. So for the longest time, it didn't affect me. I used to tag along. People used to go. All my friends who were into rock music required copious amounts of weed in order to experience rock. So that was the first. Watch this music if you need to have industrial quantities of weed just to understand what it's all about. That kind of thing. It's only recently my son is really into a lot of Western music, jazz and all, and he was one day I keep going off into this rant. So I have rants against Deep Purple. I said Eagles is my favorite thing. Apart from that Hotel California, they have no other song. That kind of thing. It's all very rooted in ignorance, right? So I basically my little universe. I'll go off on Deep Purple. There's Smoke on the Water. What else do they have? Kind of thing. And one day I said something against Pink Floyd, and that boy made his life mission to set the sort of record straight. So he caught me by the scruff of my neck, made me listen to really large quantities of Pink Floyd, and then I think I started. It's incredible. I mean, whatever little I've listened to, I still don't get the Doors. I think it's just the most rubbish, overrated band. But that leads to fights at home if I say that. But it's just now I'm sort of getting what it's all about.
I think in general, it's sort of like the metaphor is beautiful Indian classical music is basically this single sinusoidal line going through time. Is how you experience. You experience it one note at a time. And in general, I think harmonic music is basically where there's it's like a sheet, right? It's more like, if you just say time, this is more like space-time, if you will, right?
Yeah.
And you're experiencing many things at the same time.
It's just one extra dimension.
It's another extra dimension. And because there are like many dimensions, the melody cannot be overtly complicated.
Yeah.
Because then you cannot achieve the coordination with all of the others, right? It's a weird thing. So it's like how I think somehow there's a deeper metaphor here of how in India we value individuals over institutions. We trust individuals, no institution. We only trust individuals, right? Neighbor, this, God, man, this, no institution we trust. And that sort of shows in the metaphor of music as well. Our Indian classical music, as someone who grew up as a violinist, meaning that I had to play second fiddle to the diva who's like the lead singer. Lead singer gets all the attention. Violin is just supposed to sort of just accompany and play the same thing. I can't play harmony and do my own stuff and all that, right? Whereas in a Western classical orchestra, you can be the greatest violinist or not, but if you do not play the notes that have been written down, then the whole thing sounds off. So collaboration and you giving up so that collectively it sounds amazing is implicit in the design. And it's almost as if a metaphor for generally, I think they trust institutions and collaboration a lot more than the greatness of individuals. Right?
That's a very different way of looking at it.
It's always as someone who grew up learning Carnatic classical, I mean, it's again, especially being a violinist, that you almost always have to deal with the random tantrums and the limitations of the lead singer of the diva.
But now you kind of play every instrument, though you did clarify that you're much more competent at the violin than any of them.
Yes.
Do you still think of yourself primarily as a violinist?
Yes. So primarily as a string instrument person. So I am now in the sense that your mental model of how you think about the violin and cello are very similar, except it's a physically a different dimension. So the muscle memory is different, but structurally it's still the similar thing, right? A guitar forces you to think slightly differently because at this point you're actually playing multiple notes at the same time, right? And a piano, you're playing 6 notes at the same time. And a guitar, maybe 3 at the same time, right? But of course, you can play 6 depending on how you place your fingers. So a piano and a guitar force you to. It's a completely different muscle that you have to build, and it's a muscle that you almost have to unlearn some of the original assumptions that you learned only by learning classical. You have to unlearn them and then think of it fundamentally this way, right? Because that is how, like for example, when you think in terms of guitar and piano, you naturally immediately think of not just do whatever melody you want. No. Your melody has to be subservient to the rest of the things. So a raga, you can just improvise, do whatever you want, and that improvisation is, because it's linear, it's one shot and it's one person. You can absolutely appreciate that. For that, you can just go crazy with it, right? You can't do that. So what makes jazz particularly amazing is that somehow they've created this art form that allows insane improvisational skills for each instrument, despite having the harmonic structure, which is therefore insane. So for me, that is the most advanced musical art form. Not Western classical music, not Indian classical music, not pop music. Jazz, good jazz is just something else.
It is almost the same thing that my son says. He dragged me this time to something called a Mahindra Blues Festival. Yeah. And it was just a subset of jazz, the blues, but it was amazing nevertheless. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Man is playing a string instrument. This admiring woman who likes the instrument he's playing goes up to him and says, "What instrument are you playing?" He smiles and he tells her. She slaps him. Why? What did he say?
Sitar.
Cello.
Okay.
Chamak cello.
Cello. So I would then wonder if different kinds of artists get drawn to different kinds of forms because the forms automatically force you in different directions. Like Indian classical would, privilege the individual, person who takes flights of fancy. Other forms will have really rigid structures. Western classical, you're reading off a sheet. Jazz, you can really improvise and all of that.
Yeah.
Equally.
And rock is about very tight collaboration. Jazz is like you need such an advanced level of preparatory skill that collaboration is just taken for granted because of the way the standard is structured. Then you're just free to improvise at that point, right? You need a very advanced level skill to become a jazz player in the first place, right?
What are you most drawn to?
I find myself, it's very hard. I listen to every single genre, and I consciously force myself to listen to genres that in the past I might have found, not for me, right? I mean, I've started to learn to appreciate hip hop a lot more because the way a Kendrick Lamar is able to choose and pick words in the way he's able to tell that story and the metaphors and the other layers of meaning while it being percussive and poetic is just insane. It's just a complete separate skill, right? And so when people say silly things like, that guy's just doing they've just playing a sample and he's just speaking on top of it. Why is that an art? I said, boss, that background music is the least important part of the hip hop. They use samples. Of course, it takes tremendous creativity to construct a sample from 20 songs into something that is like catchy and all of that. That's not the important part of that. It's how you construct the verse, right? I think there's a fascinating YouTube video where I think Eminem basically says that one of the silly things people say is that there is no word that rhymes with orange. And then he rattles off a rap, this thing, where he finds like 20 ways to rhyme with orange. He says that you just have to be creative with how you pronounce and you can create rhymes in between words. Who says you can't?
And I'll tell you what, when I speak about sound and language, I am always struck by how good singer-songwriters are because they are really combining two different kinds of music. And one is the music in the words because words have a music of their own. And the other is whatever music there is, so to say. And they do it so damn well. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind.
Yes.
One, all the words are simple words that we use in everyday language. It is not the response, comrade, is wafting in the breeze.
Yeah.
No, it's simple and musical. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind, ending with a mute sound. All the inflections and everything is just in the right place, the soft sounds and the hard sounds.
Yes.
And for rap, rap gives you so much as a musical form, gives you so much flexibility and scope to do so much. Like there is a video by this guy called Akala where he is talking about the power of rap, and at one point he takes Shakespeare's Sonnet 18 and turns that into rap, and it works. And for my students,
That is the Shall I Compare Thee
to a Summer's Day? And for my students in one webinar, I play them an actor, I think Harriet Walter, performing it. I play them Dave Gilmour of Pink Floyd singing it, and then I point them to Akala as well.
Yeah.
And it shows you, and it's iambic pentameter. It mimics the rhythms and patterns of everyday speech.
Yes.
And it tells you the beautiful musicality in language itself.
Exactly. And I think, I remember, I think the first time I heard Tamil hip hop, it wasn't actually from India. It was actually Malaysian Tamil.
Wow.
Right? And there's a very, very strong hip hop culture and community there. And interestingly, hip hop at the intersection of Ilayaraja. Why? Because these are people for whom they're still frozen in the Ilayaraja generation of music. They haven't really moved on to Rahman and other things yet. And so it is like, some insane. They use samples from his music, and it's just stunning, quite stunning to listen to. Yeah.
Fabulous. So, some sort of final questions as we are kind of getting on. So, Narayan, for me and my listeners, recommend books, films, music that you really love and that means a lot to you. But before I had a question, what was the last time a piece of art made you cry? Book, film, music, whatever. Anything, any of these.
So there is this Ahir Bhairav by Gangubai Hangal. It'll make me cry every time. I'll share the link in the show note. I've shared it on our group as well. There are some, music is one of those things which appeals for different reasons, just like food, right? It's not just the music, it's also the memories associated with it.
What memories do you have associated with this?
Not so much memories as the entire story of Gangubai's struggle. So long story is, or the short version is this. She came from a, Kalavant family, which is like code for, courtesan. And it was a respectable family. I think her mother from that community, father wasn't, he was a farmer. And mother was actually trained in Carnatic classical music, but she wanted her daughter. It was probably, and also Gangubai probably liked it more, and it was commercially viable. She wanted her to learn Hindustani classical music. So this girl learns it, and she gets a good guru, Savai Gandharva, I think, or Abdul Karim Khan and Savai Gandharva. She gets good guru, she learns well, she's a hard-working singer. Then she falls in love with this man, upper caste man, who marries her, and they have a daughter. And unfortunately, because she's from a lower caste, that man's family disowns him. But he's, he doesn't mind. He's sort of living with Gangubai Hangal. He dies. And then all of a sudden, this young lady with a daughter has nowhere to go, nothing to do, but she does have her art. So she starts, she gets invitations to concerts, to sings, and somehow makes ends meet. Then she has a tonsillitis, a really bad case of tonsillitis. So they say that you need to have a tonsillectomy. And that operation is botched somehow. And when she recovers, she finds that her voice has become very manly, gruff and manly. So even that is gone. So literally the only thing she has was her voice, and even that is gone. And she, by dint of hard work, practices so much, she cultures that voice. It continues to be manly, but she becomes a really good singer. She's so moving when she sings that she becomes famous once again. And that is the background of Gangubai Hangal.
Wow.
It's
Magnificent.
just bravery, just indefatigable, just a fighter spirit. Fantastic.
I'm reminded of the story of Hemavati Sen, which I've, related a number of times on the show, and that moves me greatly. I learned it from Kavita Rao's book, Lady Doctors. And she was born, I think, in Barisal or some village in what is today East Bengal, Bangladesh. And in the 1850s, when she was 10 years old, she was married off to a man who was over 40. During the day, she would play with his little children because they were the same age. At night, she would forget what happened, but she would wake up naked and bleeding, so it's kind of obvious. When she is 12, her husband dies, her parents die, her in-laws die. She's left with absolutely nothing. Nobody in the village wants anything to do with her. She has no money. She has nothing. She's 12. You'd think her life is over. But she somehow makes her way to Benares and becomes a fully qualified doctor in the 19th century in India, which is like absolutely fucking remarkable. It's unimaginable. And then through her life, she writes a diary. And when she dies eventually, and she dies as a prominent person, she's a head of guilds and all of that. She's transformed the ecosystem and lives of other women. And when she dies, her diaries are locked in a trunk for 80 years. And they're opened sometime near the end of the 20th century and published as her memoirs, which are, in the thing. And I'm just thinking that, the three of us, we've lived like fucking easy lives.
True.
We've never had to do anything. Our character has never been tested.
Yeah.
And I feel that at least in my case, if my character was tested in that way, there is no way. There is absolutely no way.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what question I'm getting at, but your story about Gangubai Hangal, like if I was in Gangubai Hangal's place, I would just sink into a spiral of self-pity.
Self-pity and just end it all, right?
And
You know, the fifth temple is like basically humanity's ability to kind of appreciate the pain of experiences like this, right? Will ultimately make it a better place, right? I'm reminded of the one that, strangely enough, it is not when I originally read about the life story of this particular blues musician, right? I think it's Blind Willie Johnson, 1920s or 30s. Again, at a time when black musicians, couldn't even record in the mainstream studios, and traveling musicians and so on, they wouldn't be even played in the regular radios. The other white musicians would copy their music and play the same thing and sort of make money and so on. There's this song called "Dark Was the Night," right? It's just incredible. You can listen to it on YouTube. It's like scratchy, like 1920s, 30s, right? And it's just one guy playing a slide acoustic blues guitar and just singing. That's it. Just one voice and him playing the guitar. Blind Willie Johnson, right? And you hear it, and after a couple of times, you start to see how beautifully it is done, that you see that pain and so on, right? Then when you read his life story, is that he was beaten by his father, and he threw some lye in his face, and that's what made him blind. So his own father blinded him, right? And then he died penniless and all that, right? And he made this bit of music. Even then, what ultimately really moved me was not even that. It is in Aaron Sorkin's West Wing. They are basically discussing how to convince the public and the senators and everyone else, the public, to fund NASA more, right? And this is around the time when the Voyager was leaving the solar system, right? At that point of time, and like billions of miles away, right? And one of the things the Voyager was carrying was music from every part of the world. I forget which Hindustani classical piece it had. Yes, correct. So it had representative music, and one of the songs was "Dark Was the Night" by Blind Willie Johnson, right? And Aaron Sorkin's storytelling, right, where he says that this is this life story. This boy was beaten, he became blind, he became this insanely brilliant musician and so on, and he died penniless, right, from tuberculosis or some such thing, homeless, right, and so on. And today, his music just left the solar system. He said, that's how you sell that. So it's like, every time you listen to that dialogue, you're like, oh man, that's when it hits you. That, oh man, right? You've created something that's timeless, right? It's now out there in space. It's like across the solar system. Billions of years from now, maybe it reaches somewhere. It's a golden record, so it's not going to really go anywhere. And that audio technology is well and truly the only universal medium, because it's purely mechanical.
Yeah, completely analog.
It's completely analog. So anybody smart enough, any engineer can figure out how to figure out and reverse engineer and play that music on it. So I think it's just quite remarkable.
But do they have IITs in outer space? No, but this is, and I'm just thinking the thing about both of these works, and I'm sure they're going to move me as well.
Yeah.
Now that I know the stories.
Yes.
The thing about both of them is a context, the stories.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is something AI can't do, right? Ki ultimately we are like, you were chatting earlier about AI, that artist plus machine will create better art than artists alone used to, etc., etc. There was a myth about 20 years ago, 22 years ago, when computers in chess were just becoming dominant, that player plus computer is better than computer on its own or player on its own.
Yeah.
And we actually know that was absolute nonsense. That the computers were kind of
Street side, yeah.
far better. But what happened was, two things happened. One is that computers becoming better than humans did not destroy chess. It took it in the opposite direction, because in fact it made players more individualistic, because earlier people would follow the computational logic taught to them by the Soviet chess school.
Correct.
That, these are the heuristics you use, and computers gave concrete exceptions to those generalizable principles and allowed players to go in different directions. And that was the first wave, Stockfish, etc. And when Alpha Zero came about, it showed you that those heuristics were also wrong, and it fine-tuned them, and it helped you do things like play down the flanks, the A and the H files, which even Magnus Carlsen learned from Alpha Zero without knowing why, without exactly being able to say why. And today, the strongest computers are so far ahead of the strongest humans. I mean, it seems silly to even say it, but we still tune into what chess, and there is the chess boom going on.
Absolutely.
So I think what nothing can take away is that human drama, and that drama comes from our frailties and our flaws, and in the case of so many of these people, their character.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, I think we've always undervalued context, and that actually probably the central thing to art is that it's the story, it's the struggle, it's the artist, it's all of that. You can't take them away from.
But then there's another danger that context can be manufactured.
It can.
That influencers can build backstories around themselves. I was going to invite a prominent lawyer on this show who's she's been part of big cases, till I found out she has a PR firm, and I straight away said fuck it, no, not gonna do that. But so you don't even know what context is correct, or the person really exists. So what are we going to do?
No, but in a sense, I don't know. It almost seems like it's a deeply human dilemma to that end. That some of the most beautiful things about art and all of that is probably built from the same raw material that makes the worst, the manipulative, all the rest of that. I think it's I think the good comes with the bad, to be honest. So it's very hard.
A lot of the art, which you mentioned earlier on, when your story of the 5 temples, is the human ability to empathize. And that's what somehow, so Gangubai Hangal, Zero connect with either of you, but the story touches, right?
Exactly.
Because it touches on a very human level. You don't even need to know Hindustani classical music or nothing. Or blind Billy
Johnson.
Billy Johnson, So it's that human experience is something that will probably be the last bastion to fall to.
Yeah, although I mean, to be absolutely bluntly honest, I wouldn't put it past a chatbot to randomly arrive at something that ends up moving you.
Yeah.
Very hard to predict, right? The point is that it might just move you. It may not move someone else, but it might move you. And I think where people should not underestimate AI is that it has all the resources to do this to every individual, right? I mean, it can run any number of simulations possible to find out what's your weak point. And that I think is where we need to be, I don't know, wary, but I honestly don't know what we can do about it. But
there's
definitely not, because it's seen and the unseen, definitely not state control.
And one song that always moves me, even though I don't know a backstory, is Lucinda Williams. I heard her album Car Wheels on a Gravel Road in the late 90s, blown away, looked at her earlier stuff, and she wrote a song once called Sweet Old World, because one of her friends, I think, killed herself. And it was like, the sweet. And it's a song that would move me regardless of context. So that is also exactly possible, that sometimes just the words, and I can totally see AI.
That is such a good definition of art. When it can move you without you knowing context. It has distilled things into itself that are beyond the pale of emotion, word, expression.
I'll tell you a very great example of that. Many years back, somebody in the family had sort of some pregnancy complications and lost a baby, right? But had to carry it to term. But then the baby had to be born and then died soon after. They had to bury. It was a painful exercise, right? And it was around the time, and that person, strangely enough, found solace in a song by Ace of Base called All That She Wants Is Another Baby. Context of that song had really nothing to do with actually pregnancy or anything. But in some sense, that's when you literally interpret it, all that she wants is another baby is exactly what she wanted. So sometimes it's very hard to, it's these kinds of things happen. And you're like, oh, okay, it makes sense in a weird way, but yeah, that's how it is. That we're all weird like that.
Again, back to different chemicals hitting different brains in different ways. Who would have thought that song is kind of what a cheesy bits of kitschy song, and you just gave it a dimension.
Exactly. Anyone who hears that song, it's one of those cheesy EDM, techno type of songs, nothing serious, etc. But then, of course, I think there's an innate human ability to somehow find profoundest of meanings.
What else has moved you guys? Like, fuck it. This time we're not going to recommend things that we like or we enjoy. I just want to know what moved you guys.
Yes.
What else has moved you?
The last time I like it just, I just wept. We leave the factory and we are just crossing. It's a crowded thing. There are a few homeless types living there under there's a bridge, and there is water, and very evidently, okay, this is what my brain is processing, that water comes for a very short time after a very long while. So excitedly, a mother is heading towards that to fill up whatever she can. She has like 1 or 2 utensils, and she has several little children, and one kid, maybe 5 or 6, goes, he has 3 little things, matkas, okay, so 3 or 2 things which is filled up with water, is carried in a hand, and there's a third one, and he doesn't know how to carry it, so he puts it in his mouth and he crosses the road. That sight, I tell you, it just cracked me up. It just broke me up. I was like, I didn't know how to parse it. The whole sum of it.
Just an image.
Yeah, that image, right?
And then moves, right? Does the signal opens, we are gone. I'm not going to see that kid again probably, but.
Yeah. You know, on a slightly lighter note, I was just doing some Lego architecture with my son, right? And then it was in New York City, and then so it involved the One World Trade Center and so on. And then he basically just said, "But where's the Statue of Liberty that seems to be missing in this thing?" And then he, interestingly enough, he just said, "Statue of Liberty, you know that green statue? She's holding an ice cream in her hand." And once he said that, I've now never been able to go back to thinking of that thing as anything other than ice cream. Yeah. Now I trust you. Anyone listening to this, and you guys, next time you see the Statue of Liberty, you're going to picture Lady Liberty holding ice cream.
You cannot unsee the ice cream.
You cannot unsee the ice cream now, right? I mean, in that sense, you know, it's also a moment where you realize that kids then essentially are able to be well and truly creative without any filters, right? But there would have been another situation where maybe somebody would have said, "No, that's wrong. That's actually a flame. That's a torch, etc., etc." And you're like, and I was like, "No, I don't want to correct. I think the ice cream is absolutely perfect."
And it wouldn't have been a correction.
Yeah, it's not an improvement. I think ice cream is better than the torch, I think.
And you know what? Just as that Kashinath Singh phrase goes, "Maa chudaye duniya, hum bajaye harmonia." I would say कि यार, you know, बहुत fight कर लिया for flame of liberty. Ice cream ही ठीक है.
Ice cream of liberty.
हाँ, लेकिन keto ice cream. Sugar is poison. Guys, you know, I would have wanted to go on for longer. 1, Narayan and I have a flight to catch.
Yes.
2, Ashok has told us, you know, the remarkable bit of news that he keeps coming to Bombay, and we will do a part 2 to this 3-way episode
Absolutely.
at some point in time.
Yes.
So I don't feel so guilty about letting my listeners down with an episode that is merely 5 hours long. Forgive me for the miniature. Ashok, Narayan, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Lovely. Absolute pleasure
It was
as always.
such a joy. Yeah.
शैशवं शरीरवासादतिरिच्यते आश्चर्यभूतं तद्यत्र सर्वम् अस्मद्विचारस्य न न सीमाना परिमितिः ततो विभागमणिः ध्वन्यते शैशवक्रीडा गणेषु तेषु के मिलन्ति इति चिन्तये मम मित्राणि विरलानि मामनुवर्तन्ते यावत् वयं वास्तविकात् धावितुं यतामहे तावत् प्रौढत्वम् अस्मानाकर्षते शनै शनै जर्जरजीवितं प्रतिभूतले तत्तृणं हरिततरम् तत्तेजप्रकाशतरम् मित्रैः आवृताः रात्रिकाः अद्भुताः अतीतं पश्यामः तथापि गन्तुं न शक्नुमः अहो शैशवम् अतिसुन्दरं च विशुद्धम् अग्रे व्रजाम परन्तु पश्चात् स्वपन्तो व्रजामः चेतो न पश्चाद्गमने प्रेरयति निःशङ्ख्यामननं यदीयतेम निश्चयेन शिखरं प्राप्स्यामः प्रौढत्वेन वयं लोभिन जिगीषवश्च भवामः शैशवाय तृष्णा एव परिशिष्यते तानेव हि दिवसाननुपश्यामः यद्यपि बहुकालात् मार्गम् अनुसरामः तत्तृणं हरिततरम् प्रकाशतरम् रुचिः मधुरतरा रात्रिकाः अद्भुताः मित्रैः आवृताः शीकरं भासते जलं स्यन्दते नदी अनन्ता सदा सर्वदा
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Do check out my previous episodes with both Krish Ashok and Narayan Shenoy. You can follow Ashok on Twitter at Krish Ashok, that's one word. You can follow Narayan at Shenoy N. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.